welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. As the rain poured relentlessly, a hypnotic symphony played out on my journey home. Each droplet pirouetted on surfaces, reflecting the warm amber hues of streetlights painting the road like delicate strokes on a dark canvas. The air, cool and damp, carried the earthy scent of rain through the cracked window. Crossing the deserted parking lot, typically unremarkable, that night exuded an eerie aura. Mist curled up from the ground, enveloping the parked cars in a gentle, silent hug. Pausing before entering my car, I observed the flickering light dancing on puddles. In that moment, a presence made itself known, not menacing, but undeniably peculiar. A vague figure loomed a few yards away, barely discernible through the mist's veil. Its features obscured, yet its stillness demanded attention. Standing frozen, my breath caught. The figure slowly dissipated, blending into the mist until it merged with the night. No fear gripped me, only a surreal serenity, as if I had witnessed something beyond explanation. Driving home, the sense of encountering the extraordinary lingered, an enigma beyond comprehension, yet strangely familiar. The rain's melody continued, wrapping me in its soothing embrace. In the days that followed, each rainfall prompted a search for figures in the night, not out of fear but in anticipation of that wondrous calm from another realm. Even my home, a sanctuary of familiarity, now bore a subtle veil of mystery. Every creak, every gentle breeze fluttering the curtains whispered a hidden tale. One rainy evening, with the patter against the windows, I left a lamp glowing in the living room. Its flickering light cast shadows that danced to the wind's tune. Nestled in my armchair, tea warming my hands, I watched the play of shadows with tranquil curiosity, feeling as if I awaited something unknown. That's when a detail caught my eye. An old mirror on the wall reflected an unusual light, seemingly from an unseen source. Intrigued, I approached and gazed at my reflection. But it wasn't just me staring back. Faintly emerging from the shadows behind me, an indistinct figure mirrored the one from the parking lot. No fear arose, only a quiet acceptance, as if that presence had always lingered, waiting for my notice. Turning slowly, I found nothing but the rain's song and the soft creak of wood. Returning to my seat, I tried to rationalize the experience. Perhaps a play of light and shadow tricked my senses. Yet deep down I sensed more, profound and elusive, not menacing but enigmatic. Even now, in heavy rain and deep silence, I seek traces of that elusive presence. Passing empty parking lots, I slow down, watching the dark spaces between the streetlights where shadows seem to breathe. Though I haven't definitively seen that figure again, there are moments, amidst perfect conditions and profound quiet, where I feel something stirring. Not fear, but a peculiar solace, as if that presence were a forgotten part of myself or an unyielding memory. So as the rain falls and the world dissolves into a symphony of sound and shadow, I surrender to that sensation, understanding that some enigmas are meant to be felt, not unraveled. Story 2. The gentle hues of sunset filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm, comforting glow across the walls of my study. This room, filled with ancient tomes and treasured memories, had always been my sanctuary, a place where my mind could wander freely. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. There was an unusual stillness in the air, a sense of expectation that lingered like the autumn light, painting the world in hues of amber and gold. My gaze was drawn to the new addition to my study, a portrait that hung above my antique writing desk. It was a peculiar piece, a Victorian-era painting of a woman in a deep burgundy dress, her expression veiled in mystery. The elderly dealer who sold it to me had mentioned its intriguing history, but my focus had been on its price rather than his words. As I settled into my leather armchair with a steaming cup of Earl Grey tea, wisps of steam curling upwards, I noticed something peculiar about the portrait. The woman's eyes, once fixed slightly to the left, now seemed to pierce through me, locking onto my own gaze. I brushed off the sensation, chalking it up to fatigue and the shifting light as evening descended. The grandfather clock in the corner kept time with its gentle ticking, usually a source of solace for me. But that night, each tick seemed to draw my attention back to those painted eyes, a silent invitation to unravel their enigma. Between paragraphs of my writing, I found myself stealing glances at the portrait, each time convinced that something subtle had shifted, the tilt of her head, the curve of her lips, the intensity of her gaze. With the arrival of night, the old brass lamp on my desk cast new shadows and illuminations upon the portrait, revealing hidden depths within the painting. The room itself seemed to transform, the familiar surroundings taking on an uncanny quality. Books I had left closed were now open to pages recounting tales of lost masterpieces and enigmatic vanishings. My pen would roll across the desk of its own accord, the room's temperature fluctuating mysteriously. And one quiet evening, as I prepared to depart my study, a detail in the portrait's background caught my eye. Partially obscured by the woman's shoulder, I discerned what seemed to be another canvas on an easel. Stepping closer, I peered into the dimness and realized that the painting within the painting portrayed a room eerily similar to my own study. My pulse quickened as I examined the tiny details, recognizing myself seated at the desk, engrossed in a painting. A chill ran down my spine as I comprehended the implication. The boundaries between reality and art blurred in a disorienting dance. The woman in the portrait, her expression now knowing and almost playful, seemed to acknowledge my realization. Her eyes tracked my movements, a subtle smile gracing her lips, a whisper of laughter echoing in the stillness. That night, I closed the study door firmly, yet her presence lingered, a silent observer in the shadows. In the quiet of my bed, I pondered the history of the portrait, the lives it had touched, the secrets it held. Had others before me experienced these subtle shifts, the weight of unseen eyes upon them? Morning revealed my study unchanged, save for one detail. My journal lay open on the desk, adorned with elegant script not of my hand. The words inscribed within spoke of the fluid nature of art, the blurred line between spectator and spectacle. I hesitated, but left the portrait untouched, captivated by the enigma it embodied. As I pen these words in my study, her gaze follows me, that enigmatic smile a constant presence. In moments of perfect stillness, I glimpse new details emerging in the painting within the painting, the scene evolving with each glance. The mystery of the portrait has become a companion, a reminder of the intertwined roles of observer and observed. In the tranquil embrace of my study, where the grandfather clock's rhythm lulls me and shadows dance on the walls, I've come to accept the enigmatic bond between us. Perhaps in this dance of perception and reflection, we are both participant and spectacle, intertwined in an eternal game of sight and insight. Story 3. The gentle night wind whispered secrets as it carried the earthy scent of damp soil and night-blooming flowers. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I tuned into the ancient house's soft breath all around me. The wooden frames murmured faintly as though longing to share timeless tales. In the hush of the moment, a steady, rhythmic thud caught my attention from the upstairs corridor. It resembled the sound of a door knocker swaying in the breeze, yet its regularity was oddly captivating, almost hypnotic. The warm glow of the reading lamp painted playful shadows on the wallpaper, crafting dancing figures that seemed alive. Setting aside my book, I remained motionless, captivated by the persistent beat. Rather than irksome, it held a melodic quality in its unchanging rhythm. Rising slowly, my slippers sinking into the plush Persian rug, I gravitated towards the staircase. Each creaking step echoed with a subtle groan, as though the house itself responded to my inquisitiveness. The rhythmic thud persisted, guiding me through the dimly illuminated hallway where moonbeams filtered through tall windows. Upstairs, the air turned cooler, carrying hints of aged wood and beeswax. Following the sound's lead, I reached the weathered library door, perpetually shut, while the brass knocker continued its metronomic motion against the sturdy wood. No wind stirred, the windows remained sealed. Mesmerized, I watched the weighty knocker sway as if an unseen hand orchestrated its patient taps. Drawn in by the regularity, I approached leisurely, almost entranced by the motion. The beat grew clearer, its subtle variations hinting at an enigmatic musical pattern beyond my grasp. Reaching for the brass handle, I felt the chill of the metal beneath my fingertips, polished by generations of hands. Although unlocked, the door resisted my push, as if something on the other side gently held it shut. The knocker persisted, indifferent to my presence, as if engaged in an ancient, silent dance. Seating myself on the floor, my back against the wall beside the door, I surrendered to the soothing rhythm. Time seemed to blur as I absorbed the story told by the persistent beats. Eyelids drooping, my mind wandered through nebulous thoughts of forgotten manuscripts and ancient lore. The sound melded with my breath, with my heartbeat, blending seamlessly with the night's natural cadence. When I blinked open my eyes, the hallway bathed in the pale light of dawn. The knocker hung still, silent as though it had never moved. Rising slowly, legs stiff from hours spent on the floor, I reached for the handle once more. This time, the door yielded without resistance. The library appeared unchanged, every volume in its proper place, dust frozen in the morning light. Yet on the antique desk, bathed in the first rays of sunlight, lay an open book I did not recall leaving there, its pages pristine, waiting as if beckoning for a tale to be written. Since that night, the brass knocker has remained silent, but on tranquil evenings, a distant echo of that rhythmic beat seems to whisper through the quiet, as if the house recalls a forgotten melody. Story 4. The autumn garden lay veiled in a delicate shroud of mist that morning, as I gathered the fallen leaves that adorned the ground overnight. The crisp air tenderly kissed my cheeks, carrying with it the fragrance of moist soil and the chrysanthemums I had carefully nurtured a few weeks prior. A profound stillness enveloped the garden, interrupted solely by the soft rustle of dried leaves beneath my feet and the occasional serenade of an early bird. It was while I was diligently raking near the weathered stone bench that a glimmer amidst the fallen foliage caught my eye. A subtle silver gleam beckoned me, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam. Slowly, I knelt down, gently parting the damp leaves, and discovered an antique necklace. The piece was a marvel of craftsmanship, boasting an oval pendant adorned with intricate floral motifs and a petite blue gem at its heart, radiating a mesmerizing light. As I cradled the necklace in my hands, sensing its delicate weight and cool touch against my skin, I knew it belonged to none I was acquainted with. Having dwelled alone in that abode for over 2 decades, I could not recall any neighbor donning such exquisite jewelry. The azure gem continued to shimmer with a peculiar luminosity, as if it held a light of its own. That evening, after meticulously cleansing the necklace, I positioned it on the nightstand by my bedside. Drifting into slumber, I watched as moonbeams filtered through the window, casting ethereal shadows on the walls. Throughout the night, I stirred from my sleep on several occasions, perceiving a distant melody, akin to a faint music box playing somewhere within the house. It was a sweet, melancholic tune, nearly imperceptible, dissolving whenever I strained to capture it. Upon daybreak, I observed the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, almost as though someone had rearranged it overnight. In the daylight, the blue gem appeared less vibrant, yet as I lifted it, I felt a subtle warmth emanating from the metal, contrasting the chill it exuded the day prior. Intrigued, I resolved to delve into its origins. In the ensuing days, subtle alterations unfolded within the house. Items on the kitchen table seemed displaced come morning, as if scrutinized during the night. The family portraits in the hallway appeared askew each day. Meanwhile, the nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer, more familiar, yet evasive in its exact source. One evening, as I sat reading in my armchair, the necklace resting on the adjacent table, I distinctly heard the sound of dainty footsteps ascending the stairs. Soft and delicate, like those of a child treading cautiously. Rising slowly, I ascended the staircase noiselessly, only to find emptiness. However, in the guest room repurposed as a storage space, I stumbled upon an unfamiliar wooden box, intricately adorned with the same floral patterns as the necklace. Nestled within, on a cushion of faded velvet, was a photograph weathered by time. It depicted a young woman adorned in an identical necklace to the one I had unearthed. Inscribed on the back was a date in faded ink and a message: to remember the happy days in the garden. From that night forth, the melody of the music box echoed more frequently, no longer unsettling but comforting. It seemed as though the house itself sang a lullaby, a tender tune that graced the rooms in the stillness of night. Sometimes, while seated in the garden on autumn evenings, I glimpsed a faint figure darting among the trees, akin to a memory endeavoring to materialize. The enigmatic woman in the photograph remained a mystery, as did the origins of the necklace in my possession. I embraced the enigmatic presence in my life, akin to embracing the cyclical passage of seasons and time's relentless march. The necklace continues to rest on my nightstand, and on tranquil nights, beneath the full moon and the whispering breeze, faint laughter intertwines with the music box melody, an echo of joyous days lost to the annals of time. Story 5. The mysterious journal materialized on my nightstand one frosty winter morning, its deep red leather binding gleaming under the soft early light seeping through the curtains. I hadn't placed it there, yet as I ran my fingers over the weathered spine and the creamy pages, a sense of familiarity washed over me. The air outside held a crisp hint of frost, accompanied by the distant, soothing melody of a wind chime. Tracing the intricate patterns etched on the cover, I marveled at the smoothness of the worn leather, a sensation that felt inexplicably known to me. Upon opening it, a delicate fragrance of lavender and aged paper wafted out, stirring elusive memories just beyond my reach. The initial pages lay blank, pristine, beckoning me to explore further. But as I turned them, elegant handwriting shimmered into view, bathed in the gentle morning glow. It was my handwriting, undeniably mine, yet I couldn't recall penning down these words. The entries bore dates from days that were yet to unfold. Each morning thereafter, I found myself drawn to the journal, immersing in narratives scribed in my own hand about events yet to pass. They started with simple occurrences: an unexpected reunion with an old acquaintance, the unearthing of a lost ring beneath my dresser, the distant tolling of church bells at the stroke of midnight. Each prophecy unfurled with a quiet accuracy, akin to gentle ripples spreading across a tranquil pond. With the passage of time, the predictions grew more intricate. I read about conversations unfolding verbatim before my eyes, beheld sunsets mirroring the descriptions, and felt the rain on my skin just as foretold by the pages. The journal never divulged anything harrowing or alarming, only gentle enigmas and subtle revelations that rendered each day a soft dream taking form. One entry spoke of the aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through my window, followed by a mysterious knock on my door. True to its words, a basket of warm rolls awaited me outside, their bestower a phantom. Another entry alluded to a haunting melody I would chance upon while strolling in the garden, played on an unidentifiable instrument. When the moment arrived, the music wafted through the air like ethereal threads, its origin forever concealed. The presence of the journal altered my perception of time. Mornings became a tranquil anticipation, evenings a serene contemplation. I began to discern nuances I had previously overlooked. The dance of shadows on my walls, the subtle shift in the air before rainfall, the myriad shades of silence enveloping my rooms at night. Occasionally, I unearthed pressed flowers nestled between the pages, their hues vibrant despite being implausible keepsakes from futures yet to unfold. Their petals felt soft against my fingertips, their fragrance mingling with the perennial scent of lavender that accompanied the journal. As weeks slipped by, I observed that the entries faded once their prophecies came to fruition, dissolving into the creamy pages like morning mist under the sun's gaze. Fresh entries emerged, inscribed in the familiar hand, always striking a delicate balance between mystique and solace. The origins of the journal and its choice of me remained shrouded in mystery. Some enigmas, I realized, were best left unsolved, their allure enhancing their beauty. The journal taught me to greet the unknown with inquisitiveness rather than trepidation, to seek tranquility in the gradual unfolding of time. On hushed nights, when the moon cast its silvery glow through the window, I caught glimpses of words materializing across the pages, letter by letter, akin to ink droplets descending into clear water. I refrained from deciphering them as they formed, opting to preserve tomorrow's mysteries until their designated hour. The journal became my steadfast companion, a conduit between the present and the yet-to-be. It foretold no great tragedies or moments of profound elation, only the subtle enchantment woven into everyday life when observed with discerning eyes. Perhaps its greatest boon lay in teaching me to discover marvel in the understated cadences of existence, in the gentle interplay between reality and reverie. As I pen these words now, I sense the morrow's musings taking shape in my mind, poised to grace untitled pages. The journal lies beside me, its cover imbued with warmth, poised to unveil another day's worth of tender mysteries. Beyond my window, the wind chime resumes its melodic tale, and I smile, aware that its song was foretold in tomorrow's entry, scribed in a handwriting both mine and not, within a journal that dreams of days yet to unfurl. Story 6. The snow whispered as it descended on that winter night, draping the windowsill in a soft, velvety white cloak. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the snowflakes pirouette in the gentle lamplight while savoring a cup of chamomile tea. The warmth of the brew wrapped around me, a comforting contrast to the chill creeping through the aged wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's rhythmic ticking echoed through the room, a hypnotic cadence akin to a soothing lullaby. In the midst of that serene moment, a peculiar sight captured my attention in the window's reflection. Amid the swirling snowflakes, a face seemed to materialize, indistinct yet possessing an otherworldly essence, as if sketched by the mist of my breath on the frosty glass. The eyes, however, held a peculiar clarity. Profound and enigmatic, they gazed at me with an unsettling familiarity. Rising from the chair, the wooden floor murmured beneath my steps. Drawing nearer to the window, the ethereal visage dissolved, yet a lingering sensation of being observed lingered. The aroma of tea now mingled with a delicate jasmine scent, evoking hazy recollections of a summer twilight long past. Returning to my seat, my gaze continued to seek out that elusive face in the reflection. The pendulum's hypnotic sway persisted, its ticking now murmuring unintelligible whispers. Retrieving my journal from the nearby shelf, a weathered leather-bound tome I had treasured for years, I absent-mindedly thumbed through its pages, revealing a faded photograph tucked within. With trembling hands, I retrieved the image. Though faded and time-worn, the photo depicted a group of individuals captured in a moment of joy during what appeared to be a summer outing. A picture unknown to me, yet each countenance bore an uncanny familiarity. One figure, in particular, drew my gaze. A young woman in the background, slightly blurred, locked eyes with the camera, mirroring the deep, dark gaze I had glimpsed in the window's reflection. My heart pulsed languidly as I studied the photograph. Clad in a white floral dress, she held a bouquet of jasmine, her smile tender and wistful. Flipping the photo, seeking a date or inscription, elegant script adorned the back. "Don't forget me." A sudden gust of wind stirred the curtains, though I was certain all windows were shut. The scent of jasmine enveloped me, a gentle embrace. Closing my eyes briefly, fragmented memories began to surface. A tinkling laugh, the distant melody of a piano, the whisper of a white dress among garden foliage. Upon reopening my eyes, the snow drifted silently outside. The window's reflection reverted to normal, merely portraying my weary countenance. Yet as I nestled the photograph back into the journal, I knew that face would visit me in my dreams. Not a menacing presence, but a tender melancholy, akin to a forgotten tune resurfacing in the mind. Draping myself in a cozy blanket on the couch, the pendulum's hypnotic swing persisted. The jasmine fragrance lingered in the air, gradually fading like a memory slipping into slumber. Drifting into sleep, I pondered the myriad forgotten memories concealed within my mind, patiently awaiting rediscovery. Perhaps, I mused, certain faces are meant to linger, gentle phantoms safeguarding veiled yet enduring recollections. And as sleep beckoned, the faint echo of that tinkling laugh lingered in the air, carried by the wind alongside the snowflakes twirling in the night. Story 7. The doorbell remained silent on that autumn afternoon, replaced by a gentle knock akin to a moth's delicate flutter against a window. Rain serenaded the panes, providing a soothing background melody as I lounged on the couch, enveloped in a cozy blanket. Rising leisurely, I assumed the sound was the wind's playful mischief outside. Opening the door revealed emptiness, save for a neatly squared brown package resting on the threshold. The parcel bore no labels or markings, only my name, elegantly inscribed in ancient calligraphy as if penned with black ink. Smooth cardboard, untouched by the rain, greeted my touch. Surprised by its modest weight, I brought it inside, the silence seeming to deepen around me. Only the pendulum clock's rhythmic tick and the rain's gentle patter interrupted the stillness. Seated once more, I scrutinized the package, finding no seams or openings, its edges impeccably folded as if crafted by a master of origami. A faint fragrance, reminiscent of old books, mingled with black tea and a hint of sandalwood, wafted from within. Holding it in my lap, I sensed a subtle movement, like a delicate dance of unseen currents within. Twilight descended, casting elongated shadows across the room. Preferring the natural light, I had left the lamps unlit, allowing the soft embrace of dusk to envelop everything. The package seemed to absorb the fading light uniquely, its surface playing with reflections as if made of a mysterious material. After contemplation, I sought a way to open it, tracing my fingers along the edges. Some spots felt warmer, as if concealing a fluctuating internal heat pattern. A distant memory surfaced, a vague recollection of a similar package from my childhood, bearing only a handwritten name. The rain intensified slightly, its rhythmic cadence mirroring the warmth pattern on the package. As I pondered any possible connection, the room's temperature subtly shifted to a perfect equilibrium. The familiar scent grew stronger, blending with the rain's fragrance seeping through the open window. Astonishingly, my touch left faint luminous impressions on the cardboard, reacting to my skin's warmth like glowing stars in the night sky. Lost in this phenomenon, I eventually looked up to find night had fallen, bathing the room in a bluish hue. The package emitted a faint, almost imperceptible glow, compelling me to postpone its unveiling. Placing it gently on the coffee table, I illuminated the room with a lamp, restoring its ordinary appearance. In the days that followed, the package remained a silent enigma on the table. At times, a subtle glow or internal movement caught my eye, the scent shifting subtly with each passing hour, always familiar yet elusive. The mystery persisted, its allure lying not in its contents, but in the contemplation it inspired. Even now, on rainy autumn evenings, thoughts drift back to that silent presence, pondering if elsewhere another soul gazes upon a similar package, their name penned in that elegant script, debating whether to unravel the mystery or let it dance undisturbed. Story 8. The autumn breeze whispered secrets as I journeyed home under the gentle glow of the streetlights. Amber pools of light danced on the damp pavement, mirroring in the puddles like scattered treasures. In the quiet of the evening, sounds lingered longer, footsteps echoed further, and the rustle of fallen leaves composed a haunting melody in the air. It was on an ordinary Tuesday that I first noticed him, standing motionless at the bend of Main Street where the old bookshop nestled. Clad in layers of weathered garments, he seemed to blend with the shadows. Yet, it was not his appearance that drew my gaze, but the way others skirted around him, forming a perfect circle of empty space as if compelled by an unseen force. My usual path led me past his corner, and as I neared, a strange pull guided my steps into a wider arc, avoiding his still presence. When his gaze met mine, I saw his eyes, not the usual deep hues, but abyssal black, absorbing the light rather than reflecting it, holding mysteries untold. Each night thereafter, he stood sentinel at the same spot, a silent observer. I would sometimes take detours to evade that corner, yet his unseen eyes seemed to follow me, a presence felt even in his absence. Strangely, he never begged, never sought alms. He merely watched, his onyx eyes fixed on each passerby with an intensity both soothing and disquieting. In the hush of lonely nights when the wind whispered soft melodies and the city slept, I fancied I heard him humming. His tune, ancient and ethereal, resonated with a primal part of me, evoking visions of celestial songs sung before time began. One rainy evening, a shift occurred. As I approached, he raised his hand, not in supplication but in a gesture skyward. Following his lead, raindrops fell like weighted whispers, each one carrying a message beyond mere rain. When our eyes met, his lips moved, words weaving into my mind. "You see it too." A statement that felt like a question that felt like a truth. That night, I dreamt of cosmic sentinels guarding slumbering cities, of melodies shaping destinies, of rain bearing secrets from distant realms. Upon waking, frost patterns adorned my window, a frost that defied the season's warmth. In the days that followed, his corner stood vacant, a void imbued with significance. Occasionally, in the flickering lamplight, I caught glimpses of his reflection in the puddles, his black eyes peering back from beneath the surface. Passers-by instinctively skirted the empty space, unaware of the unseen presence that lingered there. On silent evenings, when the wind carried that haunting melody, I'd pause, gazing at the sky, pondering the enigmatic messages carried by the rain. He was not a beggar with black eyes. He was a mystery, a watcher, a reminder that some truths lie just beyond our grasp. Still, I passed that corner each night, listening for the ancient lullaby, seeking solace in the reflection of those obsidian eyes. For in their gaze I find reassurance that the unknown endures, silently guarding our streets as darkness falls, a silent vigil in a world of mysteries. Story 9. The wooden floor whispered beneath my feet as I strolled down the hallway in the soft glow of dusk. Grandma's house had a way of speaking, each plank holding a story of its own. The fragrance of lavender and aged timber lingered in the air, a comforting aroma that had been my companion through countless summer days of youth. Yet on this particular evening, a subtle shift was palpable. I halted before the weathered attic door, drawn to a detail previously unseen. The white paint, worn and marked, bore strange symbols etched into its surface. Stepping closer, I discerned that these marks were not mere random scratches of time, but rather deliberate, forming a cryptic pattern as if a message struggled to emerge from within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting amber hues into the hallway, elongated shadows danced on the walls. The only sounds breaking the silence were the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock downstairs and the gentle rustle of leaves swayed by the breeze outside. I tentatively reached out, tracing my fingertips along the intricate markings, feeling the rough texture of the scratched wood beneath my skin. The patterns were precise, almost geometric in their arrangement, some cuts deeper, others faint as whispers, hinting at different moments in time. How many times had I passed this door, oblivious to its hidden language? Grandma had never spoken of strange occurrences in the attic, yet a memory surfaced of her avoiding those stairs. A chill brushed against my neck, causing a tremor to course through me. The hallway appeared elongated, shadows denser than before. With a trembling hand, I lifted the weighty brass key from its hook, its floral engravings worn with age. Inserting it into the lock, I hesitated as the mechanism resisted before giving way with a soft click. A hushed sound, akin to a slow exhale, barely audible, seemed to emanate from beyond the door. My heart quickened, freezing in my chest as the sound faded, leaving only the house's stillness. With quivering hands, I illuminated the door's surface with my phone's light, unveiling hidden details previously concealed in shadow. The scratches formed a circular motif, a spiral of enigmatic design. At the center, delicate numbers were etched, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. A recollection stirred within me of Grandma mentioning a hidden diary harboring family secrets. She had never disclosed its location, her gaze distant, as though safeguarding a precious secret. The wind outside intensified, windows groaning in protest, shadows waltzing to an unseen melody. A connection between the numbers on the door and the elusive diary teased my thoughts, yet an invisible barrier held me back from opening that portal. Instinct or ancestral wisdom, something urged caution. Slowly retreating, a faint scratching sound seemed to echo from within the attic, gentle and methodical, as if a message was patiently being etched anew. Glancing back, the scratches seemed to emit a faint luminescence in the waning light. That night, seated in bed, the numbers lingered in my mind. Transcribing them into my notebook, a vow was made to revisit them the next day. However, upon awakening, the attic door bore no traces of the mysterious symbols. Only the brass key retained a peculiar gleam, guarding a secret yet unveiled. Since that day, each visit to Grandma's house finds me pausing before that door. At times, the markings seem to reappear in the dimness, or the faint breath from within whispers at my ear. Yet, the door remains unopened, for some enigmas are best left undisturbed, cocooned in the quiet of an ancient abode and in the memories of those attuned to its murmurs. Story 10. In the quiet embrace of an autumn evening, time seemed to slow to a gentle crawl as the rain whispered its secrets upon the roof of the ancestral home. Nestled in the plush comfort of my beloved armchair, I gazed upon the tender glow cast by the floor lamp bequeathed to me by my grandfather. This lamp, adorned with a stained glass lampshade, wove intricate patterns of light and shadow across the room. Yet, on this particular night, a peculiar shift in the shadows captured my attention in a way that stirred a dormant curiosity within me. The dancing silhouettes on the walls moved with a grace that defied the logic of the physical world, as if choreographed by unseen hands. As the lampshade swayed gently in a passing breeze, the shadows detached themselves from the expected movements, following an enigmatic rhythm of their own design. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the lamp, drawn by the warmth emanating from its colorful panes, pulsating with an untold mystery hidden within its geometric forms. Running my fingertips along the textured glass, I discovered a faintly etched symbol on the metal base, softly aglow in the ambient light, a symbol of unknown origins whispering ancient secrets. The shadows continued their silent ballet, gradually revealing more intricate shapes, figures gliding with ethereal elegance, trees swaying in a spectral breeze, and elusive creatures materializing and dissolving like wisps of memory. It was as though the lamp was not merely casting shadows, but weaving tales of days long past, narrated in the silent language of light and darkness. Enthralled, I seated myself on the floor, captivated by the surreal performance unfolding before me. The shadows seemed to acknowledge my presence, drawing closer as I leaned in and receding when I pulled away, engaging in a wordless dialogue with their silent observer. At times, a distant melody, a faint echo of music, accompanied their enigmatic dance, adding an ethereal layer to the hypnotic display. Rather than instilling fear, a profound sense of wonder enveloped me, inviting contemplation in the midst of this nocturnal reverie. With the passage of time, the shadowy figures grew more elaborate, blending scenes of mundane existence with flights of fantastical fancy. A child at play transforming into a soaring bird, a seamstress metamorphosing into a dancing butterfly. The lamp, it seemed, was a conduit for stories that transcended the boundaries of reality and ventured into the realm of dreams. Then, a revelation unfolded before my eyes, a revelation of profound intimacy. Among the shifting shadows, glimpses of my own childhood surfaced, forgotten moments resurrected by the lamp's luminous touch. I beheld myself as a young child, frolicking in the very backyard where I now sat, my grandfather unveiling the magic of the lamp for the first time, memories long dormant rising to the surface. Outside, the rain continued its gentle symphony, a soothing backdrop to the clandestine performance within. The patter of raindrops on the window pane seemed synchronized with the ebb and flow of the shadows, as if nature itself conspired in this silent spectacle. In this suspended moment, time relinquished its hold, and I found myself adrift in a reverie of tranquil contemplation. Gradually, the figures on the walls began to slow their spectral waltz, their movements languid as if bidding farewell after a grand performance. The shadows softened, their edges blurring, yet retaining an undiminished allure. It was as if the lamp, a storyteller of light and shadow, murmured the concluding verses of an ethereal lullaby, preparing to resume its guise as a mundane fixture. When I rose from my reverie, the rain had ceased, enveloping the room in a hushed stillness. The shadows, once animate and vibrant, now returned to their rightful place as mere projections of the lamp. Yet an intangible shift had occurred. Gazing at the venerable heirloom, I understood that its essence had been forever altered in my perception. How many untold stories lay dormant within its luminous heart, waiting to unfurl on tranquil nights like this one. Drifting towards the couch, I surrendered to the soothing embrace of the lamp's soft radiance, allowing it to guide me into the realm of dreams. In the waning moments of wakefulness, a final shadow pirouetted gracefully on the wall. A silhouette of my grandfather, a spectral smile gracing his countenance, a silent reassurance that certain mysteries need not be unraveled to be cherished. Story 11. As the autumn wind whispered through the leaves, gently guiding my journey down the country road, the sky above transformed into a canvas of vibrant orange and deep purple hues, painted by the setting sun. The GPS had long given up its guidance, but I remained unfazed, for I believed I knew these lands like the lines on my palm. The dirt road meandered gracefully between hills adorned with vineyards stripped bare by the season. A faint scent of damp earth and fallen leaves wafted in through the cracked window, mingling with the crisp evening air. In that moment, time itself seemed to slow, inviting me to relish each passing second. Turning right at the weathered wooden sign, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. This road, shrouded in mystery, did not align with my mental map of the region. Pausing briefly to recalibrate my bearings, I watched as shadows stretched and twisted, weaving intricate patterns among the trees that guarded the path. The asphalt beneath my tires remained flawlessly smooth, a stark contrast to the neglect one would expect from a forgotten country lane. No bumps or crevices disturbed the seamless ribbon of road, disappearing into the mist of twilight. Leaves danced lazily in the air, suspended in a dance that defied the usual rhythm of time. Continuing forward at a cautious pace, my curiosity piqued as the landscape underwent subtle transformations. The trees lining the road appeared ancient and twisted, their gnarled branches creating a canopy overhead that filtered the waning light of day. In the distance, faint lights flickered like misplaced fireflies, flitting among the tree trunks in a mesmerizing ballet of illumination. The stillness enveloped me, broken only by the soft hum of the engine and the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. With each passing mile, the road seemed to shift imperceptibly. The boundaries blurred as if painted by an unseen hand, while shadows deepened in a way that felt not menacing, but comforting. Reality itself seemed to soften, its edges melting into a dreamlike haze. A brass mailbox caught my eye, its intricate compass rose engraving gleaming as if freshly polished. When I reached out to touch it, a faint warmth radiated from the metal, contradicting the cool evening air. Further along, peculiar details seized my attention. Milestones at the roadside emitted a subtle glow, not from any external source, but seemingly from within the very stones themselves. The sky above donned a hue impossible to name, a color belonging solely to this forgotten realm. Stars timidly emerged, casting their light upon a firmament that felt foreign, as though from another era or dimension. After what could have been moments or hours, I crested a hill and discovered a circular clearing, its ancient stones meticulously laid out in a perfect pattern. An antiquated lamppost stood sentinel in the center, casting a warm, inviting glow. Stepping out of my car, I found the air unnaturally tranquil, as if time held its breath in reverence. From this vantage point, the distant city lights appeared distant and detached, separated by an intangible barrier from this ethereal oasis. Surveying the altered landscape, I noticed the road behind me had undergone a metamorphosis. What was once modern asphalt now transformed into a path paved with weathered stones, marked by the passage of countless travelers. Yet, my memory insisted that only moments prior, I had driven on a contemporary surface. Retrieving the road map from the glove compartment, I scrutinized it under the lamppost's gentle glow. Confirming my suspicion, the path I now traversed remained conspicuously absent from the map, as if it existed solely within the realm of dreams. As a gust of wind stirred the map in my hands, golden lines momentarily materialized, tracing a faintly glowing path before fading into obscurity. Though fleeting, the vision left a lingering impression, hinting at the secrets veiled within this surreal domain. Entranced by the tranquility of the place, I lingered a while longer before deciding to depart. It was then that I noticed the lamppost had extinguished its light, casting the road ahead into impenetrable darkness. Yet an instinctual certainty guided me forward, assuring me that this enigmatic path would lead me home. Driving away from the circular clearing, I stole glances in the rearview mirror. The lamppost, once again aglow, dwindled in brightness as I distanced myself, leaving behind a trail of shimmering golden dust that danced in the air, a celestial farewell from a road that eluded the confines of ordinary maps. In the days that followed, I embarked on numerous quests to rediscover that elusive road, venturing into the countryside in pursuit of its elusive charm. Yet, like a dream upon waking, the path with its solitary lamppost and luminescent stones had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a faint golden etching on my aged map, a silent testament to a journey through a realm where reality and reverie intertwine. Story 12. The night had draped the house in a cloak of profound quietness, broken only by the soft patter of rain tapping against the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows waltz across the walls, moving in harmony with the flickering fire in the hearth. The warmth enveloped me like a snug blanket, while the fragrance of burning wood intertwined with the delicate scent of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. In that moment of utter tranquility, a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's toy room, peeking through the slightly open door. An ancient porcelain music box, a gift from Grandma, seemed to emit a faint bluish light. I couldn't recall it ever gleaming like that before. Gradually, I stood up from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step I took on the floor created a gentle creak that harmonized with the rain's rhythm, crafting an almost hypnotic melody. As I drew closer to the door, the glow intensified, yet retained a softness, akin to moonbeams dancing on calm waters. The toy room was a haven of memories and enchantment. Rows of weathered wooden shelves held porcelain dolls adorned in Victorian attire, vibrant toy trains, and plush animals with gentle gazes. The music box occupied a special spot on the central shelf, encircled by tiny crystals my niece had gathered during her garden strolls. The porcelain ballerina perched atop the music box, typically frozen in her eternal pose, swayed slightly, as if touched by an unseen breeze. Drawing nearer, I noticed the room's temperature was notably cooler than the rest of the house. My breath materialized into wispy clouds in the air, while the crystals encircling the music box seemed to react to its glow, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle movements, and I could almost hear a faint melody in the distance, a musical whisper from another era. Extending my hand towards the music box, the blue light pulsed gently in response. The other dolls on the shelf seemed to have turned their heads slightly towards me, but with a blink, they returned to their original positions. The melody grew clearer. It was a lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I thought had faded from memory long ago. The music box began to rotate on its own, unhurriedly. The ballerina twirled with an uncanny grace, her motions fluid like those of a living dancer. The crystals now projected intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of bygone eras. The atmosphere in the room thickened with memories, as if time itself had condensed around that small enchanted object. I stood transfixed, spellbound by the spectacle unfolding before me. The music from the box melded with the rain's cadence, crafting a symphony that spoke of longing and concealed enigmas. The shadows in the room appeared to sway to the rhythm of the music, and for a fleeting moment I sensed I was not alone in witnessing this clandestine performance. Slowly, the melody began to fade, slipping away like a vanishing dream. The blue light of the music box dimmed to a barely perceptible glow, and the ballerina slowed her dance until she came to a standstill. Silence descended upon the room once more, yet it was a different silence, laden with significance and intrigue. Returning to my armchair, I lifted my now tepid tea. As I gazed at the dwindling embers in the fireplace, my thoughts drifted to Grandma and her fondness for objects steeped in tales. I pondered whether she had ever encountered something akin to this, whether the music box had always possessed that magic, or if it was a special gift, reserved for select moments and observers. Since that fateful night, whenever I pass by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. At times, I believe I catch a fleeting glimpse of a blue shimmer, or hear the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet perhaps it's merely memories pirouetting in my mind, akin to that porcelain ballerina on that rainy night. Story 13. In the hushed embrace of the night, the solitary symphony of the train wheels echoed through the darkness. Nestled in the final carriage, bathed in a gentle glow that barely pierced the shadows, I surrendered to the warmth enveloping me. The rhythmic sway of the train cast a spell, drawing me into a trance-like state. Beyond the window, the mist pirouetted lazily, weaving ethereal shapes that vanished into the night's abyss. As I gazed out, my reflection intertwined with the obsidian expanse, conjuring an enigmatic presence on the other side. The soothing cadence of the rails whispered ancient tales, a mechanical lullaby beckoning me towards slumber. Yet, a peculiar sight in my mirrored image caught my eye. A silhouette loomed behind me, a phantom seated a few rows distant. I could not recall anyone boarding, yet now an uninvited companion lingered in the shadows. The train pressed on, the wheels' ceaseless chant carrying me deeper into the night's mystery. With cautious curiosity I turned, mindful not to startle the silent specter. The carriage basked in amber hues, casting elongated shadows over vacant seats. The enigmatic figure, shrouded in a cloak of darkness, remained motionless, their visage veiled beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Time slowed to a crawl as I scrutinized this wordless passenger, the air thickening with whispers of bygone memories not my own. Emanating an eerie chill, the stranger exuded an aura of foreboding, a subtle fragrance of lavender and aged parchment lingering in their wake. Rising from my seat under pretense of visiting the lavatory, I inched closer to the mysterious presence. Their coat, an abyss that swallowed light, exuded an unsettling stillness, devoid of the rhythmic rise and fall of breath. Passing by their seat, a surreal pause gripped me, the distant song of the rails fading into a ghostly murmur. An unsettling revelation dawned upon me. The figure beneath the cloak remained unnervingly motionless, a chilling absence of life. Uncertain, I hesitated at the end of the carriage, the corridor stretching endlessly before me, hypnotic patterns dancing in the dim glow. When I glanced back, the seat once occupied by the enigmatic passenger lay vacant, an aged train ticket resting in its stead. Quivering fingers lifted the yellowed pass, its date a ghostly echo of 50 years past, the paper still warm with phantom touch. Retreating to my seat, the train pressed onward through the shroud of night, the wheels' lullaby a constant companion. Beyond the misted glass, spectral figures seemed to tread in tandem with the nocturnal journey, silent companions to the enigmatic voyage. Fatigue tugged at my senses, prompting wonder at how many others had crossed paths with this mysterious traveler on the final train of night. Clutching the ephemeral token of our encounter, the ticket seemed to waver on the edge of reality, a fragile tether to a surreal moment. As the train bore its enigmatic secrets and spectral passengers through the night, I succumbed to slumber's embrace, a whisper of lavender and fading footsteps trailing down the corridor, vanishing into the obscurity of the night. Story 14. Silence wrapped the streets of the quaint hillside town like a soft velvet cloak. It was an autumn evening filled with the scent of burning wood and wet leaves, as fog slinked through the narrow alleyways like a silent feline. From my perch on the third floor, I peered out at the windows of the neighboring houses, all aglow with a warm amber hue. It struck me as odd to see so many lights ablaze at this late hour, yet no signs of life stirred behind the misty glass panes. The church bell chimed 10 times in the night, its toll sounding emptier than usual, as if shrouded in a cocoon of cotton. I had only recently moved to this town, a mere 3 weeks past, and never had I witnessed the streets so eerily deserted. Typically, even at this hour, a solitary elder might be out walking a dog, or youths from the local bar would linger under the street lamp, chatting and puffing on cigarettes. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea, I observed that even the stray cat, a regular visitor to Mrs. Miller's windowsill, was conspicuously absent. Wisps of steam spiraled from the cup, waltzing in the air and morphing into fleeting shapes that dissolved into the room's darkness. Opting to keep only a small reading lamp aglow, casting gentle shadows on the cream-colored walls, I suddenly caught a rustling sound emanating from the hallway leading to the bedroom. Intrigued rather than frightened, I turned my gaze towards the source of the disturbance. The noise persisted at rhythmic intervals, akin to the soft drag of paper across a floor. Rising from my seat, I gingerly placed the cup on the wooden side table beside me and ventured towards the hallway. The air grew cooler, not the harsh chill of winter, but a mild coolness reminiscent of entering an ancient church. The hardwood floor murmured softly beneath my steps, a familiar sound that oddly comforted me. Reaching the threshold of the bedroom, I paused. The door stood slightly ajar, emitting a peculiar bluish light unlike any other in the house. Pushing the door open gently, it creaked in protest. The window remained shut, yet the curtain swayed as though caressed by a whisper of a breeze. Resting on the floor beneath the window was a solitary sheet of paper. Bending to retrieve it, I noted it was a page torn from a newspaper. At the top, the date read October 15, 1954, and the headline immediately seized my attention: Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove. The article recounted a night when all the townsfolk had sequestered themselves indoors, as if adhering to an unspoken pact with origins lost to time. Engrossed in the text, a movement beyond the window snagged my focus. Lights in the houses across the street began to extinguish one by one, akin to candles snuffed by a breeze. Yet, within the dimmed windows, motionless figures loomed, their gazes seemingly fixed upon the street. A vibration in my robe pocket signaled a message from the building's WhatsApp group. Tonight, everyone remains indoors. It is crucial. Peering out the window once more, I noticed that all lights had now dimmed, save for mine. Amidst the deepening silence, I discerned the gradual deceleration of my own heartbeat, as if harmonizing with an ancient, enigmatic force. Perching on the edge of the bed, clutching the newspaper scrap, I marveled at its extraordinary softness, as though it had been handled countless times. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, enveloping the streetlights in a milky haze. From my vantage point, I surveyed the main thoroughfare, utterly deserted. Recalling the article's accounts, the townspeople had allegedly awoken the following morning with no recollection of the events of that silent night. Life resumed as normal, yet sporadically, the phenomenon recurred. Rising slowly, I made my way to the light switch. Before flicking it off, I cast one final glance at the street through the window. The mist had assumed sinuous, almost dancing forms, and fleetingly, I fancied I glimpsed ethereal figures gliding within, akin to shadows adrift in a sea of milk. With the room plunged into darkness, I reclined on the bed, fully clothed. The silence, now absolute, was punctuated solely by the rhythmic tick-tock of the clock on the nightstand. Drifting into a profound slumber, I pondered whether come morning I would retain memories of this night, or if, like the town's denizens, I would remain oblivious to the cyclic mystery that enshrouded our lives. The final echo in my mind before succumbing to sleep was the distant toll of midnight bells, their chime curiously muted, as if resonating from a realm beyond time, where silence reigned as the universal language of its inhabitants. Story 15. The rain cascaded down with a mesmerizing cadence upon the roof of the house, weaving a natural symphony that enveloped the stillness of the night. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of now chilled chamomile tea in my hands, I found myself idly captivated by the soothing melody. Yet amidst this tranquility, a subtle, almost elusive sound captured my attention. A delicate patter of footsteps, harmonizing with the rain's gentle percussion, emanating from the depths of the basement. Initially, I brushed it off as the house settling into its familiar nocturnal routine. Older homes possess a unique voice, a method of communication through groans and whispers. And mine was no exception, particularly on damp nights when the wooden framework would swell with moisture. However, this time there was a peculiar quality to the way these sounds manifested, a precision, a rhythm that eerily mirrored human footsteps. With deliberate movements, I rose from my seat, setting the cup down on the nearby table. The wooden floor beneath my feet radiated a residual warmth, a remnant of the day's fading heat. As I neared the basement door, a chill began to permeate the air, a frigid draft ascending from the stairwell. The brass handle yielded a frosty touch, and as I turned it, the mechanism's click reverberated through the silent expanse of the house. The descent down the stairs shrouded in darkness, the sole illumination filtering through a faint bluish hue from the skylight, was accompanied by a symphony of footsteps, my own mingling with the enigmatic ones that beckoned from below. The familiar scent of the basement, a blend of aged timber, musty soil, and indefinable essence, intensified with each step downward. In the subterranean chamber, shadows pirouetted across the walls, choreographed by the sporadic lightning flashes above. The shelves adorned with antiquities cast distorted silhouettes that seemed to undulate in time with the rain's melody. And there, amidst this spectral dance, lay a puzzling sight. Faint, moisture-laden footprints etched upon the dusty floor, as if an unseen visitor with damp soles had traced circles in the room's heart. Approaching these ethereal imprints, I pondered their origin. The skylight remained intact, and there were no signs of seepage. Yet, as I scrutinized the enigmatic tracks, a movement in the shadowed recesses drew my gaze. In the darkest corner, where light dared not venture, a subtle stir caught my eye, a slow, deliberate motion. My pulse quickened, not with fear, but with a blend of intrigue and uncanny recognition. Advancing toward the shadowed enclave, the chill in the air deepened, the echoes of footsteps reverberating around me. They no longer emanated from a single source, but seemed to encircle, as though an unseen presence tread in every corner. In that moment of revelation, a peculiar realization dawned. The footprints coalesced into a meticulous design, a spiraling path converging toward the room's center. And as my gaze traced this labyrinthine pattern, I observed the freshest prints, closest to the epicenter, glistening with moisture, as if freshly wrought. Transfixed, I stood motionless, witnessing as these ephemeral traces slowly dissipated, vanishing into the cellar's icy embrace. The footsteps dwindled, melding into the symphony of rain that persisted outside. Ascending the stairs once more, a sense of profound tranquility enveloped me, as if I had borne witness to an ancient, enigmatic ritual, a timeless dance buried within the house's depths. That night, as I retired to bed, the rain's melody bore a new resonance. No longer mere droplets against the roof, but a harmonious echo of the footsteps from below. Drifting into slumber, I pondered whether the phantom footsteps would return, and if, this time, I would find the courage to linger, to unravel the mystery of those elusive imprints in the dust. Story 16. The gentle patter of rain on the roof tiles whispered a soothing lullaby as I readied myself for the night ahead. Each droplet cascaded down the window, casting playful shadows across the walls of my cozy study. The remnants of a fire from the night before lingered in the air, offering a nostalgic scent of burnt wood. Soft light from the desk lamp enveloped the room, creating a safe haven from the storm outside. In the midst of this tranquil moment, a sound pierced the stillness, a ring that echoed through the room. It was a sound that shouldn't have been possible, for the old rotary phone on the shelf had long been disconnected, a relic of a bygone era. Yet its chime rang out crystal clear, impossible to ignore. Setting aside my book, I rose from the plush armchair, the soft rug beneath my feet muting my steps as I approached the vintage phone. Gleaming faintly in the dim glow, the black telephone stood as a silent enigma. The ringing ceased as I reached out to touch it, the receiver chilling my fingertips. The scent of aged bakelite stirred memories of childhood, of watching my grandmother dial numbers with purpose. Dismissing the ringing as a trick of my fatigued mind, I turned away. But to my surprise, the phone rang once more, its tone more insistent, more demanding of attention. Turning back, I eyed the phone with a mix of curiosity and unease. Each ring seemed to vibrate through the receiver, catching the light in a mesmerizing dance. I counted each ring, the rhythm pulling me in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the fifth, almost on impulse, I lifted the receiver. A profound silence followed, broken only by the steady rain outside. Bringing the receiver to my ear, the cold backlight pressed against my skin. No dial tone greeted me, no electronic hum, just a void of sound that felt almost palpable. Then a breath, a slow, steady exhale, distant yet familiar. It carried a rhythm that stirred memories long forgotten, reminiscent of my grandmother's nighttime breaths in her cherished armchair, phone always close at hand. "Hello," I ventured, my voice a mere whisper against the rain's persistent beat. The breath on the other end seemed to pause, as if waiting for a response. And then it morphed into a long, sorrowful sigh, tugging at my heart with its melancholy. Immobile, I listened as the breath intertwined with the rain's melody, a peaceful nostalgia washing over me. There was no fear, only a profound sense of tranquility in this surreal moment, as if the silence itself held a poignant tale. The breath lingered, punctuated by meaningful pauses that spoke volumes without words. I closed my eyes, allowing the sound to envelop me like a familiar embrace. Time became elusive as I lost myself in the symphony of rain and breath. When I opened my eyes, the room had shifted subtly. The lamp's glow felt warmer, more embracing, and a hint of lavender, a scent from my grandmother's past, permeated the air. Slowly, I returned the receiver to its cradle, the phone now a vessel of comfort, its message delivered. Sinking back into the armchair, I watched the phone in the soft light, rain still serenading outside. Since that enigmatic night, the phone has stayed silent. Yet on rainy evenings, when the quiet grows too deep, I catch a whisper of breath, a familiar sigh transcending time. In those fleeting moments, I smile, knowing that some connections defy the constraints of physical wires. The mystery of that night remains, a tale told in the language of rain and breath, weaving a bond that endures beyond the tangible. Story 17. The gentle patter of rain on the roof of the ancestral home wove a soothing melody as I sifted through the final remnants of my grandmother's legacy. Nostalgia hung heavy in the air, mingling with the fragrance of aged wood and dancing dust particles illuminated by the setting sun seeping through the cream curtains. Each item I unearthed seemed to whisper tales of days gone by, painting vivid memories in my mind. It was in the depths of the last box that my fingers brushed against a weathered leather-bound photo album. Despite its worn corners, the material retained a softness that only years can bestow. Placing it delicately on the ancient oak table in the living room, I was greeted by the faint scent of musty paper as I turned its pages. Black and white photographs captured snippets of family history, weddings, birthdays, lazy summer days. Smiling faces of long-lost relatives peered back at me, mirroring resemblances that transcended generations. Amidst the rustle of turning pages and the rain's rhythmic symphony on the windows, my gaze settled on a specific photo. It depicted a sunny garden scene, a family luncheon frozen in time. My grandmother, radiant in a floral dress, sat with her siblings, sunlight casting gentle shadows on their joyous faces. Yet, a mysterious figure stood apart, clad in a light dress and a shadowed hat obscuring her features. She was an enigma, a presence unmentioned in the family lore passed down over holiday feasts. Lifting the photo for a closer inspection, I discovered a date inscribed in my grandmother's elegant script, summer 1956. No further clues revealed themselves, leaving the identity of the enigmatic woman shrouded in mystery. A chill breeze swept through the room as daylight faded, veiling the surroundings in a twilight haze. Illuminating the scene with an aged table lamp, a soft glow bathed the room, casting a new light on the photograph. Upon closer scrutiny, a disconcerting detail emerged. The shadow of the unknown woman defied logic. While familial shadows stretched one way, hers deviated, hinting at an alternate light source. Memories stirred of a hushed conversation between my mother and aunt, recalling a woman who had briefly graced the family's presence before vanishing without a trace. The rain's cadence intensified, lulling me into a trance as the image before me seemed to shift, the mysterious figure growing more distinct amidst the fading background. In a corner of the photo, barely discernible, faint markings caught my eye. Squinting beneath the lamplight, I deciphered the barely there words, "She always sees." Returning the photo to its place in the album, a force compelled me to linger, drawn to unravel the secrets veiled within the image. How many untold stories lay hidden within these walls? How many enigmas had been immortalized through the lens of a camera, preserved in the silent embrace of time? The rain persisted in its gentle descent as night enveloped the house in a tranquil cloak. Seated in an armchair by the window, the album resting on my lap, I drifted into contemplation. Who was the mysterious woman truly? What had she witnessed? And most intriguingly, did her watchful gaze endure through the years? Leaving the album open on the table, I retired for the night, stealing a final glance from the threshold. For a fleeting moment, beneath the flickering lamplight, it seemed as though the figure had shifted, as if casting a gaze in my direction. Yet, it could have been a trick of shadows, a figment of imagination, or perhaps a deeper mystery destined to linger, safeguarded within the aged pages of a family heirloom. Story 18. The grandfather clock in my study tolled midnight, its resonant chimes enveloping the room in a familiar embrace. Instead of the usual single toll, the chimes lingered, merging seamlessly into a continuous melody that seemed to warp the fabric of time itself. The soft glow of the lamplight bathed my antique desk, highlighting the wisps of steam swirling from my cup of chamomile tea. A subtle shift in the air hinted at a change in the night. Not menacing, but a subtle alteration, like a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness outside pressed against the window panes, its density seeming to threaten to seep into the room. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, the aged floorboards whispering beneath my wool-socked feet. Drawing closer to the window, I noticed my reflection, but something about it felt off. The mirrored image lagged behind my movements, a fraction of a second delayed, as if time itself struggled to keep pace with reality. A delicate fragrance of night-blooming jasmine wafted through the room, its sweet scent evoking distant memories of summer nights past. Memories hovered just beyond reach, teasing my senses with their elusive familiarity. The clock's chiming continued, each note elongating like honey dripped from a spoon, creating a surreal sense of time's distortion. Turning back to my desk, I intended to record these strange occurrences, but the words in my journal began to shift and flow, as if guided by an unseen hand. The ink moved across the pages, weaving intricate patterns and narratives that felt both foreign and strangely intimate. Among them, passages described this very night, penned in my own hand but seemingly from a future uncharted. The room's temperature subtly fluctuated, the air pulsing in gentle undulations that mirrored my breath. Each inhale and exhale brought a nuanced shift in warmth, a soothing rhythm that synchronized with the shadows dancing in the room's corners. When I reached for my tea, its temperature oscillated between warmth and coolness, a harmonious contradiction that mirrored the ebb and flow of time itself. The liquid inside the cup shimmered under the lamplight, creating a celestial dance of reflections that mirrored the vast expanse of a starlit sky. The ticking of my wristwatch melded with the grandfather clock's chimes, forming a hypnotic symphony of time's passage. I observed, mesmerized, as the hands on my watch moved in opposing directions, defying the constraints of conventional timekeeping. Yet this contradiction felt right, as if unveiling the true essence of time's fluidity. Words materialized on the journal pages, unbidden. Time is not a river, but an ocean. In that moment, I grasped the profound truth behind those words. This night wasn't infinite because it refused to end. It was infinite because it encompassed all moments simultaneously, a tapestry of existence woven across past, present, and future. The darkness beyond the windows transformed into a tranquil void, beckoning with a gentle allure, like a comforting shroud waiting to enfold the world. Through its depths, glimpses of alternate realities flickered, echoes of my study in different iterations, fragments of this eternal night existing in parallel dimensions. My reflection in the glass moved independently, exploring divergent paths with serene purpose, as if revealing the boundless potentials contained within this singular moment. Acknowledging each other with silent understanding, my reflection and I existed as travelers adrift in the currents of time. Settling back into my chair, a profound serenity enveloped me. The grandfather clock's chimes stretched into elongated intervals, each tone resonating with lifetimes of experience, encapsulating entire worlds within the spaces between. The night cocooned me in a tapestry of infinite moments, each one a masterpiece of completeness and harmony. I came to realize that this night would never truly conclude, not due to a cessation of time, but because time itself had expanded to reveal its intrinsic nature. Somewhere in perpetuity, I would remain seated in this study, witnessing the pulsing darkness, attuned to the eternal rhythm of the clock, existing in a singular moment that encapsulated all moments. Thus, I linger in this unending night, transcribing words that have eternally existed, savoring tea that defies coldness, embracing the revelation of time as a boundless dance of the present. The darkness outside pulses with infinite possibilities. The clock's chimes echo an everlasting song, and within this eternal moment, I find solace in the endless night. Story 19. The night lay hushed beneath a shroud of mist, turning the streetlights into faint, distant stars. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I gazed absent-mindedly as the shadows waltzed over the walls of my study, painted by the flickering candle flame perched on the side table. The wooden floor exuded that familiar, aged aroma that only well-loved homes possess, while the tranquility was gently punctuated by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock. In the midst of my reverie, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Amidst the familiar shadows that swayed in harmony with the dancing flame, there was one shadow that moved with a different purpose. While the others pirouetted in sync with the flickering light, this particular shadow seemed to possess a will of its own, exploring the wall's surface with deliberate intent. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of my weary mind. After all, I had been toiling into the wee hours for weeks, and hallucinations were not an unfamiliar companion. Closing the book resting in my lap, I rose from my chair to investigate this anomaly further. The shadow, sensing my scrutiny, timidly retreated to the corner of the room. Drawing closer, I examined the wall where the enigmatic shadow had lingered. The irregular texture naturally cast minor shadows, but the one that captivated me was distinct. It appeared denser, more tangible, as though it were composed of something more than mere absence of light. Reaching out, I touched the wall precisely where the shadow had halted. The surface felt cold, far colder than the surrounding area. In the days that followed, I began to discern other peculiarities. The shadow manifested at varying times, always in solitude, always when the light teetered on the cusp of existence, allowing shadows to frolic yet not dim enough to swallow them entirely. Sometimes it materialized in the hallway, other times in the kitchen, but its behavior remained consistently curious and almost bashful. One evening, while engrossed in writing at my desk, I sensed a presence behind me. It wasn't the disquieting sensation of being scrutinized, but rather akin to feeling a feline observer's silent gaze. Turning slowly, I beheld the shadow cast upon the shut door of my study. This time, it did not retreat. It stood motionless, as though studying me in return. It was then that I noticed a detail that had eluded me before. The shadow bore no origin. Every shadow we know is birthed by something, a physical form, an object, an animal. Yet this shadow existed autonomously, detached, as if it were a sentient entity unto itself. I began to communicate with it, not through spoken words, but through gestures and motions. It responded in kind, swaying on the wall, fashioning shapes that almost resembled letters, only to dissolve before they could be deciphered. At times I sensed a message within its ephemeral forms, while at others they appeared as mere whimsical swirls. With the passage of time, its presence grew familiar, almost comforting. On restless nights, I sought it out, anticipating its distinctive movements among the ordinary shadows. It was akin to having a silent companion, a sentinel of the nocturnal hours. I never unraveled its origin or true nature. I delved into research, perused ancient tomes, even sought counsel from experts in the occult, yet no answer proved definitive. Some posited it might be a physical aberration. Others suggested residual energy manifestations, but none encapsulated the essence of that enigmatic presence entirely. Now, seated in my armchair as I pen these words, I observe the shadow's gentle sway in my peripheral vision. It has woven itself into the fabric of my daily existence, a riddle I've come to embrace without necessitating comprehension. I often ponder if it too ponders the enigma of my being, if to it I am as inscrutable as it is to me. The candle on the side table flickers, its flame dwindling. I know that soon the shadow will meld into the encompassing darkness, only to reemerge when a fresh light births the space requisite for its existence. And I shall remain here, awaiting its return, engaged in this silent dialogue between a man and a bodiless shadow. Story 20. The night was hushed as the grandfather clock in the hallway chimed midnight, its resonant tones weaving through the old house like a lullaby. Nestled in my favorite armchair, enveloped in the comforting warmth of a woolen blanket, I found solace in the soothing symphony of winter whispers that danced through the window panes. The soft light of my reading lamp cast a gentle glow, casting shadows that played in the corners of the room, a dance of light and dark. Reading before bed had become my cherished ritual, a sacred moment of solitude amidst the long, cold nights of winter. On this particular night, a subtle shift in the usual silence caught my attention. Setting aside my book, I let my senses wander beyond the pool of light surrounding me. The air held a delicate chill, like the breath before a snowfall, though the sky outside remained clear. My gaze drifted to the partially open hallway door, ajar to catch the comforting chimes of the clock. As I watched, a peculiar heaviness seemed to gather in the shadow beyond the door, a darkness that felt almost tangible, layers of mystery veiled in silk. While the room murmured with the soft hum of the radiator, the shadowed corner remained untouched by the warmth, as if a gentle force redirected the flow of air. Leaning forward in quiet curiosity, I felt drawn to this enigmatic presence, not with fear, but with a sense of wonder. The shadow seemed to respond to my gaze, shifting and shaping in subtle, mesmerizing ways, like a forgotten word on the tip of the tongue. With a silk bookmark holding my place, I remained in the leather armchair, entranced by the interplay of light and darkness. The shadow behind the door stirred, a gentle motion like curtains swayed by an unseen breeze, while the room itself lay in peaceful stillness. The grandfather clock ticked on, its rhythm now synchronized with the subtle dance of the shadow, lulling me into a tranquil state. Breathing in harmony with the shadow's movements, I felt a warmth spread through the room, a comforting presence that transcended the physical. The shadow seemed to communicate in a language of its own, a silent dialogue of shapes and rhythms that spoke to something deeper within me. Time itself seemed to bend and sway, a fluid dance of existence, as we shared a moment of quiet understanding. Patterns and swirls emerged within the shadow, intricate designs that defied the simplicity of darkness, offering glimpses of hidden depths and secrets untold. These ephemeral shapes felt like gifts, tokens of a shared connection in the realm of shadows and silence. As the clock struck 1, the shadow began to thin, fading back into the ordinary darkness of the hallway, leaving behind a sense of serene closure. In the aftermath of the shadow's departure, the room felt subtly transformed, as if touched by a presence beyond the tangible. I picked up my book once more, but lingered in the pool of lamplight, savoring the lingering peace that the shadow had bestowed. Sleep beckoned softly, its tendrils weaving through my consciousness, carrying whispers of a darkness that flowed like water, a friend in the realm of shadows. Since that night, I have kept the door ajar, inviting that familiar wedge of shadow to visit me in moments of quiet solitude. Sometimes on nights of profound stillness, I catch glimpses of the shadow gathering itself behind the door, a silent companion from the depths of darkness. In those moments, I smile and settle deeper into my chair, ready to share another timeless hour with my gentle visitor from the world of shadows. Story 21. On winter nights, a unique spell weaves through the air, especially when the mist blankets the world in a quiet embrace. Picture this. I sat in my cozy study, enveloped in the softness of a woolen blanket, watching as the outside world blurred into a shimmering sea of silver fog. The light from my desk lamp cast a gentle, inviting glow, painting playful shadows on the walls adorned with rows of books. And in that serene moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the glass reflection, a mysterious object, a small dark wooden box, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and swirl with every glance. This box, unfamiliar yet strangely familiar, sat perched on the edge of my desk as if it belonged there all along. Its wooden surface seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light, hinting at a hidden life within. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, the rustle of the blanket falling to the floor mingling with the soft creak of the wooden floor beneath my feet. Drawing closer, a nostalgic scent of aged wood and beeswax enveloped me, stirring memories long forgotten. As my fingertips grazed the warm surface of the box, I felt a tingling sensation. The carvings on its exterior seemed to morph and shift, weaving a tale that changed with each passing moment. A moonlit forest, a tempestuous sea, a starry sky, all captured in the intricate patterns etched into the wood. I sank back into my chair, drawn to the enigmatic allure of this object. It dawned on me, in that hushed room where time seemed to stand still, that this box had visited me in my dreams, its ever-changing carvings a familiar sight in the realm of slumber. The grandfather clock's ticking slowed to a whisper, and the shadows cast by the lamp danced in silent harmony on the walls. With a sense of urgency, I lifted the box, surprised by its weight and the absence of a visible lock, yet I knew there was something precious nestled within. As I examined it further, the carvings on the lid converged towards the center, forming a pattern that pulsed under my touch. The scent of beeswax mingled with an ancient, mysterious fragrance, evoking a sense of deep longing. And then, a haunting melody, a soft hum, emanated from within the box, lulling me into a trance. My eyelids grew heavy, the lamp's light pulsating in sync with the hypnotic hum, until sleep enveloped me like a velvety cloak. Hours later, I awoke at my desk. The fog outside dissipated, revealing a star-studded night sky. Leaving behind a ghostly imprint on the wooden surface, as if it had always been there, a silent witness to the mysteries of the night. But the strangeness did not end there. On the back of my hand, a faint glowing carving, reminiscent of the box's patterns, told a tale of its own. Each morning the carving shifted, evolved, as if crafting a message only time could decipher. The box visited me in my dreams, each time with a new revelation, a new puzzle to solve. I pondered if others shared this ethereal connection, if they too bore the invisible marks of a mystery woven in dreams. The line between reality and reverie blurred, the box a conduit between worlds unseen. And as I pen these words, the scent of beeswax lingers in the air, a whisper of the box's presence in the realm of dreams, beckoning me to unravel its secrets once more. Story 22. The soft rustling of paper as it slid through my fingers resonated in the tranquil attic. The fading light of the setting sun filtered through a small dusty window, casting shimmering golden beams that pirouetted in the hushed air. Amidst the relics of the past, I sifted through ancient family documents until my gaze fell upon it. A weathered envelope, sealed with a faded crimson wax. My name adorned the coarse surface in intricate calligraphy, yet the script was unfamiliar to me. Settling onto a worn wooden chair that groaned beneath me, I inhaled the fragrance of aged books and time-worn wood, while a gentle breeze stirred the leaves of the grand tree just beyond the window. The envelope felt weighty in my hands, as though it contained more than mere words. Slowly, I began to break the fragile seal. the crackling sound of the wax echoing in the serene room. Inside, delicate pages greeted me, veils of parchment cloaked in the same elegant handwriting. The date at the top harkened back 50 years, a time before my own existence. The introductory words seized my attention instantly. My dear future grandchild. As I delved into the narrative, the ambient light gradually waned, yet I made no move to illuminate the room. The script upon the pages seemed to emit a gentle radiance of its own. The letter unveiled the tale of a mysterious woman, my grandmother, whom I had never known. She spoke of a unique gift that flowed through our lineage, a rare ability that surfaced only under specific celestial alignments. She detailed how, on select nights when the moon hung full and the northern wind whispered, some in our kin could catch glimpses beyond the veil of time, not with clarity or precision, but through ethereal sensations and blurred visions akin to shadows on water. My grandmother chronicled her premonition of my existence, her envisioning of me seated in that very attic, perusing the same missive. A chill traced down my spine as I continued to read. Her words grew more intimate, more personal. She recounted her endeavors to wield this gift for the family's protection, for guidance in tumultuous times. Yet she elucidated, each peak beyond the temporal veil exacted a toll on her vitality. In the attic's silence, time seemed suspended. Shadows elongated on the walls, waltzing with the memories enshrined within those yellowed pages. The letter ventured into prophecies of my life, some events already etched in my past while others awaited their unfolding. With each passing moment, I observed a subtle shift in the handwriting, a wavering uncertainty, as if each word demanded greater effort. The final page proved the most challenging to decipher. My grandmother inscribed of a pivotal juncture awaiting me, a moment when the gift would manifest within me as well. Pausing, I lifted my gaze to the window. The night had descended, the full moon peeking through wispy clouds. A gust of wind rattled the panes, bearing the scent of imminent rain. Returning to the concluding page, her parting words gleamed as if freshly penned. When you heed the beckoning, the letter concluded, you will discern the path. This gift is no curse, but a solemn duty. As I do for you, so must you craft a letter never to be dispatched, yet destined to reach its recipient when the time is ripe. With care, I folded the pages and nestled them back into the envelope. The wind now howled, the floorboards groaning beneath its force. Stepping away from the chair, I drifted toward the window. My reflection upon the glass seemed to merge with the moon's image, weaving an illusion that gave me pause. Fleetingly, I fancied another figure in the reflection, that of an elderly woman with a gentle smile. When I blinked, she vanished. Yet where there had been naught before, a blank sheet of paper and a pen now rested upon the desk. Resettling at the desk, bathed in the moon's silvery glow, I took up the pen and commenced to write, my dear future grandchild. Story 23. The soft glow of the candle flickered, painting ethereal shadows on the ancient stone walls as I descended into the depths of the cellar. Each step I took echoed through the wooden stairs, a sound that felt like an old friend accompanying me on my nightly journey to retrieve Grandma's preserves. The air was thick with a cool, musty dampness, carrying with it the familiar sense of earth and aged wood that whisked me back to the days of my youth. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. The candle flame danced erratically, untouched by any breeze, and a fine layer of dust seemed to cloak every surface, despite my presence there just the day before. The shadows appeared elongated, reaching out towards the darkness that lurked at the bottom of the staircase, giving me a sense of unease. Midway down the stairs, a peculiar sensation enveloped me. The shelves that typically ended after a short distance seemed to stretch further into the depths, beyond where the flickering candlelight could reach. The silence in the cellar was almost palpable, broken only by the rhythmic beat of my own heart and the faint trickle of water seeping through the stones. Driven by a curiosity that outweighed my fear, I pressed on. The jars of preserves lined the shelves, their labels catching the dim light. But instead of the usual contemporary dates, I noticed some bore numbers from bygone eras as I ventured deeper. 1980, 1960, 1940, and some labels were so faded they were illegible. The air grew colder, carrying with it a blend of damp earth and a more ancient aroma reminiscent of forgotten manuscripts. The shelves continued to extend into the darkness, revealing walls adorned with intricate patterns of ancient bricks. Strange symbols, unlike any I had ever seen, were etched into the stone with a precision that defied the age of the house. One particular jar stood out among the rest. Crafted from dark glass that seemed to swallow light, its label bore the inexplicable date of 1820. As I lifted it for a closer inspection, a faint, indiscernible whisper brushed against my ears, reminiscent of the passage of time itself, like ancient pages fluttering in a long-forgotten tome. Turning slowly, I caught a fleeting glimpse of blurred figures moving in the shadows, like memories struggling to materialize. A sense of urgency washed over me, prompting my decision to make my way back. But as I turned towards the stairs, a disconcerting realization struck me. The distance I had traversed seemed to have multiplied, the light at the top now a mere speck in the vast darkness. With a racing heart, I retraced my steps, the shelves gradually morphing back into familiarity, the dates on the jars shifting to more recent times. The jar from 1820 remained in my grip, a tangible reminder that what I had experienced was not a mere figment of my imagination. Ascending the stairs, the warm glow of the kitchen greeted me like a comforting embrace. Placing the jar on the step, I stole one last glance into the depths of the cellar. In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed a subtle movement in the shadows, a distortion that hinted at the bending of time itself. Sitting at the kitchen table with a steaming cup of tea cradled in my hands, I pondered the events of that night. The jar now bore a simple label, Blackberry Jam 2023, but when I uncorked it, a scent unlike any other wafted out, a fragrance redolent of time itself, sweet and ancient, evoking memories long forgotten. Since that night, every descent into the cellar carries a sense of anticipation. The stairs remain unchanged, the shelves stocked with familiar preserves. Yet, in moments of dim light and profound silence, I can't shake the feeling that the cellar holds more secrets, waiting to be unveiled. And perhaps one day, I will summon the courage to venture down that seemingly infinite corridor to its end, to discover the enigma that lies where time loses its grasp. Story 24. On that particular night, the snow descended softly from the sky, draping everything in a flawless coat that glistened beneath the faint luminescence of the street lamps. As a night watchman, I had the privilege of witnessing this natural wonder in utter solitude as I roamed the passageways of the aging museum. The time-worn wooden floors whispered beneath my feet, creating a harmonious rhythm that intertwined with the gentle hum of the heating system. Pausing in front of a grand window on the second floor, I gazed out at the mesmerizing dance of snowflakes in the air, their graceful descent painting the world in white. It was then that my eyes caught sight of something peculiar in the museum's inner courtyard. A figure glided among the stark trees, yet what intrigued me wasn't its presence, but the absence of any traces in the fresh snow it passed through. Instinctively, I made my way to the control room to inspect the security footage. The screens flickered with a bluish glow, illuminating the chamber with an otherworldly light. Despite the interference distorting the image, I managed to spot the mysterious figure on one of the monitors displaying the courtyard. Determined to unravel the enigma, I ventured out into the silent expanse of the museum. The hush that enveloped the halls seemed more profound than ever as I descended to the ground level. My footsteps reverberated through the empty corridors, bouncing off the display cases cradling precious relics. The air hung heavy, saturated with the static charge that often heralds the onset of the inexplicable. Through the glass doors leading to the courtyard, I observed the snow's ceaseless descent, a tranquil symphony in motion. And there, amidst the pristine landscape, the figure reappeared. Cloaked in darkness that melded with the shadows, it moved with an eerie fluidity, gliding noiselessly over the snowy terrain. Tremors coursed through me as I drew my flashlight from its holster, its beam passing through the figure, casting ethereal reflections on the snow. As the figure turned towards me, its features indistinct and nebulous, a primal urge warred with my professional curiosity. The cold touch of the glass door beneath my fingertips grounded me in reality, dispelling any notion of a waking dream. Advancing towards me without leaving a trace, the figure exuded an icy chill that pervaded the hallway, crystallizing the glass with a delicate frost. Behind it, reality seemed to warp, distorting the very fabric of the world. Leaves trembled as if suspended in an unseen current, defying the laws of nature. Coming to a halt mere steps away, the figure's gaze, though featureless, bore into my soul, evoking a sense of ancient familiarity. A hand extended towards the glass, not in menace but in what felt like a silent salutation. Intricate patterns materialized in the frost, as if inscribing a message in a forgotten tongue, a cryptic language lost to time. Before I could decipher the enigmatic symbols, distant bells chimed, momentarily distracting me. Upon turning back, the figure had vanished without a trace, leaving the courtyard untouched by human presence. The frost on the glass melted, tracing ephemeral paths down the surface. In the ensuing days, I meticulously combed through the security footage, finding only the falling snow in the desolate courtyard. Yet, on nights draped in snow-laden silence, I often find myself peering through that same glass door, anticipating the return of the enigmatic figure that leaves no mark. Sometimes when the light wanes and the snow descends just so, I glimpse a formless entity amidst the flakes, stirring contemplations of mysteries unfathomable, truths elusive, akin to that figure on the pristine snow, a messenger of the unknown, a reminder of the veiled enigmas that dwell beyond our comprehension. Story 25. The moon's gentle light seeped through my bedroom window, painting soft shadows on the wooden floor. Always a light sleeper, I often found myself awake in the hushed moments when the world paused its breath. That particular night, the autumn wind danced with the trees outside, weaving a tranquil melody against the window panes. It was amidst one of my midnight explorations through the aged house that I stumbled upon an intriguing anomaly, a subtle alteration in the wallpaper pattern along the hallway. Initially, I brushed it off as a mere play of light, the way shadows tease our senses in the cloak of night. Yet as my fingers grazed the wall, the texture shifted beneath them, turning smoother, polished, akin to aged wood rather than the familiar textured wallpaper. This discovery soon became a nightly ritual. Each dusk, as the sun bid farewell and silence enveloped the world, I would wait with bated breath. The metamorphosis always commenced with a delicate change in the air, a gentle chill, accompanied by whispers of cedar wood and something ancient, something evoking memories of dusty tomes and forgotten chambers. Gradually, the door materialized, like a photograph slowly developing before my eyes. Initially a faint outline against the wallpaper, it would then unfurl detail by detail. An ornate wooden door adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and waver whenever I attempted to focus on them. The brass doorknob radiated a welcoming glow, seemingly emanating warmth from within rather than reflecting light from without. Night after night, I would sit in the hallway, witnessing the door's emergence. Sometimes I would bring a cup of chamomile tea, its comforting fragrance mingling with the enigmatic scents accompanying the door's arrival. Though my fingers often hovered near the doorknob, I refrained from touching it, sensing that turning it would alter everything, a change I was not prepared to embrace. During these nocturnal vigils, I began to notice other subtle shifts within the house. The shadows deepened, moving with purpose in their silent dance. The usual creaks and settling noises of the old abode adopted a rhythmic cadence akin to a distant lullaby. The air thickened with potential, laden with the weight of untold tales yearning to be unveiled. On exceptionally quiet nights, I fancied I heard sounds emanating from behind the door, not menacing, but rather intriguing. The soft rustle of pages in an unseen tome, the gentle tick of a phantom grandfather clock, and occasionally, faintly, a mysterious hum of an unfamiliar melody. Delving into the house's history yielded no insights into the door, but it unearthed accounts of past residents recounting strange dreams and serene nights. One previous owner, an elderly lady who had resided in the house for decades, chronicled in her journal about a portal to tranquil slumber that materialized solely in the darkest hours. Her musings were dismissed as the ramblings of a solitary widow, yet they resonated deeply with me now. As weeks slipped by, the door became my companion in the night. When sleep eluded me, I would sit near it, sensing its presence like that of a dear friend. At times, I would read by its soft radiance. Other instances simply ponder in silence, attuned to the subtle sounds seeming to emanate from the other side. The door exuded no malice or threat. Instead, it brought a sense of serenity, as though safeguarding something precious rather than concealing something sinister. One remarkable night, as I lingered in my customary spot by the door, I discerned a new revelation. The carvings in the wood appeared to narrate a tale, figures traversing forests, scaling peaks, sailing vast seas. Yet each time I attempted to follow their journey to its conclusion, the patterns would shift and transform, commencing a fresh narrative. It was as if the door itself was a storyteller, weaving endless chronicles for those patient enough to observe and await. Years have drifted by since my initial encounter with the door, and still I have refrained from turning its handle. At times I ponder if that is why it continues to materialize, because I have honored its enigma, permitted it to retain its mysteries. The door has evolved into a reminder that certain queries are better left unaddressed, certain enigmas more exquisite when left unexplored. On sleepless nights, I still gravitate to the hallway, teacup in hand. Without fail, the door unveils itself, punctual as ever, ushering in its familiar warmth and solace. And as I sit there in the soft glow, I realize that perhaps the true essence of the door is not in opening it at all. Maybe its essence lies not in what lies beyond, but in the tranquility it bestows upon those who simply treasure its presence in the silent nocturnal hours. At dawn, when sunlight bathes the room and the door fades back into ordinary wallpaper, I occasionally question its reality. Yet as night descends once more, along with that familiar shift in the atmosphere, that subtle change in perception, I recognize that certain facets of this world exist solely for those willing to sit quietly in the darkness and await the arrival of magic. Story 26. The weariness of a long workday clung to me as I entered my study. The soft amber glow of the desk lamp cast gentle shadows on the walls, adorned with rows of bookshelves. The familiar scent of aged paper and ink enveloped me like a warm embrace as I sank into my worn leather armchair. Resting on the polished wooden desk was my treasured old diary, a gift from my grandmother, its weathered brown cover and yellowed pages holding my deepest thoughts. As I reached out to leaf through its pages, a peculiar discovery halted my hand. The last entry was no longer blank. Delicate, unfamiliar handwriting adorned the page, weaving words I had no recollection of writing. The ink appeared fresh, as though just penned. Intrigued, I drew nearer, my breath slowing to a tranquil rhythm. The narrative on the page painted a vivid picture of an autumn evening, intricately detailing the very room in which I sat. The soft patter of rain against the window pane created a soothing melody that harmonized with the faint rustle of pages, stirred by an unseen breeze. The lamp flickered, casting dancing shadows around me. Mesmerized, I continued to read the mysterious prose that seemed to anticipate my every action. Curiosity led him to turn the page, the text beckoned, and as if compelled, my fingers obeyed, revealing fresh words materializing before my eyes. It was as though an invisible hand inscribed a tale in real time, capturing my sensations with eerie accuracy. The warmth of the lamp on my skin, the deepening of my breath, the subtle shiver down my spine, all depicted with uncanny precision. Rising from my chair, I found myself transfixed by the unfolding narrative. The sentences now described the books on the shelves, titles I didn't recall owning but recognized upon closer inspection. The writing flowed with a hypnotic cadence, akin to a silent clock's pendulum marking time in the serene chamber. Seating myself on the couch in a distant corner, I watched as the diary's pages subtly shifted, the rain's cadence intensifying to cocoon me in a world apart. The room exuded a newfound warmth, as though the enigma unfolding had carved out a sanctuary detached from reality. Eyes closed, I surrendered to the rain's lullaby, reopening them to find the diary transformed. The words now delved into intimate memories, unshared moments from my past that I believed forgotten. Approaching the desk with measured steps, the dialogue within the pages evolved into a personal exchange, as if the book sought to converse through my recollections. As the night advanced, the communion with the diary unveiled deeper revelations, stirring curiosity mingled with tranquility. Each word seemed a step towards an elusive comprehension beyond reach. When the midnight hour chimed, I realized I had remained transfixed for hours, engrossed in the silent discourse with the diary. The final words etched on the page were cryptic yet profound. Some mysteries require no resolution to be grasped. Closing the diary gently, I felt the familiar leather beneath my fingertips. The rain's patter outside now felt like a harmonious melody. Would the words linger on the pages come morning, or vanish like a fleeting dream? Retiring for the night, I stole a final glance at the study. The diary lay undisturbed on the desk, a silent witness to the subtle transformation within. Night draped the room in its hushed embrace, the lamp's amber glow a solitary sentinel to a mystery destined to elude complete understanding. As I shut the door, a notion lingered. Perhaps some enigmas were meant to remain unsolved, their essence more profound in their ambiguity. Story 27. As I strolled down the hotel corridor, a soft amber glow enveloped the space, casting intricate patterns through honey-hued glass lampshades. The hour was late, and a tranquil hush blanketed the surroundings, interrupted solely by the gentle hum of air conditioners. With my suitcase trailing noiselessly behind me on smooth wheels over the deep burgundy carpet, the weariness from a day filled with endless meetings pressed down on my shoulders. Approaching the elevator, I reached out and pressed the button, my gaze fixed on the blurred reflection staring back at me in the metal doors. The digital numbers above the elevator ticked away in a serene green light, illuminating the walls with a subtle glow. Slowly, the elevator descended. 6, 5, 4. The soft chime as the doors slid open beckoned me inside. Stepping into the small compartment adorned with mirrors and rich dark wood, I selected the top floor, the 7th. With a gentle push of the button, I leaned back against the wall, surrendering to a moment of respite. The elevator embarked on its upward journey, gliding smoothly and silently. The mechanism's faint sound resembled a deep, rhythmic breath, barely audible yet strangely comforting. When I reopened my eyes, a peculiar sight greeted me in the mirror's reflection opposite. An odd sensation crept over me as my image seemed to lag slightly behind my actual movements, a fleeting anomaly that I attributed to sheer exhaustion. The elevator came to a halt with a soft whisper, and the doors parted ways. Stepping out into the hallway, a sense of unease prickled at my skin. The carpet beneath my feet had transformed from burgundy to a deep forest green, while the wall lamps exuded an antique charm with an Art Deco flair that I failed to recall noticing earlier. Confirming the display still indicated the 7th floor, I found myself enveloped in an entirely altered ambience. The corridor appeared elongated, constricted, and a peculiar fragrance lingered in the air, reminiscent of old tomes and aged wood. Perplexingly, the room doors bore unconventional labels, 7A, 7B, 7C, straying from the standard numbering convention I had expected. Attempting to return to the elevator, my heart skipped a beat as I discovered the doors had sealed shut, trapping me in this mysterious realm. Pressing the call button yielded no response, the display above the entrance dark as though the elevator had never existed. A palpable thickness settled in the air, casting a veil of silence that felt almost tangible. Navigating the corridor at a leisurely pace, I sought to reorient myself within this enigmatic space. The lights flickered ever so slightly, akin to a gentle pulse, while each door I passed mirrored the last in appearance, yet exuded a distinct aura, hinting at untold tales veiled behind their somber wood facades. At the corridor's terminus, a figure caught my eye, a venerable doorman seated in an antique armchair, his period uniform immaculate, his snowy hair impeccably styled. As I drew nearer, he lifted his gaze from the tome cradled in his hands and offered a warm, knowing smile. "Are you lost?" he inquired, his voice tender and familiar, as though anticipating my arrival. "I believe I am," I confessed. "I meant to ascend to the 7th floor, but this place—" "Ah, but this is indeed the 7th floor," he interjected with a cryptic grin. "Just not the one you sought. You see, this elevator possesses a peculiar trait. It guides weary travelers not to where they wish to be, but where they truly need to go." Surveying my surroundings anew, I discerned subtle details previously overlooked. The golden-framed photographs lining the walls depicted joyous figures clad in vintage attire, while the wall clock displayed an impossible time, its hands moving contrary to convention. "Fear not," the doorman reassured, closing his book with a gentle thud. "The elevator shall return when the moment is ripe. In the interim, why not take a seat? Time is of no essence here." Complying, I settled into the armchair adjacent to his, feeling the weight of weariness gradually dissipate. The once unsettling silence now cradled me in its embrace, offering solace akin to a warm blanket. The doorman resumed his reading, and I found myself entranced by the shadows cavorting on the walls, weaving hypnotic tapestries before my eyes. The passage of time became a nebulous concept, fluid and indistinct, minutes melding seamlessly into hours. The backward ticking of the clock wove a melodic symphony, lulling me into a tranquil reverie. At some indeterminate juncture, a familiar chime echoed through the corridor. "There!" the doorman remarked without glancing up. "I believe your path homeward awaits." Rising to my feet, a curious sense of rejuvenation enveloped me. As I made my way back to the elevator, a gesture of gratitude poised on my lips, I found the armchair vacant. The doorman vanished. A solitary book lay upon the armrest, its well-worn leather cover glinting faintly in the subdued light. The elevator doors whispered open, inviting me in. This time, the journey proved fleeting. Stepping out, I was greeted by the familiar sight of the burgundy-carpeted hallway and contemporary wall fixtures. Reaching my room, I slid the key into the lock. Pausing before entering, I cast a final glance toward the elevator. For a fleeting moment, the digital display flickered, momentarily morphing into a symbol entirely unfamiliar to me before reverting to its standard 7. Since that fateful night, every elevator ride in a hotel prompts a pondering of whether it shall ferry me to my intended destination or steer me toward where destiny beckons. And on the stillest of nights, amid the hushed hum of the machinery, whispers echo of ancient tomes rustling in a corridor that exists betwixt one floor and the next, ushering travelers to uncharted realms of the soul. Story 28, the mysterious dance of light and shadow. The first time I noticed the phenomenon was on a quiet autumn evening. I sat in my study, engrossed in an ancient book, when the fading light through the window caught my attention. The sky above my house was slowly darkening, a stark contrast to the warm sunset glow enveloping everything else. It felt as if a hidden cloud had chosen to linger solely above my roof. The air carried the scent of moist earth and fallen leaves, while a gentle breeze caused the lace curtains to sway, their soft rustling creating a mesmerizing melody that harmonized with the unfolding spectacle. In the days that followed, the phenomenon repeated itself like a silent ritual. Each evening, as the sun dipped towards the horizon, that particular patch of sky above my home deepened into shades of gray and midnight blue, standing out against the rest of the sky's brilliance. I found myself captivated by this nightly transformation, often losing track of time while perched in the old velvet armchair near the window. The wooden floor murmured softly as I shifted to follow the progression of the celestial anomaly. The room grew cooler, and delicate condensation patterns adorned the window panes, their dance echoing the shadows that played within. One day, amidst my contemplation, a new development unfolded. Within the darkened expanse above, tiny points of light flickered into existence and then faded, resembling stars that danced solely for my eyes. Their erratic movements held a hypnotic allure, almost like a celestial symphony. The silence of the house amplified their presence, while the rhythmic ticking of the hallway clock seemed to align with their celestial waltz. As the weeks passed, I noticed subtle changes in my surroundings in response to this enigmatic phenomenon. The aged mirrors reflected a gentler light, shadows twisted into arcane shapes, reminiscent of ancient symbols, and the potted plants on the windowsill thrived under this selective twilight, as if drawing sustenance from the peculiar darkness. One evening, as I sat in my study, a fleeting touch brushed my shoulder, as light as a breeze's caress. I turned, but the room remained empty. The fragrance of old books and aged wood intensified, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to halt. The clock's hands continued their motion, but the sound felt distant, almost ethereal. I began documenting these events in a diary, detailing every nuance of the shifting darkness and its accompanying phenomena. The pages filled with intricate observations of light fluctuations, shadow dances, and the subtle vibrations that pulsed through the air. My handwriting flowed elegantly, as if guided by an unseen hand during these moments of mystery. On the quietest nights, a melody seemed to emanate from that darkened portion of the sky. It wasn't a sound I could articulate, but a sensation that resonated deep within me. It felt as though the darkness held an ancient melody, a cosmic lullaby heard solely by my abode. With time, I embraced this enigma rather than fearing it. My house transformed into a conduit between the mundane and the profound, a realm where light and darkness intertwined in a perpetual ballet. While the world outside carried on its daily rhythm, I found solace in the embrace of these gentle shadows, in the symphony of light and dark crafted exclusively for me. Night after night, I gazed upon the sky that darkened solely above my dwelling, understanding that some mysteries are meant to be lived rather than unraveled. My home evolved into a sanctuary of marvel, a realm where the ordinary and extraordinary merged in a seamless duet of light and shadow, reality and reverie. Story 29. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, creating a soothing melody that harmonized with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly gazed at the new addition adorning the wall, an ancient painting portraying an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique store, I was drawn to its rich hues and the enigmatic aura it emanated. The gilded frame, weathered by time, glinted in the flickering firelight, casting playful reflections on the walls. That night, as the storm outside grew in intensity, a peculiar sight captured my attention within the painting. The The painted leaves seemed to stir ever so slightly, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Initially attributing it to the shadows cast by the fire, I soon discerned a subtle difference. The colors appeared more vibrant, more profound than my initial impression. The pathway winding through the painting, once concealed by trees, now appeared elongated and meandering, as if extending beyond the confines of the canvas. Rising slowly from my seat, I drew nearer to the painting. An unusual chill enveloped the air around it, contrasting sharply with the fireplace's warmth. Running my fingers over the canvas, I encountered a surprising smoothness, almost silk-like, instead of the expected roughness of an oil painting. A faint fragrance of damp earth and wet leaves wafted from the frame, so vividly real that it sparked doubt in my senses. As I pondered these peculiarities, a movement in the upper corner of the painting captured my focus. Amidst the branches of an ancient tree, something stirred. It was not a mere interplay of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as though a presence lurked among the painted foliage. My heart fluttered, not from fear, but from an escalating curiosity. Stepping back, I sought a clearer view. It was then that I noticed the brushstrokes shifting direction autonomously, crafting new trails and forms in the landscape. The trees swayed slightly, as if swayed by an unseen wind. In the distance, where thick mist had previously obscured all, the faint outline of a small structure began to materialize. The rain's patter outside transformed into a gentle whisper, harmonizing with the painting's movements. Settling back into the armchair, I became wholly engrossed in the spectacle unfolding before me. The room seemed to expand, its depths unfathomable, as if the painting was gradually extending its reach into reality. Throughout the night, the painting underwent a gradual metamorphosis. Autumnal hues intensified and waned in a mesmerizing cycle, unveiling shades hitherto unseen. The distant structure grew clearer. A stone abode, chimney billowing smoke, windows aglow with a golden radiance. I pondered if inhabitants dwelled within that painted dwelling, and if, perchance, they could perceive me, seated in my armchair, observing them through that enchanted window disguised as a painting. Curiously, the notion did not unsettle me. Rather, it imbued me with a profound tranquility, as though I had stumbled upon a clandestine pathway to a realm where reality and whimsy intertwined harmoniously. As the night progressed, the painting divulged its mysteries with patience. At times I fancied glimpsing figures traversing the pathway, while on other occasions they dissolved into mere shadows flitting amongst the trees. Each attempt to focus on these apparitions saw them fade gently, akin to dreams dissipating upon awakening. With the break of dawn painting the sky in hues of pink, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves ceased their motion, the colors stabilized, and the distant dwelling vanished into the morning mist. Only the lingering scent of damp leaves remained in the room, serving as the sole testament to my nocturnal observations. Since that night, every evening finds me ensconced in my armchair, observing the painting with unwavering patience. Sometimes it unravels its secrets, other times it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet I am certain that beyond that canvas lies a world entire, one that stirs only when the world slumbers, and only for those willing to observe steadfastly. Story 30. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my quaint country home, a soothing rhythm that intertwined with the gentle creaks of the wooden floor beneath me. It was an autumn evening when reality and illusion seemed to blend seamlessly. The leaves outside swayed in the darkness, casting ever-shifting shadows on the walls of the hallway bathed in a soft, foggy light. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea turned cold in my hands, I absent-mindedly watched as the glow from the floor lamp painted a golden halo on the ground. There was an unfamiliar air that night, a subtle yet persistent feeling that eluded my grasp. It could have been the thickness of the atmosphere or the profound silence that enveloped the house, almost palpable in its intensity. Rising slowly, I was compelled by a flicker of movement caught in my periphery. The hallway leading to the bedrooms appeared elongated, stretching beyond its normal boundaries. Shadows lurked in the corners, dense and alive, as if harboring secrets of their own. Pausing at the threshold of the living room, I gazed into the deepening darkness that seemed to swallow the corridor whole. The temperature dropped gradually as I ventured forth, the wooden floor emitting unfamiliar sounds under my weight. The family portraits adorning the walls bore witness to my passage, their familiar faces now tinged with an eerie alteration. Halfway down the hallway, a peculiar scent wafted to my nostrils, a blend of ancient books and damp wood foreign to my home. Turning to the window on my right, I observed the rain's intricate patterns on the glass, a cryptic language written by nature's hand. And then I saw it. A shadow, darker and more defined than the rest, gliding with unnatural grace along the opposite wall. It bore no tangible source, its form solid like condensed mist. Moving with a hesitant elegance, the shadow seemed to acknowledge my presence. My breath deepened as I watched, not with fear, but with a curious sense of recognition, as though it had always been there, waiting to reveal itself. Coming to a halt by the guest room door, the shadow vaguely took on human-like features. Stepping closer, I sensed a subtle reaction from the shadow, a wavering acknowledgement of my proximity. The rain's whispers turned into a constant murmur, a language of the elements seeking to convey a message. Straining my ears, I caught fragments of words in an unfamiliar tongue, yet strangely comprehensible. The chill in the air embraced me like a cool velvet cloak on a balmy summer night. The shadow began to move towards me, moving in a fluid motion akin to a slow, ethereal dance. I stood rooted in place, observing its approach with a sense of wonder. As it neared a few steps away, it paused. In the hush of the house, my heartbeat sounded like a steady drum. The shadow seemed to incline slightly, a silent greeting extended. On impulse, I raised a hand towards the shadow, which mirrored my action. For an instant, a hand materialized from within its nebulous form, though no physical contact was made. A warmth lingered where our hands nearly met, a connection beyond the tangible. With graceful ease, the shadow began to dissolve, dispersing into the air like tendrils of smoke carried by an unseen breeze. In its wake lingered a faint scent of jasmine and a profound sense of tranquility. I stood in the hallway, time seemingly suspended, as the rain's symphony faded into the night. Returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as if untouched by the passage of time during my encounter. Since that fateful evening, each rainy night journey down the hallway beckons my attention to the shadows. Sometimes, I catch a glimpse of that familiar form dancing at the edge of my vision. The mystery of the shadow remains unsolved, yet its presence left not fear but an understanding that some enigmas require no explanation. The hallway of my home now cradles this secret, and on quiet nights with rain tapping against the windows, I await, a blend of curiosity and peace, for another encounter with the shadow that dances beyond the threshold. Story 31. As I settled into my new abode, a peculiar feature caught my attention. The arrangement of doors lining the hallway. Each door opened predictably, the bathroom revealing vintage tiles, the bedroom adorned with faded wallpaper, and the kitchen boasting worn linoleum flooring. However, the final door, painted a shade darker than its counterparts, led to a curious discovery. Behind it lay a basement-like space, devoid of any stairs descending into its depths. This anomaly came to light during my initial week in the residence, as winter winds whispered through the aged window crevices. Standing at the threshold, I peered down at the concrete floor approximately 8 feet below, illuminated by a solitary hanging bulb that seemed to glow without my intervention. The space appeared immaculate, almost unnaturally so, with sleek walls and corners that melded into shadows despite the light's presence. My real estate agent had made no mention of a basement, and the property listing omitted any reference to such a space. When I contacted her to inquire, she sounded perplexed, insisting she had shown me every nook and cranny of the house. Describing the mysterious door and the view it offered, her confusion only deepened. Promising to investigate further, she vowed to consult the original blueprints and provide me with an explanation. In the ensuing days, I found myself inexplicably drawn to that enigmatic door, opening it at various times throughout the day. The light within remained constant, casting an unwavering glow upon the underground expanse. Occasionally, I would bring a chair and perch in the doorway, legs safely anchored on the upper level, observing the interplay of shadows dancing in the basement's corners. An ethereal scent wafted upwards, not the expected musty dampness, but something akin to fresh linen or the crispness of a winter morning. One evening, as I sat sipping chamomile tea at my customary spot, a peculiar sight met my gaze. In the center of the basement floor rested a wooden toy block, painted with a faded letter A presence that had not existed during my previous inspections. The appearance of the block posed a perplexing query. How had it materialized in a space devoid of stairs? Intrigued, I began meticulously documenting any alterations in the basement's layout. Some mornings, the block had shifted slightly from its prior position, while at other times, it had rotated to display different sides. Not once did I detect a sound emanating from below, not even the typical creaks and groans associated with old dwellings. The light remained unwavering in its vigil, never flickering or fading. After 3 weeks of observation, a call from my real estate agent interrupted my routine. Her voice betrayed a hint of unease as she disclosed her findings from the original blueprints. According to the drawings, the hallway harbored no basement door, only a solid wall. Still conversing with her over the phone, I approached the door, finding it exactly where it had always been, its dark hue a stark contrast against the surrounding walls. That night, the block invaded my dreams. It multiplied, arranging itself on the basement floor in a formation of words just beyond my grasp. Upon waking, I hastened to the door, only to discover the original block had shifted once more. Now positioned directly beneath the hanging bulb, it cast a perfect square shadow on the concrete floor. While winter enveloped the world outside, the basement remained in a perpetual state of twilight, neither warm nor cold, neither bright nor dim. On hushed nights, I fancied I heard a distant hum emanating from below, though the sound dissipated whenever I focused on it, leaving me to question its existence. The block continued its deliberate journey across the floor, hinting at a pattern that eluded my understanding. Mapping its movements on graph paper, I connected the positions it had occupied, revealing a shape that seemed vaguely familiar, yet beyond my recognition. In the passing months, I grew accustomed to the enigma of the basement. Despite a quiet but resolute inner voice advising against entry, I maintained my routine of observation. The mystery morphed from a source of concern into a soothing enigma, akin to a tale unfolding at its own leisurely pace, unfazed by the inquisitiveness of its audience. With the advent of spring, bringing longer days and warmer breezes, the basement remained ensconced in its perpetual twilight. One morning, upon opening the door, I found the block had vanished without a trace. The basement floor lay bare, as pristine as the day I first laid eyes on it. Seated in my chair for hours, I awaited a change that never manifested. That evening, my dreams were invaded by visions of stairs gracefully descending into the basement, crafted from dark wood that seemed to swallow light. In my dream, I took a single step downward, enveloped by the sound of distant wind chimes. Upon waking, to my astonishment, the basement door stood ajar, though I distinctly remembered closing it before retiring for the night. To this day, the basement remains devoid of stairs. Occasionally, a flicker of movement catches my eye as I pass the door, a shadow perhaps, or something more elusive. The block never reappeared, but in the profound silence of night, I sometimes catch the faint echo of wooden toys clicking against concrete, emanating from the depths below. I have since learned not to investigate these sounds. Some mysteries, it seems, prefer to linger unsolved, content to dwell in the liminal realm between reality and dreams. Story 32. In the waning light of evening, the antique shop exuded a unique charm that whispered of forgotten tales. Wandering through its narrow passages, I found solace in the soft creak of weathered floorboards beneath my steps and the mesmerizing dance of dust motes in the warm glow filtering through antique lace curtains. The air carried a blend of aged leather, polished wood, and memories intertwined with abandoned treasures. It was in this timeless ambience that I first caught wind of it, a delicate melody, barely audible, weaving its way through the shelves like a secretive whisper. The notes, clear yet distant, evoked an era when music was etched onto vinyl and sent out into the world through brass horns. Captivated by the haunting familiarity of the tune, I followed its elusive trail, unable to pinpoint its origin. Past shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful gazes, I discovered a majestic mahogany gramophone nestled in the far corner of the shop. Its brass horn arched elegantly upwards, capturing the fading daylight in a dance of shadows. The turntable spun languidly, though no record graced its surface. As I drew nearer, the music neither swelled nor faded, maintaining its ethereal essence. Beside me materialized the shop's owner, a silver-haired woman with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Her voice, soft and knowing, blended seamlessly with the phantom melody as she remarked, "A beautiful piece, isn't it? It arrived with an estate collection last week, yet it has never been wound up." My gaze lingered on the unmoving winding key, puzzled by the gramophone's enchanting performance. The music, whether a waltz or a nocturne, continued to weave its spell, beckoning me into its enigmatic realm. "Would you like to bring it home?" the shop owner inquired, her gaze carrying a subtle hint of recognition. Some objects have a way of choosing their companions. This one seems to have taken a liking to you. That night, the gramophone found its place in my study, bathed in the silvery light that filtered through the window. I devoted hours to studying its every detail, the intricate carvings on its base, the faded maker's mark, the arm poised to hold the absent needle. The music persisted, a gentle presence that transcended time, playing melodies that evoked emotions long past, joy, yearning, sorrow, hope. Subtle disturbances began to manifest in my home. Books shifted slightly, as if read in the stillness of night. Curtains fluttered without a breath of wind. A trace of lavender and vanilla lingered in the air, though I dwelled alone. On a tranquil evening, rain tapping on the window panes, the music altered its course. Instead of its usual ethereal distance, it drew closer, more tangible. The haunting strains of Debussy's Clair de Lune filled the room, painting scenes of moonlit waters and lovers strolling under gas lamps. As I surrendered to the music's embrace, I felt a gentle weight on the cushion beside me, as though a silent companion had settled in to share the moment. The scent of perfume intensified, the air thickening with a premonition of change. Opening my eyes, I found shadows playing tricks on my senses, the phantom presence lingering in the room. The music faded back into its distant reverie, but a shift had occurred. The gramophone was no longer a mere relic. It had become a conduit between realms, a vessel for untold stories yearning to be told. And so each night, I sit in my study as darkness descends, immersing myself in the mystical melodies that emanate from the antique device. Sometimes I read, sometimes I simply listen, allowing the music to weave its enchantment around me. I have refrained from attempting to capture the melodies on any recording, for some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than explained. The shop owner's words proved true. Certain objects select their bearers. In choosing me, the gramophone has bestowed upon me a precious gift, an awareness that music, memories, and magic intertwine in ways that elude comprehension. As another melody drifts into the air, I smile, knowing that within its notes lies a truth that speaks directly to the soul, transcending the confines of language and logic. Story 33. The night's hushed embrace was interrupted by a distant, enchanting melody. Nestled in my cherished armchair, draped in a woolen blanket, and with a forgotten cup of chamomile tea by my side, I lifted my gaze from the book cradled in my hands. The delicate notes floated through the air like whispers, subtle yet undeniable. A piano, I was certain, played a tune that tugged at the edges of my memory, like a half-remembered dream from long ago. The house lay shrouded in darkness, save for the soft glow of a lamp beside me, casting a golden halo of light. Shadows pirouetted on the walls, swaying to the rhythm of the mysterious melody. Standing up slowly, I let the blanket slip to the floor with a gentle sigh. Each step on the creaking wooden floor brought me closer to the living room window. Beyond the glass, the night lay tranquil and still, bathed in the moon's silvery radiance. Tree branches swayed in the breeze, their silhouettes dancing against the luminous backdrop. Not a soul stirred in the neighboring houses, all veiled in the cloak of night. Yet the music persisted, weaving its spell from all directions and none. I wandered through the silent rooms, a silent waltz guided by the elusive strains that seemed to shift and sway with my every move. The kitchen whispered of the living room hinted at the stairs, and the stairs beckoned me upwards. It was a mesmerizing play of echoes and whispers that led me in a wordless dance through the familiar corridors of my abode. Reaching the upstairs landing, I noticed my bedroom door slightly ajar, a deviation from my morning routine. Moonlight seeped through the gossamer curtains, painting intricate patterns on the floor. The melody, now clearer and more defined, drew me closer to its origin. Pausing at the threshold, I surveyed the room with cautious eyes. On the bedside table, my old music box, a relic from my grandmother, gleamed in the dim light. Unopened for years, I had deemed it broken. Yet tonight, in the stillness of the hour, its miniature ballerina twirled in a silent pirouette, casting her shadow on the wall. The familiar melody filled the room, resonating as if the house itself had become an instrument. With measured steps I approached, my heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the tune. The music box seemed to radiate a soft glow, its surface oddly warm to the touch. The miniature ballerina, once a featureless figure, now bore a striking resemblance to my grandmother, her gentle smile frozen in time. Our gazes met fleetingly, and the melody shifted, morphing into a lullaby from my childhood. I stood transfixed, enveloped in a comforting embrace of sound, nostalgia, and peace. As the notes waned, like the ebbing tide, the music box closed with a soft click, plunging the room into a profound silence, pregnant with significance. Descending to my armchair below, I retrieved the fallen blanket, cocooning myself once more in its warmth. The book lay open, its pages a silent witness to my distraction. My thoughts lingered on the music box and the memories it held captive. How many melodies had slumbered within its silent confines, awaiting the perfect moment to unfurl. Since that night, on rare occasions when the house falls into a deep hush and the moon casts its gentle glow, a familiar melody drifts through the rooms. I no longer seek its source, but instead surrender to its embrace, eyes closed, heart open. For some mysteries I've learned need not be unraveled to be cherished. Story 34. In the hush of night, a soft mist wrapped the world in a delicate embrace, swirling like a phantom dance in the air. I settled into my cherished armchair, its velvet burgundy cushions a familiar comfort beside the ancient mirror, its ornate frame catching the flickering glow of a vintage lamp. The pendulum clock's rhythmic ticking echoed through the room, a hypnotic lullaby that seemed to slow time itself. The The crackling warmth of the fireplace enveloped me in a cocoon of tranquility, casting shadows that whispered of forgotten tales. Amid this serene moment, a subtle unease crept into my consciousness. It began as a fleeting whisper, a flicker at the edge of perception. Setting aside my book, I turned my gaze to the reflection in the mirror. The golden frame, adorned with intricate blooms, shimmered in the fire's dance. But as I studied my mirrored self, a shiver traced a chilling path down my spine. Something was amiss, something subtly askew. With a tilt of my head, I watched in silent fascination as my reflection mirrored my movements with a fraction of delay, a ghostly imitation that sent a shudder through me. Each gesture, each smile, echoed back with an eerie precision that defied explanation. The room itself seemed to hold its breath, the crackle of wood in the fireplace now a sinister murmur, as if the very air pulsed with a hidden intent. A mingling scent of candle wax and ancient parchment hung heavy, stirring memories long faded. Rising from my seat, I moved with deliberate grace, each step measured in a dance of uncertainty. The mirrored image followed suit, its motions fluid yet unnaturally precise, as if guided by a puppeteer unseen. Those mirrored eyes, deeper than my own, held secrets untold, mysteries veiled in their depths. Drawing closer to the looking glass, I discerned subtle discrepancies in the reflected room. Books shifted on their shelves, unfamiliar objects adorned the space, and a framed photograph bore a spectral countenance that seemed to watch, to judge. The pendulum swung on, its cadence distorted in the mirrored world, where time flowed to a different tune. The shadows cast by the fire wove a tapestry of phantoms on the walls, whispering of silent watchers in the unseen corners. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the cold surface of the mirror, and my reflection mirrored the gesture, a ghostly invitation extended. Fingers met on the icy glass, a meeting of worlds both real and mirrored, the divide between them a veil thin as gossamer. Retreating from the mirror, I sensed a hesitation in the reflection, a lingering presence that seemed to ponder its next move. When it finally stirred, its movements diverged further from my own, a mirror self gaining autonomy with each passing moment. Hastily, I draped a velvet cloth over the mirror's surface, veiling that unsettling doppelganger from sight. Since that fateful night, the mirror has remained cloaked in obscurity, a shrouded sentinel in the quiet hours. Sometimes, in the depths of night, I catch whispers of movement from behind the velvet veil, as if a phantom traverses a parallel realm just beyond reach. And in the stillness of the night, when the world slumbers in silence, I ponder the existence of that mirrored self, a specter haunting glass and silver. The truth remains elusive, a mystery unsolved. Uncertainty clings to me like a shadow, casting doubt upon the reflection that meets my gaze. For every time I encounter a looking glass, I am haunted by the question, is it truly my reflection that stares back, or a specter of the night, a mimicry so perfect that reality blurs into illusion? Story 35. Night had draped the ancient countryside home in a cloak of profound serenity. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed the shadows waltz across the walls as the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The warmth embraced me like a cozy quilt, while outside, the autumn breeze tenderly brushed against the tree leaves. In that moment of flawless peace, a peculiar sound caught my attention, a crystalline, childlike laughter echoing from the upper floor of the house. This laughter, akin to silver bells, pierced the stillness of the night. Pausing to listen, I allowed the sound to meld with the fireplace's gentle crackle. There was an innocence to it, a joyous laughter that seemed to dance in harmony with the fire's flickering glow. Living alone in this house for over 2 decades, the laughter stirred a curiosity within me, gradually dispelling the drowsiness that threatened to lull me into slumber. Rising from the armchair with deliberate movements, I relished the sensation as my feet met the plush Persian rug. The aged floorboards whispered beneath my weight, as I made my way towards the staircase. The soft flicker of candlelight in the living room cast a welcoming aura, painting my shadow on the walls in a silent, rhythmic ballet. Ascending the stairs, I felt the air grow cooler, not uncomfortably so, but rather a gentle caress on the skin, reminiscent of a seaside breeze. The laughter chimed once more, closer this time, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom used, adorned with antique furniture veiled in white sheets that swayed delicately, moved by an unseen hand. The door stood ajar, emitting a silvery light unlike any other in the house. Not moonlight, nor the warm hue of electric lamps, it pulsed softly, akin to a tranquil heartbeat. Pushing open the door, the time-worn wood sang a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that ethereal luminescence. The draped furniture formed gentle, comforting shapes, resembling clouds in a clear sky. Perched on the windowsill, not a distinct figure but a play of light and shadow that hinted at a childlike presence, I beheld something that stole my breath. The laughter, resonating from this luminous form, stirred wonder within me rather than fear. The light child toyed with its radiant beams, painting luminous patterns on the walls as if crafting with light itself. Drawing closer, I felt the room's temperature oscillate between cool and warm, like the ebb and flow of ocean waves upon the shore. As I neared, I recognized a familiarity in the figure's fluid movements, a reflection of the gestures I once made as a child playing alone in my room. A poignant epiphany dawned upon me, as clear as a forgotten memory resurfacing. That pure, crystalline laughter belonged to my childhood self. Time seemed to stretch as I gazed upon that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent dance, occasionally punctuated by that melodious laugh, now a distant echo from the past. Without uttering a word, I hesitated to disturb the tranquility of that moment. Slowly, the silvery light began to fade, like the sun dipping below the horizon on a winter evening. The childlike figure grew increasingly translucent until only a faint glow lingered. The final laugh, almost a whispered farewell, bid adieu before dissolving into the darkness. Enveloped in a profound stillness, I lingered in the room as if suspended in time. The furniture's sheets ceased their gentle sway, the air returned to its usual temperature, yet something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now harbored a precious enigma. Retreating to my armchair beside the fireplace, the dwindling flames casting a warm glow, I acknowledged that the events of that night would forever remain a mystery. Was it a dream? A memory resurfacing? Or perhaps a profound message from the past, conveyed through a child's laughter in the shadows? Since that night, whenever I passed by the guest room, I paused to listen. On the stillest of nights, a faint echo of that crystalline laughter seems to linger in the air, a tender lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I embraced the mystery, a sweet secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the dark. Story 36. The gentle patter of raindrops on the roof played a soothing melody as I settled in for another solitary evening in my quaint country home. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced along the walls as the wind whispered through the trees outside, creating a natural lullaby. Cradling a warm cup of tea in my hands, I watched the steam swirl upwards, lost in the hypnotic rhythm of the rain. Amidst the familiar sounds of the house, the creaking of aged wood, the steady ticking of the old clock, the soft whistle of the wind, a subtle unease crept into the peaceful atmosphere. It was a feeling, intangible yet undeniable, that tingled at the edges of my awareness. As I sipped my tea, a glint of light caught my eye in the hallway mirror. The upstairs bedroom window seemed to glow, as though a phantom candle flickered within. Yet I knew there was no source of light in that room. Setting down my cup, I rose from my armchair and made my way towards the stairs, each step groaning underfoot with a familiarity that now felt strangely foreign. The air grew chillier as I ascended, a dampness clinging to the walls of the upper hallway. Pausing at the bedroom door, I hesitated before pushing it open. The brass handle, icy to the touch, sent a shiver down my spine as the door creaked open into the shadowed room. The window, the same one that had caught my attention, was shut tight. But as I watched in astonishment, the lock began to twist on its own, the window inching open without a visible force guiding it. The air that wafted in carried a scent of bygone days, of dried flowers and ancient wood. Raindrops entered the room, defying gravity in their descent, twirling and pirouetting before alighting on the floor with a gentle patter. Mesmerized by this surreal display, my eyes caught sight of ghostly writing forming on the fogged window glass. The words materialized slowly, teasingly out of focus, their meaning just beyond reach. The curtains stirred softly, mimicking the rhythmic breath of a slumbering being, though no breeze stirred the air. Fascinated, I reached out a hand towards the window, the chill of the night air brushing against my skin. Just as my fingertips grazed the glass, the window closed with a whisper-soft sigh, the lock clicking back into place. The ancient aroma faded, leaving me standing in silence, rain still drumming its gentle beat outside. The room appeared unchanged, yet an invisible shift had taken place, a subtle alteration in the fabric of reality. It was as though the house had opened a door to another realm, a world of mysteries and wonders that danced at the edge of perception. From that night on, whenever the rain fell, I found myself drawn to my armchair, gazing at the reflection of the bedroom window in the hallway mirror. Sometimes it remained still, a silent sentinel. Other times it opened slowly, a silent invitation into the unknown. I never uncovered the source of this spectral phenomenon, but I learned to embrace it as a part of the house's enigmatic charm, a secret shared only between myself and these ancient walls. And on the quietest nights when the rain whispered through the trees and the moon cast its silver glow, I sensed a presence, unseen yet comforting, watching over me from beyond the glass, a guardian of mysteries, a keeper of secrets. Story 37. The gentle breeze whispered through the evening, carrying the delicate fragrance of night blooms from the garden. Nestled in my beloved armchair, I gazed absent-mindedly at the shadows waltzing on the walls of the living room, painted by the flickering candlelight. Beside me rested my trusty old Polaroid camera, a sentimental gift from my grandmother that had held a special place in my heart for years. Though it had been a while since I last used it, a mysterious urge nudged me to pick it up on that particular night. The familiar weight of the camera brought a sense of solace as I inspected it in the dim glow. My fingers instinctively found their way to the shutter button, a ritual I had performed countless times before. Without deliberate thought, I aimed the lens towards the darkest corner of the room and clicked. The flash briefly illuminated the space, followed by the mechanical hum as the photo slowly materialized. Patiently, I observed as the colors unveiled themselves on the blank canvas, and then a peculiar sight caught my eye. In the developed photo, nestled in the corner I had captured, a vague figure materialized. It lacked clarity, hovering like a wisp of mist assuming a faint human form. My initial impulse was to glance towards that corner of the room, but it held nothing of note. Intrigued, I decided to take another snapshot in the same direction. This time, the emerging image was entirely transformed. The figure appeared more distinct, as if it had drawn closer to the lens. Though the features remained obscured, a semblance of a face could be discerned. A subtle chill crept down my spine, not born of fear, but of a reverent intrigue. Spellbound, I continued snapping photos, each unveiling the figure drawing nearer, gradually sharpening in clarity. It was almost as if it utilized the photographs as a conduit to materialize, each click granting it more substance in our realm. The hazy contours began to refine, unveiling what seemed to be a vintage attire, reminiscent of the 1940s. The room's silence deepened, nearly tangible. The air grew dense, pregnant with an unseen presence that I could distinctly feel. The temperature dipped slightly, and the candle flame flickered without a whisper of a draft. I persisted in capturing the unfolding enigma, each shot a thread in a silent dialogue. In the final photo of that evening, the figure loomed so close it dominated the frame. A gentle smile graced the woman's face, her eyes seemingly piercing through the glossy surface of the Polaroid, connecting with mine. There was a haunting familiarity in that visage, stirring dormant memories from my youth. It was only when I rose to retrieve an aged photo album that I noticed a tremor in my hands. Leafing through the yellowed pages, I unearthed what I sought. A vintage photograph of my grandmother in her youth, taken with the very same Polaroid. The smile mirrored the one captured in the last snapshot. I arranged the photos from that evening on the table, weaving a silent narrative of a bridge spanning two worlds, woven through the lens of an antiquated camera. I never dared to replicate the experiment, and the Polaroid found its place back on the shelf. Even now, on tranquil evenings when the light bathes everything in a golden hue, I sit in my armchair and gaze at those photos. At times, it appears as though the smile in the picture shifts ever so slightly, as if my grandmother endeavors to convey a message. In those fleeting moments, the boundary between memory and reality thins, akin to the surface of a freshly developed Polaroid. Story 38. The night held an unusual calmness, wrapping me in its embrace as I sat on the wooden porch of my quaint seaside home. A woolen blanket draped over my shoulders, I surrendered to the soothing rhythm of the waves gently caressing the shore. The full moon cast its silvery glow upon the water, painting a shimmering path that beckoned me to follow into the unknown. Lost in contemplation, a peculiar sight captured my attention. A soft green luminescence swaying amidst the waves just beyond the shoreline. With a slow and deliberate movement, I rose from the creaking rocking chair, feeling the salty breeze brush against my face as I descended the weathered steps. The warmth of the sand beneath my bare feet whispered of lingering daylight, a comforting sensation in the late hour. Drawing closer to the water's edge, where the gentle tide met the earth, the mysterious green glow became clearer. An antique glass bottle, its elegant form cradling a yellowed piece of paper within. Gingerly, I lifted the heavy bottle from the sand, its surface adorned with a salty patina that obscured its contents in places. The moonlight danced through the glass, casting hypnotic reflections that mesmerized my gaze. The cork stopper, sealed with cracked black wax, stood as a testament to the passage of time. Peering closer, I noticed the glass held within it tiny crystals that sparkled like captured stars, a celestial spectacle hidden within. Returning to the porch, the soft glow of the oil lamp illuminated my discovery as I placed the bottle upon the worn wooden table. Settling into my favorite armchair, the symphony of the sea now seemed to whisper secrets, a language only the night could comprehend. With deliberate care, I began to unravel the ancient seal of black wax, its remnants crumbling like ash beneath my touch. The cork, surprisingly well preserved, released a fragrance that mingled seaweed, aged ink, and an elusive essence that defied definition. Within the bottle, a yellowed paper, carefully rolled and bound by a faded blue silk ribbon, awaited my trembling hands. Unraveling the resilient parchment revealed sepia-toned ink, its script a dance of elegance marred by agitation. Phrases emerged from the aged text, cryptic and enigmatic. Time flows differently here, and the light is never the same. Intricate sketches of unfamiliar constellations and lunar phases intertwined with the mysterious words, while a perfect spiral at the page's bottom seemed to shift subtly, a silent motion beneath my gaze. As I delved deeper into the message, the oil lamp flickered in an otherworldly dance, casting elongated shadows that ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of the sea. The familiar lull of the waves transformed into a rhythmic chant, an ancient melody sung in a forgotten tongue. Time itself seemed to slow, thickening the air around me in a surreal embrace. The final paragraphs emerged with startling clarity, the ink preserving the message with an almost supernatural permanence. They spoke of a realm where dreams and reality intertwined, where time flowed as fluidly as water through grasping fingers. A chilling realization gripped me as the message concluded with a haunting decree. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. Look to the sea tonight, behold its altered essence. Lifting my gaze from the parchment, I beheld a moon enlarged and transformed, its reflection upon the water taking on a geometric allure. The green glow within the bottle pulsed with a rhythmic cadence akin to a slumbering heartbeat. Carefully, I folded the message and returned it to its glass confines, leaving the cork aside. Eyes fixed upon the horizon, I pondered the possibility of others encountering similar messages, feeling the silent beckoning of the sea that echoed through time. The night waned into dawn, the sea whispering ancient secrets that stirred something profound within me. The bottle, its green luminescence fading with the encroaching light, remained a silent witness to the night's revelations. Uncertain if I would ever decipher the true meaning of the enigmatic message, I carried within me the awareness of a transformative night. On nights of the full moon, a phantom green glow still dances among the waves, a spectral invitation to unravel mysteries perhaps best left undisturbed in the ocean's depths. Story 39. The autumn breeze delicately brushed the tree leaves, crafting a natural lullaby that intertwined with the hushed murmurs of the surrounding crowd. Seated on my cherished bench in the park, I observed the steady stream of passers-by meandering along the paved pathways. The air held a crispness, carrying the fragrant essence of moist earth and dampened wood. Though I held a book in my hands, my focus strayed to a subtle, nearly imperceptible feeling that had lingered with me for days. It all commenced ever so subtly. One morning, en route to work, a tingling sensation pricked at my neck, as though a pair of eyes lingered upon me. I glanced back, only to witness the usual hustle of commuters hastening towards their destinations. In the ensuing days, that sensation blossomed in frequency, becoming more palpable. During lunch breaks, grocery runs, and even while nestled in my go-to cafe, people flowed past my bench, some solitary, others accompanied. A lady donning a scarlet coat paused briefly to check her phone. An elderly gentleman ambled leisurely with his gleaming wooden cane. Yet amidst those familiar figures I sensed an elusive variance, a difference that eluded definition. Closing my book, I rose to my feet, opting for a stroll. The sky gradually donned amber hues, with the initial streetlights flickering to life one by one. I trod along the main thoroughfare, attuned to the cadence of my own footsteps upon the gravel. The sensation lingered, akin to an unseen shadow tracing my movements at a fixed distance. Halting before a storefront, I feigned interest in the wares on display. In the glassy reflection, I discreetly monitored the figures weaving behind me. It was then that I discerned an anomaly, a countenance in the throng that seemed ever present. Its features remained indistinct, slipping betwixt individuals with effortless fluidity. Resuming my walk, more vigilant this time, I veered onto a side lane, then another. The crowd dwindled, yet the presence endured. Seating myself on a bench in a serene square, encircled by aged edifices adorned with luminous windows, the air chilled, and the first stars emerged in the evening sky. And then it dawned on me, a disquieting realization. It wasn't a singular gaze tailing me, but many, as though disparate individuals were taking turns, passing on the baton in a silent, meticulously choreographed ballet. Certain faces recurred with greater frequency. A young woman draped in a cobalt scarf, a bespectacled middle-aged man, a lad with a knapsack. Rising slowly, I made my way homeward, the weight of those gazes pressing upon my back. The streets now lay near deserted, yet the sensation did not wane. If anything, it burgeoned in the hush of the evening. Upon reaching my abode, I settled by the window, peering down at the street below. People traversed, some pausing fleetingly, others continuing their journey. I pondered how many were truly bound for a destination, and how many were part of that enigmatic ballet where I unwittingly found myself at the center. Most unsettling was their veneer of normalcy, blending seamlessly with the populace. As the city's lights flickered to life, I contemplated the essence of this silent surveillance. Who were they, these observers? What quest impelled them? And above all, why me? Queries that lingered in the ether as night draped the city in its velvety shroud. Since then, I've acclimated to this cognizance. At times, I strive to discern my watchers. At others, I feign ignorance. Yet they persist, akin to shadows flitting at the periphery of my day-to-day existence. In the silence of the night, while I gaze from my window at the ebbing streets, I wonder if they too contemplate me, ensconced within their abodes, gearing up for another day in this mysterious minuet of gazes and apparitions. Story 40. The grandfather clock in my study announced the witching hour with its deep, resonant chimes, each note rippling through the hushed atmosphere like whispers on a breeze. Nestled in my weathered leather armchair, a beloved book cradled in my lap, I savored the soothing melody of raindrops dancing against the window panes. The old house murmured softly around me, its ancient timbers settling into the embrace of the night. Amid this nocturnal symphony, my gaze was drawn to the hallway door, bathed in the gentle glow of my reading lamp. Tonight, an air of mystery clung to its dark wooden frame, a subtle shift that eluded my grasp. Perhaps it was the way the brass handle gleamed under the lamplight, or the way the wood grain seemed to dance in unseen rhythms. Despite my familiarity with this abode of 15 years, a sense of unfamiliarity crept over me as I rose from my seat, marking my place in the book with a delicate silk ribbon. The floor beneath my slippered feet exuded a coolness that belied the warmth of the room. With each step toward the door, the temperature plummeted, as if a sliver of winter had seeped into this corner of my sanctuary. My fingertips brushed against the handle, and to my surprise it radiated an unusual warmth, a stark contrast to the chill in the air. As the door swung open effortlessly, revealing the unassuming hallway beyond, a wave of disquiet washed over me. Everything appeared unchanged, the faded wallpaper, the worn carpet, the familiar photographs adorning the walls. Yet, a whisper of doubt lingered in the shadows. Shaking off my unease, I closed the door, attributing my unease to an overactive imagination. That night, my dreams were haunted by a procession of doors, materializing in surreal landscapes, gardens, skies, deserted shores, each bearing the same brass handle, its touch imbued with a mysterious warmth. With the dawn's arrival, I resumed my daily rhythms, scarcely sparing a glance for the enigmatic door. As twilight draped its dusky veil over the house, a subtle transformation caught my eye. The door's hue had shifted, as if time itself had etched its mark upon the wood overnight. The brass handle now bore a weathered patina previously unseen. Intrigued, I scrutinized the door with newfound curiosity. The wood had metamorphosed, its grain unfamiliar, while the iron hinges had transmuted into burnished copper. Yet upon opening the door, the hallway remained a static tableau of familiarity. Night after night, the door underwent subtle metamorphoses, its essence shimmering with an ethereal allure. Sometimes ancient, sometimes fresh as a spring dawn, each iteration bore intricate details, a shifting handle, a frame embellished with cryptic carvings. Captivated by this enigma, I meticulously chronicled the door's evolution in a journal, capturing its elusive alterations with meticulous sketches and reverent descriptions. The door's secrets unfurled in the dead of night, veiled from my watchful gaze. Determined to unravel this enigma, I embarked on a nocturnal vigil, perched in my armchair, facing the door head-on. The grandfather clock's measured ticks serenaded me as I awaited the bewitching hour. At 3:17 a.m., a flicker of darkness enveloped the room, accompanied by a subtle shift in the room's essence. When light flooded the study once more, the door had transformed anew. The warm oak, now a lustrous mahogany, adorned with silver inlays that seemed to dance with a life of their own. Intrigued by this enigmatic doorway, I reached for the crystal handle, hesitating at the hum of unseen energies that pulsed around it. A realization dawned upon me. The door bore no keyhole, a detail that had eluded my conscious perception until now. Puzzled and perturbed, I delved into my journal, seeking confirmation of the missing keyhole, only to find no mention of it. A disquieting question lingered on my lips, a riddle begging to be solved. Night after night, the door's enigmatic transformations continued, a silent ballet of shifting realities. Sometimes I glimpsed alternate hallways beyond its threshold, tantalizingly different in their decor and essence. Yet upon each opening, my familiar hallway greeted me, a steadfast anchor in this sea of uncertainty. Contemplating the notion of rearranging the photographs lining the hallway, a cautionary whisper stayed my hand, a primal instinct warning against probing too deeply into the veils that shroud reality. The door remained a conduit to the unknown, a portal to realms unseen and truths unspoken. With each stroke of midnight's hour hand, I find myself drawn to the enigmatic door, eager to unveil the mysteries it harbors within its ever-changing form. In the quiet interlude before dawn, as raindrops serenade the night, I await the next chapter of this cryptic saga, wondering if the door's transformations mirror my own shifting perceptions, or if they herald a deeper truth, waiting to be unveiled in the stillness of night. Story 41. Autumn nights in our neighborhood always hold a touch of magic. The air crisply carries the aroma of fallen leaves, and the hushed echoes of footsteps on damp streets weave a serene tapestry. Lately, during my evening strolls home from work, a peculiar occurrence has captured my attention. The streetlight at the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue has begun to exhibit curious behavior. Unlike its counterparts that steadfastly bathe the sidewalks in a warm yellow glow, this particular light is different. As I draw near, its luminance starts to wane gradually, almost as if it seeks to conceal a secret from my gaze. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere malfunction, a tired old streetlight in need of repair. Yet my curiosity piqued, and I began to observe more closely. The dimming only occurred when I approached. Passers-by walked beneath it without any alteration in its radiance. Intrigued, I decided to experiment one evening. Standing about 60 feet away, I leaned against the weathered facade of an Art Deco building on the corner. The streetlight cast a strong, unwavering beam, casting elongated shadows and causing dewdrops to shimmer in the nearby garden. Taking tentative steps forward, I noticed a subtle flicker in the light. With each advancing stride, the brightness diminished, almost as if the streetlight held its breath in anticipation. At a mere 15 feet away, the light had dwindled to a faint glimmer, barely illuminating the surroundings. Standing directly beneath it, within its twilight halo, the stillness of the night felt more profound, as if even the city's usual clamor had receded along with the light. Gazing up at the streetlight's glass, I discerned peculiar markings in the dim glow, faint scratches or etchings forming an indistinct pattern. Retrieving my phone to shed more light on the engravings, a sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves, and I sensed a subtle movement within the glass. In the ensuing days, I altered my route to pass beneath that enigmatic streetlight unfailingly. Each time, the same ritual played out, the light dimming as I drew near, the silence thickening, the sensation of unseen eyes observing from above. Further observations revealed nuanced details, subtle shifts in color when the light dimmed, as if conveying a message through imperceptible tonal variations. One moonlit night, ensconced within the usual twilight circle under the streetlight, I discerned a peculiar sound. A faint metallic hum, rhythmic and almost musical, seemed to emanate from within the pole, reverberating upwards like a melodic vibration. Placing my hand on the cold metal, I felt the vibrations resonate through my palm, as if the streetlight sought to communicate something profound. Recording each visit meticulously, I noted that the dimming intensity correlated with lunar phases. During the new moon, the light nearly extinguished upon my passing, while during full moons, it retained a steady glow. Furthermore, the time taken to return to full brightness after I passed adhered to a precise pattern, always 23 seconds, no more, no less. Most intriguing was how the streetlight's behavior began to influence my routine. I found myself slowing down as I approached, partaking in a silent, unspoken ritual. At times I lingered beneath its muted glow, immobile in the circle of dim light, attuned to the almost imperceptible hum that whispered tales of bygone eras. I refrained from seeking a logical explanation for this phenomenon, choosing instead to revel in the mystery it presented. Perhaps ignorance, in this instance, is bliss. I prefer to believe that in this obscure corner of the city, a modest enigma has elected to reveal itself solely to me. Each evening on my homeward journey, I anticipate the streetlight's presence, waiting to share that fleeting twilight interlude, our silent communion. Thus, night after night, I partake in this peculiar dance with the streetlight that dims in my passing. Whether an electrical anomaly, an inexplicable occurrence, or something more profound remains unknown. Yet, during that fleeting moment of darkness, when the light diminishes and the world recedes, I sense a connection to a grander scheme, a mystery unveiled solely through the dialect of shadows and light. Story 42. The old grandfather clock in my study had always been a faithful companion, its rhythmic ticking echoing through the room like a soothing lullaby of time. But on that particular morning, as I sat at my desk surrounded by the whispers of old papers, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. The familiar cadence of the clock seemed to falter, the seconds stretching into endless whispers that lingered in the stillness. At first, I brushed it off as a trick of the mind, a fleeting illusion dancing on the edges of reality. The morning sun painted warm patterns on the wooden floors, casting a golden spell on the room. My cup of tea sat undisturbed next to my journal, the autumn breeze gently tapping on the window. Yet as I reached for my pocket watch, a heavy sensation enveloped my hand, dragging it through unseen currents. The watch's hands trembled in defiance of logic, frozen in a delicate balance that defied the natural order of time. I blinked, hoping to dispel the strange vision, but the world around me remained suspended in an eerie silence. Dust motes hung motionless in the sunlight, the steam from my tea forming ghostly shapes in the air. With each step, I created ripples in the fabric of time, my movements echoing through the stillness like whispers of a forgotten melody. Peering out the window, I beheld a world caught in a moment of frozen beauty. A bird hovered mid-flight, wings outstretched in silent grace. Leaves in the garden hung in suspended animation, frozen in their descent like delicate dancers caught in a timeless waltz. Instead of fear, a sense of wonder gripped me, drawing me deeper into the enigmatic pause that enveloped my existence. I wandered through my home, each detail frozen in exquisite perfection. Water droplets hung in midair, clocks stood still, and newspapers remained trapped in headlines of a world that now seemed distant and inconsequential. Returning to my study, I encountered a sight that sent a shiver down my spine. My reflection in the antique mirror mirrored my movements with uncanny precision, yet a subtle distortion lingered in its depths. It beckoned me closer, offering a glimpse into a parallel reality where time danced to a different tune. My reflection's eyes held secrets unknown to me, a smile playing at the corners of its lips, independent of my own. Lost in this timeless reverie, hours melded into moments and moments into eternity. I found myself back at my desk, the world around me stirring from its slumber. Dust motes quivered, steam dissipated, and the curtains stirred with newfound life. The grandfather clock's pendulum hesitated before resuming its steady beat, ushering in the return of time's gentle flow. As the world unfroze before my eyes, I felt a sense of profound transformation wash over me. The bird completed its flight, the cat resumed its stance, and the leaves floated gracefully to the ground. Though outwardly unchanged, I knew within me that something fundamental had shifted. To this day, the mystery of that morning remains unsolved, a whisper in the tapestry of my existence. The grandfather clock ticks on, marking the passage of moments with unwavering precision. And in moments of quiet reflection, when the light catches the mirror just so, I catch a fleeting glimpse of that other self, lingering in a realm where time stands still. Perhaps in that timeless sanctuary, a part of me still roams, savoring the beauty of each suspended moment, embracing the serenity of a world frozen in perfect harmony. And in that fleeting connection, I find solace in the mystery that lingers at the edges of my reality, a reminder of the boundless wonders that dwell within the quiet spaces between seconds. Story 43. The gentle pitter-patter of autumn rain embraced my office window as I delved into my work in the quiet study. It was a night when the world seemed to hush, cocooned in a symphony of raindrops that wove a natural, almost hypnotic tune. The soft glow of my desk lamp bathed the yellowed pages of ancient manuscripts that I meticulously organized for the city's historical archive. And then she appeared. A lone figure traversing the square beneath a vibrant scarlet umbrella, the sole burst of vivid color amidst the canvas of autumnal grays and browns. There was a certain peculiarity in her stride, an almost melodic rhythm to her steps that harmonized seamlessly with the rhythmic raindrops. Each evening, without fail, the woman with the red umbrella graced the square with her presence. Her nightly passage became a ritual in my routine, a moment I eagerly anticipated with a growing sense of intrigue. Yet her face remained obscured by the umbrella's shadow and the mist of rain that faithfully trailed after her. One fateful night, as I observed her customary stroll, a subtle change caught my eye. The woman halted in the square's center and for a fleeting instant turned towards my window. My heart skipped a beat as I thought I glimpsed a hint of a smile on her pale visage, bathed in the dim glow of the streetlights. However, in an instant, she resumed her journey and vanished into the cloak of the evening fog. In the ensuing days, subtle disturbances began to manifest. Water droplets appeared on the documents I handled, as if touched by rain-dampened fingers. The delicate yet persistent fragrance of antique roses wafted through the study during the twilight hours, even with all windows tightly shut. One evening, a previously unseen black and white photograph materialized on my desk. It depicted the square as it stood half a century ago, with a figure wielding a red umbrella standing out amidst the faded crowd. On the back of the photo, an elegant script had inscribed a date, October 15th, 1973. Delving further into the archives, I unearthed the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who had once toiled in the same edifice 50 years prior. Renowned for her red umbrella and her fervor for ancient tomes, her life had met a tragic end in that very square on a rainy night, akin to countless others. As I pored over her story, the scent of roses intensified. The rain's patter seemed to morph into a melodic whisper, as if a forgotten lullaby lingered in the air. The pages of the documents I perused began to rustle gently, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Raising my gaze to the window, I beheld her, nearer than ever before. This time, the red umbrella was closed, revealing her countenance clearly. Her eyes exuded kindness, her smile exuded tranquility. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of wistfulness and comprehension. Following that night, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her crossings of the square. Yet on rainy evenings, when the archive was shrouded in silence and shadows pirouetted on the walls, I could still discern the echo of her steps and the faint aroma of antique roses. Occasionally, While perusing aged documents, I would discover tiny, fresh droplets of water on the pages, as if someone had just grazed the paper with rain-kissed fingertips. I often pondered whether Sarah continued to watch over her cherished books, whether her spirit lingered in the rain with her red umbrella. This tale remains untold to others, a cherished secret between myself and the library's shadows. And whenever the rain taps on the windows, a smile tugs at my lips, knowing that somewhere within the folds of time, a woman with a red umbrella embarks on her eternal journey. Story 44. Snow drifted down in gentle whispers that evening, blanketing my quaint antique shop in a hushed serenity. The delicate flakes pirouetted behind the frosted windows, basking in the glow of vintage lamps that cast a warm, inviting light. The aged wooden shelves murmured softly as if sharing secrets, harmonizing with the languid sway of the pendulum clock's hands. An enchanting aroma lingered in the air, a blend of weathered books and beeswax, a scent that only treasures with a storied past could exhale. As I arranged ancient volumes with care, the doorbell chimed, its crystalline melody slicing through the tranquil ambience. A breath of icy air slipped inside, carrying a few snowflakes that dissolved upon touching the wooden floor. Turning to greet the visitor, I was momentarily struck silent. At the threshold stood a towering figure, cloaked in darkness that seemed to swallow the shop's light. A broad-brimmed hat shielded their upper visage, while a gray wool scarf concealed the lower half. "Good evening," I murmured, masking a subtle unease creeping up my spine. The visitor, silent as a whispering wind, glided amidst the shelves, their gloved hands caressing the artifacts with a delicate touch. There was a hypnotic grace in their movements, a fluid dance to an ethereal melody. I found myself captivated by their presence, observing how the light bent oddly around them, casting shadows that seemed to possess a life of their own. Halting before an ancient mirror, an 18th century relic I had acquired recently, the visitor's gloved fingers traced the gilded frame with deliberate precision. A heavy silence enveloped the shop, punctuated only by the measured tick-tock of the clock, each beat elongated in time. Peering at the mirror, I noticed a disconcerting absence. The reflection revealed only the shelf behind the enigmatic figure, as if they existed beyond the realm of reflection. Approaching tentatively, the floor groaning beneath my cautious steps, I inquired, "Can I assist you in finding something specific?" My voice barely above a whisper. Slowly, the visitor pivoted towards me, their obscured features shrouded in darkness. With a fluid motion, they produced a weathered parchment from their coat, unfolding it delicately on the counter beside the cash register. The script upon it was elegant and archaic, listing peculiar items: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. Reading the list, a chill descended, the shop's temperature plummeting. Wisps of breath materialized in the chilled air, and the artifacts on the shelves seemed to quiver imperceptibly, as if recognizing a kindred presence. "I apologize," I whispered, "but I don't believe I possess these specific objects." The visitor remained motionless, then nodded slowly, retrieving the parchment and tucking it away with the same grace they had displayed earlier. Heading towards the exit, they paused before departing. Turning slightly, a murmur slithered from beneath the scarf, more akin to a thought than a voice. "You will." Not a query, but a foregone conclusion. The bell tolled as they exited, its resonance deeper, echoing from afar. Outside, the snow fell unabated, yet for an ephemeral moment it seemed suspended in a timeless pause. Later that night, after securing the shop, I inspected the ancient mirror. Its reflective surface appeared to conceal secrets within its silvery depths, and the pendulum clock, the faithful timekeeper, had halted precisely at the moment the visitor had crossed the threshold. Since that enigmatic encounter, each evening as shadows stretched and light waned, I find myself gazing towards the door, anticipating the bell's chime. Every artifact in the shop seems attuned, as if awaiting a reunion that is both inevitable and mysterious. In an antique emporium, every item harbors a tale, and perhaps, just perhaps, some are poised to embark on a new chapter. Story 45. The ancient house had always whispered its secrets to me, but on that wintry night, a shift occurred. Snow drifted down in silence outside my window, illuminated by the gentle glow of the moon. Nestled in my cozy reading chair, enveloped in a threadbare woolen blanket, I found solace in the quiet crackling of the fireplace. The familiar creaks and groans of the house, once a source of comfort, now carried a new energy, a subtle murmur that beckoned my attention. At first, the whispers were mere echoes, barely distinguishable from the wind's gentle caress through the time-worn walls. Setting my book aside, I strained to catch the elusive words floating through the air like wisps of smoke. The cadence, though faint, bore an undeniable human quality, like distant conversations muffled by velvet curtains. Placing my palm against the textured wallpaper, I felt a gentle vibration, akin to a slumbering cat's purr. The wall exuded a warmth that defied the winter chill, drawing me closer to its enigmatic secrets. Pressing my ear against the wall, I closed my eyes, surrendering to the mysterious voices that seemed to weave through the house like hidden currents. They ebbed and flowed, meandering from room to room, their message veiled yet strangely comforting. There was no malice in their tone, only a sense of kinship, like a family reunion unfolding in whispers long after dusk. Following the ethereal voices, I roamed the silent corridors in barefooted silence, guided by the enigmatic murmurs. In the kitchen, they emanated from behind the gleaming copper pots. In the hallway, they reverberated beneath unfamiliar landscapes depicted in faded paintings. Each time I neared comprehension, the words eluded me, shifting like elusive shadows in the night. The grandfather clock told midnight, its deep chimes merging with the spectral whispers that enveloped me in their embrace. Casting elongated shadows on the walls, the street lamp outside revealed a peculiar anomaly, a subtle bulge in the wallpaper, pulsing as if concealing a hidden heartbeat. Drawn to the anomaly, I reached out tentatively, feeling the warmth beneath my fingertips as the voices crescendoed, murmuring my name with tender familiarity. As the bulge receded, leaving the walls smooth once more, the lingering warmth lingered, a silent testament to the unseen presence that dwelled within. Throughout the night, I encountered more of these mysterious bulges, each one a transient portal to a world of laughter, lullabies in unknown tongues, and echoes of lives intertwined with the very fabric of the house. With the approach of dawn, the voices waned like dissipating fog, their ephemeral presence fading with the rising sun. The walls relinquished their warmth, returning to their stoic demeanor as daylight filtered through the windows. The source of the whispers remained a mystery, a tantalizing enigma that resurfaced on quiet snow-laden nights, evoking a sense of wonder and connection. Perhaps the house harbored memories of its past inhabitants, their essence lingering in the walls like a hidden symphony waiting to be heard. Or maybe, on those hushed winter nights, the veils between worlds grew thin, allowing glimpses into realms beyond our comprehension. One thing remained certain: the whispers, though enigmatic, offered a strange comfort, a reminder that in solitude, we are accompanied by echoes of the past. As the boundary between reality and imagination blurred, the walls of my ancient abode divulged their secrets with a whispered intimacy, a nocturnal symphony that echoed through the silent chambers, weaving a tapestry of forgotten tales and unseen connections. And in the tranquility of those wintry nights, I found solace in the gentle murmurings that transcended time and space, a lullaby from the depths of antiquity that whispered of enduring kinship and eternal presence. Story 46. The night draped its silent cloak over the house, as a gentle wind whispered through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the armchair of my bedroom, I observed the shadows dancing on the walls, illuminated by the flickering lamplight. It was that magical hour when sleep beckoned, yet a mysterious resistance held me captive. Night after night, for weeks on end, a recurring dream had woven its intricate web around me with eerie precision. The room's warmth and the steady cadence of the old pendulum clock conspired to lull me into a drowsy state. My gaze drifted to the open diary on the desk, its pages brimming with meticulous notes detailing the enigmatic dream that plagued my nights. Each entry chronicled the same sequence of events: a spiraling gray stone staircase descending into the unknown depths, the distant melody of water droplets echoing, and a grand wooden door adorned with cryptic symbols. As I pored over the diary's pages, a newfound detail caught my eye. In every iteration of the dream, the temperature subtly dropped as I descended the stairs. My fingers grazed the chill of the stone, and wisps of breath formed ephemeral clouds in the air. Yet, what set this dream apart was the uncanny sense of familiarity that enveloped me throughout the journey, as though the staircase led to a realm I intimately knew, despite never setting foot there in reality. The closed door at the staircase's nadir beckoned, tantalizing with its intricate symbols that seemed to pulsate with life. Each night, I inched closer to deciphering the enigmatic carvings, my fingertips tracing the shifting shapes as a subtle vibration resonated through the wood, as if the door itself drew breath. That fateful evening, a peculiar object caught my attention in the room. Adjacent to the lamp on the nightstand lay an ancient bronze key, its ornate designs mirroring the symbols from my dream. I lifted the key, struck by its weight and the icy touch it exuded. Though its origins eluded me, its presence felt strangely natural, as if it had always been a silent companion in my existence. Settling into bed, I clutched the key in my hand, its tangible weight grounding me in the realm of wakefulness. As slumber claimed me, a premonition whispered of a night unlike any before. The dream unfolded predictably. The spiraling staircase, the dripping echoes, the chilling descent. Yet a subtle shift occurred as I approached the door. The key thrummed in synchrony with the enigmatic symbols, guiding my hand to the concealed lock. With a hushed, melodic click, the ancient mechanism yielded to the key's touch, unveiling not a new chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the mirror's reflection, the steps ascended rather than descended, defying the laws of my dream world. I awoke to the gentle embrace of dawn's light filtering through the curtains, the key still cradled in my palm, now pulsing with a warmth that felt almost alive. Upon the desk, the open diary beckoned, its new page adorned with characters akin to the door's symbols, shifting and undulating like ink on a restless sea. Since that transformative night, the dream has remained elusive, its grip loosened, but not forgotten. The key now rests on the nightstand, occasionally hinting at a subtle vibration on tranquil nights. In the quiet hours, I find myself drawn to the dancing symbols in the diary, their enigmatic tale unfolding in the shadows. A story untold, a mystery unsolved, awaiting the day when I muster the courage to ascend the reflected staircase and uncover the secrets that lie beyond. Until then, I embrace the whispers of the night, knowing that some mysteries are meant to be unraveled in their own time. Story 47. The November breeze whispered through the dry leaves scattered on the driveway as I gazed at the shadowy outline of the forsaken mansion against the heavy, overcast sky. Known as the never-inhabited house, a label that didn't quite hold true as whispers of a long-forgotten resident lingered in the air. I approached the weathered gate, feeling the chill of the wrought iron bars beneath my touch. The atmosphere carried a distinct fragrance of moss and damp stone. The garden, a chaotic sea of brambles and nettles, entwined its way up the weathered walls, yet amid the neglect, a sense of wistful grace cloaked the mansion. In my role as a real estate agent, tasked with evaluating the property, I treaded across the unkempt garden and noticed peculiar signs. Recent footpaths, faint but visible among the weeds, hinted at clandestine visitors. But who could it be? The neighbors swore the property remained untouched by human presence. With a soft creak, the front door yielded to my touch, revealing an interior steeped in a bluish dusk that filtered through the closed shutters. The air hung heavy with dust, carrying a faint aroma of aged wood. Each step I took echoed through the main salon, where furniture draped in yellowed sheets loomed like phantoms in the dim light. Veiled mirrors adorned the walls, casting eerie reflections that danced with deceptive movements in their cloudy glass. Ascending the staircase, my grasp on the polished wooden handrail linked me to a past of countless hands that had once trailed along its surface. Along the upper corridor, a series of closed doors beckoned, concealing empty rooms save for a few shrouded pieces of furniture. It was in the final chamber that a subtle disturbance caught my eye. A woman's bedroom, untouched by time yet bearing signs of recent activity. Dust lay undisturbed save for a silver brush and strands of dark, fresh hair that defied the layers of neglect. The immaculately made bed held a slight indentation, as if a spectral visitor had graced its edge. A movement in the mirror momentarily startled me, a fleeting image of a feminine figure seated on the bed. Yet upon a swift turn, the room stood empty, though an ethereal presence lingered. Descending the stairs hastier than my ascent, the shifting afternoon light painted deeper shadows across the salon, where the watchful mirrors seemed to follow my movements as I made my way to the exit. A faint, almost imperceptible hum drifted down from somewhere above, a haunting melody that tugged at ancient heartstrings. Pausing with a hand on the doorknob, I strained to discern the source, unsure if it was merely the wind or a figment of my imagination. Exiting and closing the door behind me, the tranquil garden enveloped me in silence, the wind now a gentle murmur. Glancing back at the mansion, a flicker of movement behind an upstairs window caught my eye, a fleeting glow that vanished as swiftly as it appeared. In the days that followed, I meticulously compiled my report on the property, detailing its condition, required renovations, and potential market value. Omitting mention of the hair and haunting melody, I concluded with a cryptic note: the property possesses a unique allure that may captivate a discerning buyer. Time passed, and the house lingered on the market, a constant reminder of its enigmatic charm. Each time I passed the rusted gate, a glimpse of a spectral figure traversing the upper rooms greeted me, as if awaiting a reunion or perhaps trapped in an eternal cycle. The mystery of the never-inhabited house unraveled not in its lack of occupants, but in the lingering presence of one who refused to depart, forever tethered to its melancholic embrace. Story 48. The gentle glow of my reading lamp bathed the mahogany shelves in my private library with a soft light, casting soothing shadows that danced in the stillness of the night. Outside, the rain tapped against the window panes in a steady rhythm, creating a comforting melody that had become a familiar lullaby. Seated in my favorite leather armchair, I breathed in the comforting scent of old paper and polished wood that enveloped the room like a warm embrace. Despite the tranquility, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention that evening, a feeling of something amiss lingering just beyond my grasp. My gaze wandered over the meticulously arranged volumes, each one a treasure in its own right, positioned with precision according to my organizational system. The leather-bound books gleamed softly under the lamplight, their golden titles shimmering occasionally in the dimness. And then, a discrepancy caught my eye, a gap between two books where none should have existed. It was as if a single volume had been plucked from its place with deliberate intent, leaving behind an inexplicable void. Rising from my chair, the leather creaking softly beneath me, I approached the shelf to investigate. Tracing my finger along the dustless gap, a chill crept from the empty space, sending a shiver down my spine. The neighboring books stood undisturbed, my cherished collection of supernatural literature from the 19th century, each one a portal to a different world. Yet the missing volume, a rare edition acquired just a month prior, had vanished without a trace. Puzzled, I pondered the impossibility of the situation. I lived alone, and the library remained locked when unattended. I distinctly recalled seeing the book in its place that very morning during my customary inspection. As I stood there, contemplating the enigma before me, another anomaly revealed itself. The books flanking the gap were pristine, untouched by the dust that coated the surrounding tomes. Drawing nearer, a subtle fragrance teased my senses, a blend of aged parchment and a mysterious undertone that defied identification. Was it vanilla, or perhaps the scent of well-worn leather, intertwined with a floral essence that lingered in the air like a whisper of forgotten memories? Intrigued, I reached for one of the neighboring books, half expecting to find the missing volume hidden behind it, yet my fingers met only solid wood. As I replaced the book, a flicker of movement caught my eye within the gap, a shimmer of light that danced like moonbeams on water. But the room held no windows on that wall, casting doubt on the source of this ethereal illumination. Compelled by curiosity, I extended my hand into the space, encountering a warmth that seemed to pulse with a gentle energy, as though the very air hummed with a secret life. The rain outside continued its rhythmic patter, now weaving a melody that hinted at hidden truths, spoken in a language beyond my comprehension. Mesmerized, I found myself drawn to the vacant space, captivated by its silent allure. The lamplight played tricks at the edge of my vision, casting intricate patterns that seemed to beckon me into a world just beyond reach. Throughout the night, I oscillated between reading and observing the mysterious gap, each glance revealing new wonders that defied explanation. The rain softened to a gentle mist, enveloping the night in a cloak of tranquility as shadows shifted and melded in the soft light. It was as if the darkness itself whispered secrets, guiding the shadows towards the empty space with a slow, almost imperceptible grace. When weariness finally tugged at my eyelids, prompting me to retire for the night, I hesitated before extinguishing the reading lamp. And there, within the gap between the books, a single page materialized, ancient and glowing faintly in the dimness. The elegant script upon it eluded my recognition, vanishing before my eyes like a fleeting dream, leaving behind only blank, age-worn parchment that dissolved into nothingness. Though the missing volume remained elusive, I continued to seek it each night, drawn to the enigmatic void that defied explanation. In moments of quiet solitude, when the rain returned to serenade the night and shadows stretched long and deep, I would find myself seated in my chair, fixated on that empty space between the books. On occasion, a whisper of turning pages would tickle my ears, a ghostly echo of stories untold that seemed to emanate from the gap itself. And in rare moments of stillness, a hint of that sweet, mysterious perfume would drift through the library, a reminder of the unanswered questions that lingered in the spaces between reality and reverie. The gap persisted, resisting all attempts to be filled with another book. Any volume placed within it would invariably return to its original place by morning, as if the space yearned for the return of its rightful occupant. And so I came to embrace this enduring mystery, this small anomaly in my otherwise orderly sanctuary. Perhaps some tales are destined to wander, carrying their secrets beyond the confines of our understanding, leaving behind only traces of their passing and the faint scent of endless possibilities. Story 49. The rain descended gently that evening, draping a shimmering veil over the pavement, reflecting the soft glow of the street lamps. Tired from a long day's work, I strolled homeward, relishing the earthy scent carried by the damp air and the soothing rhythm of raindrops on the rooftops. And there, amidst the glistening paths of rain, lay a small book with a mysterious dark cover, abandoned on the sidewalk. Unscathed by the rain, it beckoned to me as if waiting to be discovered. With a sense of intrigue, I stooped to retrieve it, feeling the supple texture of its leather exterior. No markings adorned the cover, only a black satin ribbon marking a place within its yellowed pages. Curiously, the book felt weightier than expected, hinting at secrets concealed within its confines. Sheltering the book from the rain beneath a nearby balcony, I gingerly opened it to reveal elegant handwriting in black ink. Its date marking the current day, but the year etched as 1887. The initial lines gripped me instantly. I have stumbled upon something beyond belief. Shadows have transcended their nature, and time ebbs in unfamiliar currents. I must chronicle all before it slips beyond grasp. A shiver of intrigue rather than fear coursed through me. Flipping to the next page, the narrative unfolded, weaving tales of enigmatic occurrences. The author detailed moments of repetition, objects shifting mysteriously overnight, and mirrors reflecting images with a subtle delay. As I delved deeper into the diary, the rain's cadence seemed to shift, harmonizing into a melodic pattern. Droplets fell in a synchronized dance, as if guided by unseen forces. Glancing around, I realized the street lay deserted, bathed in the ethereal glow of the streetlights. Circular illuminations overlapped on the slick pavement, forming intricate geometrical designs previously unnoticed. The diary mirrored these revelations, unveiling hidden intricacies of reality visible only in fleeting instances of heightened awareness. The author's narrative pivoted upon a peculiar object, the discovery of an ancient brass key adorned with cryptic engravings. Just as I read of this key, a metallic object brushed against my jacket pocket. Retrieving it, I beheld a key identical to the one chronicled, antiquated brass, etched with enigmatic symbols. My pulse steadied as I examined the key under the lamplight, its significance echoing in the rain-soaked stillness. Subsequent pages of the diary unfurled a tale of a door, not of physical form, but a threshold existing between realms, visible solely when light intersected reflective surfaces at precise angles. The key, it seemed, held sway over the bending of reality around its bearer, transcending conventional locks. Lifting my gaze from the diary, I discerned the streetlight shadows contorting unnaturally, assuming shapes akin to ancient scripts. The rain's lullaby grew more enchanting, a distant whisper caressing my senses. The final page bore a solemn caution. If these words meet your eyes, the diary has chosen you. No mere chance guides its path. Coincidence fades at this depth of existence. The key shall reveal truths, yet heed this. Some doors once opened remain ajar. Reverently, I closed the diary, feeling the key's weight in my pocket. Each raindrop now carried a fragment of a grander melody, and the dance of light and shadow played out a spectral ballet on the walls. Resuming my journey homeward, the diary cradled against my chest, the key's faint pulse a reminder of its presence. Reality blurred into a dreamlike state, a liminal realm between wakefulness and reverie. How many before me had stumbled upon this chronicle, this key concealed in their pockets? Approaching my dwelling, I discerned shadows on the building's facade coalescing into the outline of a door, an apparition unseen before, or perhaps overlooked until this moment of revelation. The key's weight intensified, as if recognizing its purpose. Enraptured, I stood before the shadowed portal, rain weaving its nocturnal symphony. The diary had found its guardian, heralding a new chapter awaiting its unveiling, a tale destined for another night, another juncture suspended between the tangible and the ethereal. Story 50. In the hushed glow of moonlight seeping through delicate curtains, shadows waltzed across the weathered wooden floor. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I basked in the tranquility of the night until my gaze landed upon an ancient mahogany box perched atop the mantelpiece. A relic from my grandmother, the box had always been a silent sentinel in this house, its sheen reflecting the moon's soft caress, its intricate carvings seemingly alive in the dimness. Never before had I dared to open it, not even in the days when my grandmother's presence filled these walls. It existed as a mere ornament, a piece of the background scenery that blended into the tapestry of my daily life. Yet on this particular night, a subtle shift in the air beckoned me closer. Was it the play of light on its embellishments, or the profound stillness that enveloped the room like a cloak of mystery? With a deliberate slowness, I rose from the embrace of my chair, the wool of my sweater whispering against the quietude. Each step toward the mantelpiece echoed softly on the aged wooden floor, a subtle protest to my approach. As I neared the box, an ethereal weight seemed to gather around it, a silent energy that tingled upon my fingertips as they grazed the warm mahogany surface. The patterns etched into the wood unfurled a tale of intertwining leaves and branches, each stroke so delicately crafted that they appeared to stir with a life of their own. And there, at the heart of the lid, amidst the intricate carvings, lay a minuscule eye, hidden yet watching. A forgotten scent, ancient and enigmatic, wafted from the box, stirring memories long dormant within me. Eyes closed, I surrendered to the fragrance, allowing it to conjure fleeting images of a woman's gentle smile as she placed secrets within the box, her whispered words a ghostly murmur in my mind. The howl of the wind outside shattered the reverie, and I found my hands trembling as they traced the box's edges, a lockless enigma that had never revealed its contents. Seated on the couch, I cradled the box, its weight lighter than expected, as if housing intangible whispers rather than tangible treasures. A subtle movement within hinted at a hidden presence, and the warmth it exuded seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The tiny eye, a silent sentinel, met my gaze, evoking a sense of recognition that danced along my spine like a forgotten dream. Echoes of my grandmother's cryptic words resurfaced, a puzzle slowly unraveling in the quiet of the night. "Some questions find answers only when we stop seeking them," she had once said, her wisdom now unfurling in the shadowed embrace of the room. The flickering shadows mimicked the box's intricate designs, weaving a tapestry of enigmas that begged not for unveiling but for reverence. Returning the box to its perch, the carved eye seemed to smile in silent approval, a guardian of secrets untouched. Nestled back in my armchair, a newfound peace settled within me, a realization that some mysteries were not meant to be deciphered, but cherished in their mystery. The moon's gentle glow continued its vigil, casting a deeper significance upon the night's silence. Eyes closed, I surrendered to the lingering scent, allowing its hypnotic tendrils to cradle me towards slumber. In the liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, a faint whisper brushed against my senses. A sigh or a trick of the wind, I could not discern. The box remained perched, a silent sentinel of its own secrets, a reminder that some enigmas need not be unraveled to find solace. And in that tranquil moment, a serenity unlike any other washed over me, a newfound understanding that some mysteries were best left undisturbed, their secrets a lullaby for the soul. Story 51. The autumn mist enveloped the streets like a soft gray shroud, casting a mysterious aura under the dim glow of the streetlights. It was late, and weariness clung to me as I navigated my way home, the day's labor still heavy on my shoulders. Amidst the mist, a pair of headlights caught my attention, trailing behind me with unwavering persistence. There was a peculiar sensation, a subtle whisper in my thoughts, hinting at the oddity of the situation. The way the car mirrored my every move, a silent companion in the night. The distant hum of the engine behind me felt like a steady heartbeat, synchronizing with the rhythm of my journey. Each time I slowed, it matched my pace. Each time I quickened, it did the same. Through the haze in the rearview mirror, I could only discern a shadowy outline, a sedan perhaps, its headlights resembling vigilant eyes fixed upon me. The road twisted through the quiet neighborhood, the still houses exuding a sense of calm that clashed with the growing unease in my mind. Curiosity nudged me to test the waters. Instead of turning as usual, I carried on straight, taking a route less traveled. Yet the car remained my silent companion, maintaining that eerie distance that now felt almost intimate. The patter of rain on the windshield added a soothing layer to the unfolding mystery, the droplets tracing intricate paths down the glass, distorting my view of the persistent follower. I made various turns, a dance choreographed by unseen hands. Each corner turned, each street ventured. The headlights followed, a constant presence in the night's embrace. The nocturnal waltz continued, our connection unspoken but palpable. The neighborhood slumbered, oblivious to our peculiar tango under the watchful gaze of the night. At a red light, a fleeting glimpse through the rain-splattered glass revealed something more. A figure seated in the driver's seat, motionless as if frozen in time. The decision to retreat to the safety of home lingered in my mind as I finally relented and headed back. The car lingered faithfully in my wake, a shadow in the night, a silent witness to my every move. Parking in my driveway, I cut the engine, enveloping myself in an eerie silence broken only by the rain's gentle patter on the car roof and the steady thump of my heart. Peering through the rearview mirror, I watched as the car paused several yards away, its headlights piercing the darkness like beacons. Minutes stretched into eternity, the silent standoff lingering in the air. Then, with a gradual grace, the headlights dimmed, plunging the street into obscurity. The silhouette of the car remained, a ghostly presence in the night. Summoning courage, I exited my vehicle, shielded from the rain by my jacket. Casting a final glance, the street lay empty, devoid of any trace of the mysterious car that had trailed me through the night. Since that enigmatic encounter, whenever I drive after dusk, a lingering unease creeps upon me, compelling frequent glances at the rearview mirror. And on fog-laden nights, a spectral image of those familiar headlights appears in the distance, patient and watchful. I ponder if the phantom car still haunts the night, trailing another unwitting traveler, or if it bides its time, waiting for the opportune moment to resume our nocturnal dance through the city's veiled streets. Story 52. The night had draped the ancient house in a soft velvet of quietness, broken only by the gentle patter of autumn rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a warm cup of tea, I found myself lost in the painting hanging on the opposite wall. This painting, passed down from my grandmother, portrayed a woodland scene at dusk. Modest in value, yet rich in the ability to stir a melancholic calm within me. As the golden glow of the lamp cast flickering shadows around the room, I noticed a peculiar shift. The painting, once perfectly aligned, now seemed askew to the right. With a gentle touch, I rose and adjusted it, feeling the weathered frame beneath my fingertips. Returning to my seat, I delved back into the book I had set aside, the tea's warmth and the rain's soft melody lulling me towards sleep. It was only later, when I glanced up, that I saw the painting had tilted once more, this time to the left. A subtle chill crept down my spine, though I tried to dismiss it as mere fatigue or a trick of the light. Rising again, I approached the painting with caution, and there, in that moment, I noticed something new. The colors of the sunset appeared more vibrant, almost pulsing, while the tree shadows stretched longer than before. Trembling, I reached out to touch the canvas, sensing a warmth unusual for paint, a light catching it in a different way. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the painting, observing its subtle shifts. Each time I entered the room, it seemed to have moved ever so slightly. Sometimes the changes were barely perceptible, other times glaringly obvious. The tilt varied, and the details within the painting itself seemed to morph subtly. The trees thickened, the clouds shifted shape. I began documenting these changes, comparing each day's images meticulously. The alterations, though slight, were undeniable. New elements appeared and vanished within the painted woods, a hidden nest, a secret clearing, a path unseen before. It was as if time within the painting flowed to a different rhythm than our own. One tranquil evening, as I sat in my familiar chair, a movement caught my eye. The painting was tilting on its own, a slow and graceful dance. Curiosity and surreal tranquility washed over me, replacing any fear. Approaching the painting once more, I felt a subtle vibration in the canvas, and in the glass's reflection, a fleeting image, my grandmother's blurred figure, adjusting the painting with a ghostly smile. A memory made tangible for an ephemeral instant. Since that night, I've embraced the magic of the house. Each evening before bed, I spend moments with the painting, unraveling its new mysteries. Perhaps it's my grandmother's way of saying she's still here, a silent guardian through this ever-changing canvas. This tale, a secret locked in my heart, remains untold to others. The painting moves less now, finding a delicate balance between revealing itself and holding its enigmatic essence. And so, I sit in my armchair each night, tea in hand, rain tapping against the windows, sharing a silent conversation with the living painting that only we two can comprehend. Story 53. In the depths of night, I stirred to the soothing symphony of a pendulum's rhythmic ticking. Its steady beat reverberated through the quiet, like a mechanical pulse measuring the ebb and flow of time in this mysterious realm. Slowly, my heavy eyelids fluttered open to unveil a chamber veiled in the soft glow of twilight. Nothing in this space felt familiar to me. I found myself reclining on a weathered burgundy velvet couch, its comforting embrace worn with the passage of time. A unique fragrance lingered in the air, a delicate fusion of aged wood, dried blooms, and a hint of an elusive scent that eluded my senses. Faint light seeped through ornate brocade drapes, painting ethereal patterns on the faded Victorian wallpaper. As my vision adjusted to the dimness, I began to absorb the intricate details of the room. Antique dark wood furnishings stood stoically in the corners, exuding an aura of silent wisdom. Dominating one wall was a colossal bookshelf, laden with leather-bound tomes that seemed untouched for generations. Nestled on a small table beside the couch, a dainty porcelain teacup cradled what appeared to be freshly brewed tea, wisps of steam still rising. Rising gingerly, every sinew protesting as if I had slumbered for an eternity, I padded across the Persian rug, my footfalls whispering softly. Approaching the window, I drew back the heavy curtains to reveal a mist-shrouded garden, where vague silhouettes of trees and shrubs swayed in the evening zephyr. However, the reflection in the glass held a disconcerting truth. I was garbed in attire not my own. A crisp white linen shirt, an ornate brocade waistcoat, and velvet trousers, each meticulously tailored, yet hearkening to a bygone era. My fingers trembled as they brushed the fabric, acknowledging its luxurious texture. A flicker of movement in my peripheral vision diverted my gaze. Turning towards the room's interior, all remained still and silent, except for the unwavering cadence of the pendulum, as if it were the keeper of time in this enigmatic abode. Resolved to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond, I ventured out of the room. The door groaned faintly as it swung open, unveiling a dimly lit corridor that stretched far into the unknown. Portraits of unfamiliar faces lined the walls, their eyes seemingly tracking my every move as I progressed cautiously. The aged wooden floor protested beneath my weight, amplifying each creak in the profound silence. Ascending a staircase, the chill in the air intensified gradually. The banister felt icy against my palm, yet strangely familiar. Arriving on the upper level, a row of closed doors stood sentinel along the hallway. Each bore a brass nameplate inscribed with cryptic markings, barely discernible in the dimness. Then, a melody drifted through the air, piano notes as delicate as a whisper, barely tangible. The music seemed to emanate from the final room at the corridor's end, drawing me towards its elusive source. Yet as I approached, the notes dwindled, dissolving into the ether. With a gentle push, I opened the last door. Within, only a grand piano draped in white fabric occupied the room. No soul graced the stool, but the air vibrated with the spectral resonance of that haunting melody. Approaching the instrument, I reverently lifted the sheet, unveiling a spectacle of dancing dust motes illuminated by the fading sunlight streaming through the window. Resting upon the ivory keys lay an ancient yellowed photograph. Cradling it delicately, I scrutinized the image in the waning light. It depicted this very room, but frozen in a bygone era. Seated at the piano was a figure that stirred a jolt of recognition. It was me, clad in the same antiquated attire I wore now, though the photograph bore the marks of a century-long past. Descending back to the lower floor, an eerie calm settled within me, despite the surreal circumstances. The pendulum's hypnotic beat persisted, now seemingly synchronized with the rhythm of my own heart. Settling once more upon the velvet couch, I noticed the teacup still radiated warmth in my grasp. Peering into the amber brew, a realization dawned upon me. Perhaps I had never truly awoken, or perchance I had stepped into a dream woven by another's slumber ages ago. The pendulum maintained its tireless ticking, measuring the seconds of a time that may have never existed, within a manner that bore witness to secrets buried deep within. Sipping the tea, relishing its familiar flavor, I beheld the garden shrouded in mist, where the boundaries between reality and reverie blurred seamlessly. And in that moment, I understood. I belonged here, in this enigmatic estate that seemed to have awaited my arrival since time immemorial. Story 54. The rain whispered gently against the windows of the old establishment, weaving a tranquil lullaby, harmonizing with the soft clinks of cups and the murmurs of the few lingering patrons. Seated at the bar, I observed the flickering reflections of dim lights pirouetting on the polished surface of the mahogany counter. Jack, the bartender, moved with a deliberate grace as he polished glasses with a rhythmic precision, his gaze holding a newfound depth that intrigued me on this particular evening. His dark eyes hinted at a well of unspoken thoughts as he prepared my customary lavender tea, his hands displaying their usual dexterity, albeit with a faint tremor upon setting the cup before me. The delicate fragrance of lavender waltzed through the air, intertwining with the rich scents of coffee and aged wood that perfumed the space. Jack's surreptitious glances towards a solitary figure cloaked in shadows at the far end of the bar did not escape my notice, the figure seeming as still as the very furniture it sat upon. With measured movements, Jack approached to offer a refill, his controlled breaths belying a subtle tension in his voice when he inquired if I desired anything further. In that moment, a disconcerting detail caught my eye. A small reddish stain marred the cuff of his otherwise pristine white shirt, barely discernible in the dim ambience of the establishment. Time drifted by languidly, the rainfall outside maintaining its steady, hypnotic cadence. One by one, the other patrons bid their farewells, leaving behind vacant chairs and abandoned cups. Solemnly, the enigmatic figure in the corner remained, an air of anticipation clinging to their stillness. Jack meticulously rearranged the counter, his actions betraying a mounting unease, while the pendulum clock's ticking echoed the ceaseless march of time. It was then, amidst the quietude, that another detail captured my attention. Nestled among the bottles beneath the counter lay a weathered notebook, its cover worn with age. As Jack busied himself attending to a final customer, my gaze alighted upon the yellowed pages of the notebook, its meticulously penned contents detailing names, dates, and places in a meticulous sequence. Yet, it was the final entries that intrigued me most. Cryptic notations, seemingly nonsensical numbers, and meticulously drawn symbols adorning the margins. The sound of footsteps drew my gaze upward. The mysterious figure had at last stirred from their secluded table, making their way towards the exit. An exchange of loaded glances between them and Jack punctuated their passing by the counter, a fleeting moment pregnant with unspoken tension. The bartender offered a barely perceptible nod, and the stranger vanished into the rainy veil of night. Jack returned to his duties, but a subtle shift had occurred in his demeanor. His typically steady hands now trembled as he stowed away the glasses, his gaze adrift in distant reverie, grappling with recollections best left undisturbed. As I prepared to depart, Jack halted me with a gentle gesture. "You know," he murmured in a hushed tone, "there are truths a bartender bears witness to, secrets better left shrouded in the silence of these walls. Yet at times the burden of these enigmas becomes too weighty to bear alone." He paused, the flickering lamplight casting ephemeral shadows upon his wearied countenance. The notebook, a silent sentinel of untold narratives, lingered half-concealed among the bottles. A fragile smile tugged at Jack's lips, failing to reach his tired eyes. "Return tomorrow," he entreated softly. "Perhaps a tale will be shared, or perhaps not." Stepping into the obsidian night, the rain's gentle patter persisted, a soothing cadence. Through the bar's window, I witnessed Jack resume his meticulous tasks, a silent sentinel amid the hushed ambience. Yet now aware of the veiled depths beneath his familiar gestures, I pondered the mysteries concealed within those time-worn walls. How many untold stories lay veiled beneath bar counters? How many taciturn custodians like Jack safeguarded secrets too profound to unveil? The answer eluded me, obscured by the rain's steadfast murmur under the starless night sky. Story 55. I awaken each morning with a weight pressing upon me, like a leaden shroud enveloping my being. The room is bathed in a gentle, ethereal light, a luminescence that seems to emanate from nowhere in particular. The walls exude an ever-shifting hue, a color that morphs with each fleeting glance. The ceiling soars higher than any ordinary bedroom, vanishing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a starless night sky. The bed beneath me cradles me in its softness, almost too yielding as the silk sheets whisper across my skin with a mesmerizing hush at the slightest movement. A fragrance lingers in the air, sweet and redolent of familiarity, yet elusive in its identity. Is it the scent of lavender, or perhaps vanilla? Each attempt to discern it results in a fleeting transformation, slipping away like a wisp of smoke. In this realm, time meanders in peculiar ways. Shadows elongate and recede, choreographing a languid dance upon the walls, a hypnotic rhythm of their own making. The silence, though never absolute, is punctuated by a background murmur, akin to the distant breath of one lost in deep slumber, or perhaps the reverberations of my own pulse resonating through the void. I rise from the bed, my bare feet sinking into a plush carpet that yields beneath me like billowing clouds. The room's furnishings are sparse, a weathered dark wood desk, a plush burgundy armchair, and an oval mirror framed in gilded splendor. The mirror perpetually misted over, as if veiled by steam from a recent shower, yet no sign of a bathroom exists. Approaching the desk, I find an array of objects awaiting me. A time-worn leather-bound diary, a fountain pen filled with midnight blue ink, and a steaming cup of tea, its tendrils of vapor caressing the air. The tea, though still warm, evokes no memory of my preparation. The diary's pages lie blank, yet beneath my touch I sense the phantom impressions of words etched upon the paper, as if inscribed in invisible ink. The inviting armchair beckons, and I acquiesce, sinking into its warmth, as if the previous occupant had just vacated its embrace. From this vantage point, a peculiar anomaly captures my gaze. The wall before me pulsates subtly, akin to the rhythmic breath of one in serene slumber. Intrigued, I rise to investigate, only to find the surface unyielding and inert upon closer inspection. Seeking an exit, as is my ritual, my hands traverse the walls, tracing every imperfection, every minute crevice. At times, the semblance of a handle teases my touch, only to dissipate like morning mist upon grasp. The misted mirror allures me. Through its obscured veil, my reflection appears, yet a disquieting discordance taints the image. Movements seem delayed, as if my mirrored self hesitates before mimicking my actions, and at fleeting moments when clarity breaches the haze, a fleeting specter seems to peer back at me through the glass. Time ebbs and flows erratically, light shifting in a cadence divorced from the dictates of day and night. I find myself seated in the armchair, perusing the blank pages of the diary for what feels like mere minutes, only to realize that the room's shadows have traversed in a manner suggesting hours have slipped by. Reclining once more upon the bed, I gaze up at the limitless expanse of the ceiling. The sheets envelop me like a sentient cocoon, cradling me in a tender embrace. The fragrance in the air intensifies, evoking memories of my grandmother's perfume, the aroma of freshly baked cookies, or the petrichor of rain upon a summer lawn. Closing my eyes, I surrender to the impending cycle, aware that upon reopening them, the ritual shall commence anew. The room ensnares me in its embrace, in the nebulous realm betwixt dream and reality, where time warps upon itself like a Mobius strip. Am I dreaming the room, or is the room dreaming me? As slumber claims me once more, a fragment of consciousness ponders the existence of an escape, or whether, perchance, I have never harbored the desire to seek one. The room has melded with my essence, or perhaps I have forever been intertwined with the room, locked in an eternal waltz between awakening and dreaming, where the boundaries of actuality and fancy meld harmoniously, like hues blending upon a canvas freshly painted. Story 56. The soft patter of rain on my bedroom window had been my companion all evening, lulling me into a state between waking and dreaming. Amidst the tranquil sound of the raindrops, a low, steady hum cut through the night's melody. Initially, I attributed it to the distant hum of passing cars on the nearby road, but as time drifted by, the sound persisted, a car engine idling nearby. The red glow of the digital clock on my nightstand hinted at the approaching midnight hour as I rose from my bed, drawn by an inexplicable curiosity to the window. Through the misty glass blurred by rain, a shadowy sedan sat parked across the street. Its headlights remained dim, yet a faint bluish light emitted from within, and wisps of exhaust curled into the damp night air. A surreal stillness enveloped the scene. No movement within the vehicle, no glimpse of a figure through the rain-splattered windows. The persistent purr of the engine felt out of place, both ordinary and unsettling in the hushed night. The raindrops, illuminated by the street lamp, danced on the car's surface, creating mesmerizing patterns that made the vehicle appear almost ethereal in the darkness. My breath fogged the window, framing the mysterious sight before me in a hazy mist. I observed with a dreamlike intensity, noticing every detail. The way water droplets clung to the car's exterior, the swirling shapes formed by the exhaust mingling with the mist. With each passing moment, more questions bubbled to the surface of my mind. Who would leave their car running unattended at this late hour? Why here, on this ordinary street? In response to my silent queries, the engine's tone subtly shifted, sending a vibration through the air that I felt more than heard. I realized then that the car's windows were completely fogged, concealing any view of the interior. Yet the opacity seemed to hint at a presence rather than emptiness. My hand hovered over my phone, contemplating calling someone, the police maybe, though I couldn't pinpoint any specific reason for suspicion. Logical explanations flitted through my thoughts. A rendezvous, a tired driver seeking a moment's respite, a neighbor preparing for a night shift. But these rationalizations felt feeble against the backdrop of the eerie scene. Time seemed to ebb and flow differently as I stood at the window. The rain played its soothing melody. The car remained unmoving. I observed subtle changes, condensation patterns morphing on the windows, the shifting shapes of the exhaust clouds. Yet the car itself remained a static, almost living image. Gradually, wariness tugged at my eyelids, beckoning me towards slumber. I reluctantly tore my gaze away from the window, heading back to bed. However, an unseen force made me glance back one final time. The car still sat there, engine humming, and this time I could have sworn I detected a shadow moving behind the fogged glass. A fleeting presence, or a mere trick of the light dancing through the rain. Nestled under my covers, the engine's hum seemed louder, enveloping me in a hypnotic embrace that merged with the rain's rhythm, creating a peculiar lullaby. My last conscious musing centered on those misted windows and the enigma that lurked behind them in the silent depths of the night. Morning arrived, and I rushed to the window, half expecting the street to be deserted, the events of the night dismissed as a figment of imagination. Yet, in the dawn's pale light, I spied clear tire tracks on the damp pavement where the car had been. Beside them, a small puddle glistened, mingling with a substance that caught the morning sun, perhaps transmission fluid, its shimmer oddly captivating in the early light. The car never reappeared, but on quiet, rainy nights when the world hushed, I sometimes caught the distant hum of an idling engine. I pondered, wide awake, how many others shared my vigil, peering through rain-splattered windows, yearning to catch a glimpse of the secrets veiled behind those misted panes. Story 57. The mist clung to my ankles as I wandered the tangled path behind my grandmother's home. It was a time between night and day, a realm where shadows danced with the light, defying the usual cadence of nature. The air was heavy with dew, carrying scents of earthy decay mixed with something ancient, a mystery that eluded my senses. Inheriting this land mere weeks ago, the house welcomed me warmly, yet it was the enigmatic garden that beckoned me with a whispered invitation. Stretching behind the Victorian manor, the garden was encased by weathered stone walls, cloaked in ivy's embrace. What caught my eye most was how the towering trees leaned inwards, creating a canopy so dense that daylight struggled to pierce through. This garden had been my grandmother's domain for over 60 years, yet I had never witnessed her tend to it. In all my youthful visits, she had never set foot in its midst. When I once inquired, she simply smiled and said, "Some places care for themselves, my dear." As a child, I dismissed her words as mere whimsical musings, but now, amidst the perpetual twilight of this sanctuary, her cryptic wisdom resonated within me. My steps echoed softly on the damp earth, as if the ground craved silence. The flora here defied convention, with pale roses blooming ghostly white, ferns spiraling in impossible elegance, and mushrooms forming perfect circles in a hue that pulsed with a gentle glow. Venturing deeper, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Every plant seemed to shy away as I approached, only to turn towards me once I passed by. It was a deliberate, almost curious dance, as if the garden itself was alive and aware of my presence. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, dry yet untouched by time's grip. Its basin bore cryptic symbols that seemed to shift and twist under my gaze, emanating a subtle warmth as I traced their lines. A faint vibration hummed through my touch, accompanied by a distant ethereal melody that teased my senses. It was then that I saw them, the butterflies. Not the vibrant kind found in ordinary gardens, but ethereal beings of pure white, their semi-translucent wings shimmering like morning frost. They flitted among the pale blooms, leaving trails of silver dust that hung in the air, forming intricate patterns reminiscent of celestial constellations. These patterns seemed to convey a message, a language of the garden that eluded my understanding. The temperature dropped imperceptibly, and I realized time had slipped away unnoticed. My watch had ceased its ticking, ensnared by the timeless spell of this place. My grandmother's diary, a relic found after her passing, held but a single entry regarding the garden. It existed before us and will endure long after. We are but guests in its realm. It claims us, not the other way around. Some gardens bear flowers. This one harbors secrets. Amidst the silent ballet of spectral butterflies and whispering foliage, I grasped the truth. Details emerged, the absence of birds overhead, shadows that moved as if alive, flowers that bloomed and withered in a spectral waltz. The garden breathed with a life that defied logic, governed by its own enigmatic laws. As twilight approached, though the unchanging light gave no hint, I retraced my steps towards the house. The path seemed altered, adorned with new blooms that guarded their mysteries behind closed petals. Before departing the garden's confines, I cast a final glance backward. There, by the fountain, a figure resembling my grandmother tended to flora that defied gravity and form. Yet in a blink she vanished, leaving behind only mist, pale blooms, and the eternal twilight that murmured, "Welcome home." That night, as I retired to rest, a lone white butterfly perched on my windowsill, casting shadows that seemed to inscribe cryptic messages on my walls. Drifting into slumber, I pondered if the garden had chosen me, as it had chosen my grandmother long ago. In dreams, I heard the fountain's haunting melody, understanding why some places shun the sun. They possess a light born of ancient secrets, older than time itself. Story 58. The gentle glow of my desk lamp painted soft shadows on the worn surface of my grandfather's ancient writing desk. Rain tapped a serene rhythm on the window, composing a lullaby for the tranquil evening. Amidst the stack of old letters and faded postcards, a pristine white envelope stood out, untouched by time. Its paper felt strangely familiar yet subtly different, like an old friend with a new guise. My name, elegantly scripted in deep blue ink, adorned the envelope, devoid of any postage marks, adding to its enigmatic allure. But what truly captivated me was the date inscribed in the corner, December 27th, 2025, precisely 1 year from today. My fingers quivered as I turned the envelope, revealing a seal of dark red wax, bearing an intricate design that seemed to shift and swirl under the lamplight. The scent of aged books and leather mingled with a hint of lavender and a metallic tang, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Placing the letter on the desk, I observed as rain-kissed shadows danced across its surface, while the grandfather clock down the hallway chimed the hour. The tolls lingered in the air, accompanied by a whispered rustle of paper, though the stillness of the envelope remained unbroken. With trembling hands, I broke the wax seal. Inside, a single sheet of paper awaited, folded with precision. The same blue ink bore urgent words, my own handwriting, yet different, as if driven by an unseen urgency. The scent of lavender and ozone grew stronger, sending a tingling sensation through my fingertips as I perused the letter. It began simply, "By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice." The words seemed to pulse with a life of their own, unveiling decisions yet to be made, paths yet to be taken, and consequences yet to be faced. Each sentence painted a future both inevitable and impossible, resonating with a voice that was mine but altered by unknown experiences. The light of the lamp flickered subtly as I read, synchronizing with the rain's cadence against the window. The final paragraph halted abruptly, leaving a sense of unfinished business. Below, a postscript in darker ink warned, "Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once." Glancing at the clock, I saw it was 5 minutes to midnight. The rain had ceased, enveloping the room in a profound stillness broken only by the clock's ticking. As I held the letter, it seemed to grow weightless, almost transient, as if on the verge of vanishing. Rising slowly, I approached the window, letter in hand. The moon's silver rays pierced through the night, illuminating the room. Watching in awe, I witnessed the ink on the page slowly fade, words disappearing like stars at daybreak. By the stroke of midnight, the paper lay blank, leaving behind only a faint scent of lavender and the warmth of endless possibilities. Despite my searches, the envelope never resurfaced, lost in the depths of time. Yet on quiet, rainy nights, the scent of lavender and ozone lingers, evoking memories of that mysterious letter. I ponder the choice it hinted at, whether it's already been made or still looms ahead. Perhaps both truths coexist, suspended like the letter itself between what was and what could be. The grandfather clock's steady rhythm of seconds serves as a reminder of time's unyielding march. but on nights when rain returns and shadows waltz across my desk, I find myself gazing at the door, awaiting midnight, and pondering if, in a distant future, I'm penning a letter to my past self, bridging the gap between reality and possibility. Story 59. The winter twilight draped my bedroom walls in shades of purple as a gentle rain tapped against the windows in a soothing rhythm. A flickering candle on my antique vanity mirror, passed down from my grandmother, cast dancing shadows that swayed with the growing darkness. The aroma of burning firewood downstairs blended with the sweet scent of wax, enveloping the room in a warm and inviting embrace. Amid this tranquil moment of reflection, a peculiar sight caught my attention. While arranging my hair before the mirror, I caught a glimpse of a tall, slender figure moving behind me, almost like a ghostly presence gliding through the air. Instinctively, I turned around, yet the room remained empty. Returning my gaze to the mirror, I reassured myself that it was merely a trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the reflections surrounding me. Whether it was the gleaming surface of a polished wooden table, the window glass at dusk, or even the tiny rearview mirror in my car, they all seemed to capture fleeting images of that mysterious entity. It was as though a parallel world of reflections existed, where this silent figure observed me with quiet curiosity. Devoid of distinct features, it exuded a soft, silvery luminescence, at times hinting at a gentle smile or a subtle gesture as if attempting to communicate. Rather than evoking fear, the presence brought forth a sense of familiarity, as if it had always been a part of my existence, only revealing itself now. One serene evening, while engrossed in a book within my beloved armchair, I noticed the figure in the window's reflection appeared clearer than usual. Instead of vanishing upon direct observation, it lingered, almost as if waiting. In the hush of the room, a faint rustle, akin to silk stirred by an invisible breeze, reached my ears, though no wind stirred the air. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the window, observing as the figure mirrored my movements from the other side of the glass. For the first time, I discerned some details. The figure wore flowing, ethereal attire, moving with an unparalleled grace as if dancing on air. Extending a hand towards me, it prompted a reflexive response as I mirrored the gesture. In that moment, a realization dawned upon me. The figure's presence ushered in a profound tranquility, softening sounds, muting colors, and slowing the passage of time. It seemed to carry a fragment of a serene realm where the lines between reality and dreams blurred, offering a respite from the chaos of everyday life. Delving deeper into this enigmatic connection, I sought out reflections not out of fear or curiosity, but to bask in the serenity the figure imparted. It appeared most frequently during moments of tranquility, when my mind was unburdened by worries and fears, almost as if it possessed an innate understanding of when I needed its comforting presence. Over time, the figure in the reflections became a silent companion, a beacon of peace in the ebb and flow of my days. I refrained from unraveling the mystery, content in the knowledge that certain questions are best left unanswered. Sometimes the beauty lies in the unknown, in the unspoken secrets that weave through our lives. Even now, as the sunset bathes the room in a golden glow and shadows dance across the walls, I pause to observe the reflections. In those quiet moments when time seems to stand still, I catch a glimpse of the luminous figure gliding among the mirrors, bringing with it a profound sense of calm and a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Story 60. The night held a unique essence, that of autumn seeping into your bones and whispering promises of endless nights. Nestled in the plush armchair in my cozy study, I savored the gentle wind outside, serenading the leaves in a natural symphony. In that tranquil moment, a faint noise drifted from the basement, akin to the rustle of ancient pages. Initially, I brushed it off as the usual settling of the old house, the familiar sounds of a dwelling preparing for night's embrace. Intrigued rather than alarmed, I rose from my seat. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden aura as I approached the basement door. Each wooden step sighed softly under my weight, as if sharing long-held secrets of the past. With each descent, the air grew cooler, carrying whispers of damp earth and forgotten tales bound in decaying books. In the dimly lit basement, shadows pirouetted along the walls to the flickering dance of the light bulb. It was a space I knew well, filled with neatly stacked boxes and shrouded furniture resembling slumbering phantoms. But that evening held a subtle change. My gaze fixated on a detail previously overlooked, a door tucked in the far corner where light struggled to penetrate. It stood unassuming, crafted from dark wood without embellishments. Strangely, I couldn't recall ever noticing it before, despite the countless hours spent organizing my belongings in that basement. The brass handle gleamed as if freshly polished, drawing me closer. As I neared, the chill in the air intensified around the door, sending a shiver down my spine. My fingertips grazed the weathered wood, tracing its ancient grain. The door seemed to pulse beneath my touch, as though it held a dormant consciousness. Silence thickened, broken only by the rhythm of my own heartbeat reverberating in the stillness. Tentatively, I grasped the handle. Surprisingly warm against the cold surroundings, it yielded smoothly to my touch as I turned it. Without a sound, the door swung open, revealing a sight beyond belief. A wispy silver mist undulating gently as if guided by unseen hands. Bathed in a soft, mesmerizing light, the mist exuded an allure that was more enchanting than eerie. From within, a delicate melody drifted, like a distant piano serenade echoing through the void. The air carried a sweet familiarity, reminiscent of spring blossoms or freshly brewed tea. Caught between curiosity and caution, I lingered at the threshold. The mist wove ephemeral shapes before me, fleeting images of familiar faces and unknown landscapes. It felt as though I peered through a veil separating reality from a profound mystery beyond comprehension. Stepping back, I closed the door gently. The latch clicked, dispersing the enchantment that held the room in thrall. Familiar sounds of the house returned, the clocks ticking, the rustle of wind through the trees, a distant dog's bark in the slumbering neighborhood. Ascending the stairs, a lingering sense of wonder clung to me, as if I had stumbled upon something extraordinary. In the days that followed, I revisited the basement, yet the door had vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. But on the stillest nights, when the world hovers between consciousness and dreams, I still hear that distant melody, pondering if the door lingers elsewhere, awaiting discovery by another soul. For some doors, hidden truths unveil only at specific junctures, when time and space converge in unfathomable ways. Perhaps it is best this way, for the enigma of that basement door taught me that not all enigmas demand solutions, and some mysteries hold a beauty in their secrecy, like dreams that briefly graze reality before dissolving into the silver mists of memory. Story 61. The night held its breath, a symphony of whispers merging with the gentle cadence of raindrops tapping on the rooftop. Stirring from my slumber in the dead of night, a common occurrence of late, I was met with an unfamiliar sight. Nestled on the nightstand beside me, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight seeping through the curtains, lay an ancient brass key. Its intricate engravings danced along its edges, casting an aura of familiarity that belied its foreign presence. As I reached out to touch it, a chill crept down my spine, the weight of the key in my hand defying its small stature. The metal bore the marks of time, a weathered patina that whispered of bygone eras. Examining it closely, I marveled at its design, unlike any key I had ever seen. Smooth and worn, yet adorned with intricate floral motifs intertwined with symbols reminiscent of a forgotten language. Compelled by an unseen force, I rose from my bed, the urge to explore tugging at my very core. The house, cloaked in shadows, appeared transformed under the veil of night. With only the faint bluish glow of the key to guide me, I traversed the rooms. Each step on the creaking wooden floor echoed in the stillness, carrying the scent of aged wood and yellowed pages through the air. At every doorway, I held the key aloft, sensing a subtle vibration that resonated through my fingertips, a silent acknowledgement of an invisible connection. It was in my study that the key stirred to life. The antique bookcase, a relic passed down from my grandfather, hummed in harmony with the key's radiant glow. Drawing closer, I watched as the light pulsed in time with a hidden pulse, casting dancing shadows from the books that adorned the shelves. Tracing the key along the edge of the bookcase, a low, haunting sound reverberated in the air, as if a long-forgotten melody had been awakened. The wood responded to the key's touch, a silent language of vibrations passing between them. In a moment suspended in time, I pressed the key against the heart of the bookcase. With no visible keyhole in sight, a deep sigh resonated through the room, the polished wood rippling like a disturbed pool. Faces and places from a distant past flickered in its reflection, a glimpse into a world long forgotten. When morning broke, I found myself seated at my desk, the key clasped tightly in my hand. The dawn's light banished the shadows, but the memory of that night lingered, etched into the very fabric of the room. In the days that followed, the key lost its ethereal glow, but retained its weighty presence. On quiet nights, a faint echo of the bookcase's song still lingered in the air, a silent beckoning to the key that lay dormant in my drawer. I resisted the urge to unlock the mysteries that lay beyond, knowing that some doors are best left closed, even when we hold the means to open them. Perhaps it was not I who found the key, but the key that found me, drawn by forces beyond comprehension. And so the key rests in its velvet cocoon, a silent sentinel of secrets waiting to be unveiled in the hush of the night. Story 62. The soft patter of rain against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient home in a gentle, rhythmic embrace. My task was to sift through the layers of time stored in the dusty attic, a duty that carried both weight and a strange tranquility. Each creak of the wooden stairs underfoot released whispers of aged cedar and forgotten tales as I ascended towards the unknown. The attic welcomed me with a muted light filtering through a small circular window, casting a dreamlike glow over the space. Dust motes floated lazily in the ethereal beam, painting intricate patterns in the air. The room seemed alive with remnants of days long past, each box and trunk holding fragments of bygone lives. Tracing my fingers along weathered cardboard boxes, I let the rain's melody weave seamlessly into my exploration. In a shadowed corner, concealed behind a stack of worn leather photo albums, a peculiar sight caught my eye. A small music box, its surface weathered by time, rested on a faded pink blanket. What drew me in was not its appearance, but the slow turning of its metal key, as if just wound moments earlier. The subtle movement, nearly imperceptible, stood out in the attic's silence. Approaching the music box, the air around me seemed to cool, sending a shiver down my spine. Its lid, intricately carved with woodland creatures softened by age, held a mystery my grandmother had never shared. Lifting it gingerly, I felt an unusual warmth despite the attic's chill. The key continued its silent dance, defying logic. With trembling hands, I opened the lid, expecting a familiar lullaby. Instead, a child's soft laughter, distant and ghostly, filled the air, evoking a deep sense of longing and solitude. Beneath the music box lay a tiny porcelain doll, its painted face serene, one glass eye slightly askew, as if holding a secret. The doll's ivory dress, delicate as spider silk, hinted at a forgotten elegance. Its small hands reached upward, as though yearning for companionship. As I gazed at the doll, the rain's rhythm shifted, footsteps echoing through the attic. Dust motes swirled, forming shapes resembling handprints before dispersing. The air grew cooler, yet not unwelcoming, like a gentle summer breeze. Memories not my own surfaced, watercolor images of a young girl playing in this very space, her laughter lingering in the air. I recognized her as my grandmother, the scenes vivid yet distant, carrying a truth beyond words. The music box's key finally stilled, the spectral laughter fading into silence. Holding both objects, a compulsion to bring them downstairs tugged at me. But a sense of hesitation gripped my heart. The doll's gaze seemed fixed on something unseen, a presence felt but not seen. Carefully, I returned the items to their place, arranging the pink blanket with care. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a sigh of contentment, washed over me. The rain resumed its gentle cadence, the dust settling in the sunbeam's lazy dance. In that moment, a realization dawned. Some toys defy forgetfulness, existing in a realm between memory and reality, past and present. They play with phantom children in the quiet hours, unseen by mortal eyes. As evening fell and I prepared to depart, a distant melody drifted down from the attic, accompanied by the echo of playful footsteps on aged floorboards. I chose not to investigate. Some mysteries are meant to linger, dwelling in the twilight between wakefulness and dreams, where the improbable takes shape and memories dance eternally in aging attic's dusty light. Perhaps my grandmother never spoke of the music box for a reason. Some treasures are meant to be unearthed, their magic unveiled only to the chosen few. In a moment when the rain whispers softly and the world falls silent enough to hear the echoes of yesteryears. Story 63. The autumn mist draped the park in a gentle haze, as leaves twirled lazily in the moist evening breeze. Meandering along the gravel path, I relished the fragrance of damp earth and the hushed crunch of my steps. The street lamps cast soft, diffused glows through the mist, barely lighting the way ahead. And there it was, a dark coat, neatly folded on a weathered wooden bench. The park was deserted at that late hour, and the garment appeared meticulously placed, as though with purpose. Drawing nearer, I watched the woolen fabric absorb the mist's droplets, feeling its lingering warmth as if recently shed. A peculiar detail that piqued my curiosity rather than fear. I gingerly examined the coat, hoping for a clue to its owner's identity, but the pockets held only a single bus ticket from 1985. Time seemed suspended as I held this relic of the past, its yellowed paper remarkably intact. Seating myself beside the coat, I let my mind wander as the mist thickened around me. A faint scent of lavender and pipe tobacco wafted from the coat, conjuring memories of days long gone, of faded photographs. Upon closer inspection, I discovered faded initials JM sewn inside with golden thread, barely visible. A distant melody disrupted the park's silence, old music reminiscent of a bygone era, as if played on a vintage gramophone, its source elusive. Rising from the bench to trace the sound, it seemed to echo from every direction and none at all. Upon returning, I noticed the coat had shifted slightly, its fold imperfect, a button catching the light differently. Yet I remained alone in the park. Time crept by, the fog enveloping everything in a tight embrace. Shadows danced playfully under the streetlights, and the music waned. Contemplating the enigmatic JM, I pondered their story and the reason behind leaving the coat behind. Was it a professor seeking solace in the park, a musician seeking inspiration, or someone seeking closure? Lost in thought, a gentle touch brushed my shoulder, like a whisper of wind. Turning, only the swirling mist greeted me. The coat appeared weathered, as if time had hastened its aging, fading its colors. Respecting its mystery, I left it untouched. As I departed, the music briefly crescendoed, a waltz unfamiliar yet oddly familiar. The following morning, drawn by curiosity, I returned to find the bench empty, save for the lingering imprint of the coat. Beside it lay a new bus ticket, dated that very day. To this day, on foggy evenings, I swear I catch echoes of that distant melody and catch whiffs of lavender and tobacco. Sometimes, amidst the swirling mist and dancing shadows, a silhouette of an elegant figure fades into view, only to vanish as quickly as the breeze shifts the leaves. Story 64. The November rain softly tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, creating a soothing melody that always brought a sense of calmness to my soul. Returning to the attic after many years, now that Grandma was no longer with us, I was surrounded by the scent of aged wood and weathered books, while the twilight light filtered through the half-open shutters, casting dancing shadows on the vintage wallpaper. In a corner, beneath a thin layer of dust, I discovered Grandma's old brass record player, gleaming like a polished mirror. It was a relic from another era, adorned with delicate floral patterns on its mechanical arm and a turntable preserved in pristine condition. Beside it lay a collection of vinyl records snugly nestled in time-worn cardboard sleeves. As I sifted through the records, my fingers halted on one in particular. Its cover was plain white, devoid of any title or author, except for a delicate golden border that shimmered in the dim light. Although unfamiliar, I knew every record in Grandma Rose's collection by heart. Driven by an irresistible intrigue, I decided to play it. The record player hummed to life with a familiar, comforting sound. Placing the record on the turntable and lowering the arm, I was greeted by the gentle crackle of vinyl before the music began. It was a melody unknown to my ears, a piano waltz with a peculiar quality to the note's progression. The music seemed to shift subtly with each rotation of the record, rearranging itself into new harmonies. Closing my eyes, I allowed myself to be swept away by this mysterious composition. Amidst the music, I could almost scent the fragrance of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower, though it was midwinter. When I opened my eyes, the room's shadows moved in an unfamiliar rhythm, no longer dictated by the fading daylight, but swaying to the enigmatic melody. A figure's shadow materialized on the wall before me, dancing in sync with the waltz, despite my solitude in the room. The music persisted, and within its piano notes, I discerned the faint sound of a laughter I knew well. Grandma Rose's laughter, as clear as ever. A shiver coursed through me, not of fear, but of a poignant blend of nostalgia and awe. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window, where my reflection revealed the vacant room behind me. Yet for an instant, I glimpsed Grandma Rose, youthful and radiant in her favorite dance attire, twirling elegantly in the attic's center. However, upon turning around, she vanished into thin air. The record continued its enchanting melody until its final note dissolved into silence. The room seemed transformed, imbued with a newfound warmth and vitality, as if that fleeting musical interlude had stirred dormant memories within the very walls. That evening, as I returned the mysterious record to its white sleeve, I noticed an overlooked detail. Grandma Rose's elegant handwriting adorned the inner edge, marking a significant date, her wedding day. Beneath it, in almost imperceptible script, a message read, "Music is the key to our most precious memories." Since then, every visit to the attic entails a search for that elusive record. Sometimes it reveals itself readily, while on other occasions, it hides among the vinyls. Each time I play it, the melody differs slightly, as if holding infinite variations of the same memory. I've pondered whether it was a special gift from Grandma Rose or something more mystical. One thing remains certain. On rainy evenings, when the record player spins that enigmatic tune, the attic brims with a subtle enchantment, blurring the line between past and present, reality and memory, akin to the frailty of an ancient photograph. Perhaps, in those fleeting moments, Grandma Rose dances on, forever young, forever jubilant, in an eternal waltz. Story 65. The hush of the night enveloped me, broken only by the soft whir of the refrigerator and the rhythmic ticking of the kitchen clock. It was 2 a.m., a time when the world seemed to hold its breath, allowing me to bask in the tranquil solitude. The gentle glow of the reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls, while wisps of steam from my chamomile tea pirouetted lazily in the air. In the midst of this serene moment, a peculiar detail caught my eye about the apartment adjacent to mine. For months I had never spared it a second thought, but now a faint light seeped from beneath the door, akin to the flicker of a candle. Intrigued, I rose from the couch, leaving my tea on the table, and gravitated towards this newfound mystery. Placing my ear against the dividing wall, a sense of heaviness lingered in the air despite the profound silence. Though no sound reached my listening ear, an unspoken presence seemed to hang in the stillness. Returning to my routine, I found myself increasingly drawn to the enigmatic apartment next door. Subtle observations piqued my interest. The absence of accumulated mail, the immaculate doorknob amidst dusty surroundings, and the occasional phantom footsteps in the dead of night. Like a vine creeping steadily, curiosity wound its tendrils around my thoughts. Delving into the building's history, I unearthed a puzzling void regarding the mysterious tenant. The janitor, a kindly old soul, revealed the receipt of rent in anonymous envelopes, with no recollection of the renter's identity. One fateful night, the haunting melody of a piano wafted through the wall, its ethereal strains evoking a sense of longing and remembrance. Driven by an insatiable thirst for answers, I encountered the woman from the upper floor and inquired about the phantom music. Her response, delivered with a mix of sympathy and certainty, shattered my illusions. There had never been a piano in that restricted space. Instead of dissuading my curiosity, this revelation stoked the flames of intrigue. Anomalies multiplied. The absence of warmth seeping from the door on chilly evenings, the perpetually dry doormat in the face of rain, each anomaly a piece in an unsolvable puzzle. One fateful evening, the door stood ajar, an unprecedented invitation into the enigma beyond. Heart pounding, I hesitated on the threshold, torn between curiosity and trepidation. Ultimately, a primal instinct urged me to retreat, to leave untouched what should remain veiled in mystery. As dawn kissed the horizon, the door stood closed once more, a silent sentinel guarding its secrets. Since that momentous night, a ritual formed, a pause before the enigmatic door, a fleeting glimpse of a flickering light or a distant melody. I chose to embrace the enigma, finding solace in the enigmatic presence just beyond the wall. In a world consumed by explanations and classifications, perhaps there is solace in the unknowable, in those realms that defy our understanding. Story 66. The hush of that autumn night carried a weight of its own, wrapping me in a cocoon of stillness as I made my way along the gravel driveway leading to the ancestral home. Each step I took seemed to reverberate through the night, mingling with the gentle rustle of dry leaves swirling around my feet in a lazy dance choreographed by the whispering breeze. The old house had stood empty since Aunt Mary's departure, and it fell upon me to ensure that all remained in its rightful place. With a metallic echo, the ancient key turned in the lock as I crossed the threshold of the porch, greeted by a scent that mingled aged wood with a hint of something undefinable, evoking memories of childhood days spent within those walls. Inside, the fading light of dusk filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the polished wooden floor. The silence within was profound, broken only by the steady cadence of the grandfather clocks ticking in the hallway. Yet beneath that silence lay a subtle strangeness, as if it harbored a presence unseen. My footsteps echoed down the main hallway, the familiar creak of the hardwood beneath me, a ghostly reminder of years past. The portraits hanging on the walls, old family faces frozen in time, now seemed to regard me with a newfound intensity. Pausing before my grandmother's portrait, a detail caught my eye. Her smile appeared different, imbued with a mysterious allure I had not noticed before. And then it came, the faintest sound, a distant echo that at first I dismissed as a trick of my own mind, a haunting melody, akin to a lullaby sung in a far-off chamber. Though familiar, its origin eluded me as I traced its source, leading me upstairs with each step narrating its own tale through the familiar creaks. As I ascended, the melody grew clearer, yet remained just beyond grasp, like a fading dream upon waking. Upon reaching the landing, I pinpointed the source, the old playroom, a repository of childhood memories and rainy day adventures. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of moonlight to pierce the darkness within. Pushing it open, I beheld a scene frozen in time. The rocking horse in the corner, the shelves lined with well-loved children's books, and an unfamiliar music box perched on the windowsill. Approaching cautiously, I observed the tarnished brass music box, its intricate floral engravings catching the dim light. Strangely, it remained silent, yet the elusive melody hung in the air, as if the very walls hummed with its tune. A peculiar sight greeted me. The dancer atop the music box appeared to move in the window's reflection, a mirage that dissipated with a blink. Recognition dawned. The lullaby was my grandmother's, a melody she had sung long before this room became a playground for youthful imaginations. Taking the music box in hand, I felt a warmth suffuse me, the faint engraving on its base revealing a date that mirrored my grandmother's birth. Gradually, the melody ebbed away, merging with the house's silence until it faded into the ether. Seating myself upon the old toy chest, the moon casting shifting shadows across the floor, I cradled the music box, a silent guardian of memories. Since that night, the music box has become my companion on visits to the house, its song never heard, but sometimes sensed on the stillest evenings, a whisper of bygone tunes echoing through time. As I close the door behind me, I ponder the idea that certain places retain the echoes of love and care, resonating softly through the ages, a reminder that nothing truly fades into oblivion. Story 60 then. The autumn rain whispered down gently, veiling the world in a dreamy haze. The night lingered, stretching my work shift into the quiet hours. Each step I took on the damp pavement harmonized with the soft percussion of raindrops on the car roofs nearby. The air carried a unique fragrance that only rain could conjure, a blend of moist earth, decaying leaves, and the unnameable freshness that lingers after a storm. Approaching the bus stop, a solitary figure caught my eye. They sat unmoving on the bench beneath the see-through shelter, draped in a dark coat that seemed to meld with the night, a wide-brimmed hat casting shadows over their features. What struck me was how, despite the downpour, their coat remained untouched by the rain. I paused a few paces away, trying to blend into the background as I observed this curious sight. The faint glow of the street lamp played tricks on the figure, blurring their contours as if I peered through frosted glass. The rain's melody softened in their presence, forming a bubble of unnatural quietude. Glancing at my phone, I noted 20 minutes until my bus arrived. With caution, I drew closer to the shelter, seeking refuge from the intensifying rain. The stranger stayed motionless, seemingly unaware of my presence. Settling at the opposite end of the bench, I maintained a respectful distance. Another unsettling detail emerged. Under the same shelter, raindrops near them veered off course, as if repelled by an unseen force. The rain's cadence shifted near them, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible hiss. Time crept by, each minute dragging like an eternity. I attempted to distract myself with my phone, yet the stranger's enigmatic aura held me in its grasp. Occasionally, a subtle movement of their head caught my peripheral vision, as if they gazed upon a distant realm invisible to me. A gust of wind made the street lamp sway, casting deeper shadows momentarily. At that instant, the figure turned slightly towards me. Beneath the hat's brim, instead of eyes, two faint glimmers sparkled, akin to the moon's reflection on tranquil waters. My heart thrummed in my chest, a steady yet intense rhythm. The urge to flee tugged at me, but a curiosity stronger than fear anchored me to my spot. Slowly, the stranger shifted back to the original position, and the moment slipped away like a receding wave. In the distance, the familiar rumble of the bus drew closer, shattering the silence. Headlights pierced the darkness, elongating shadows on the slick road. As the bus halted with a hiss of brakes, I rose swiftly. Glancing back at the bench one final time, the stranger had vanished. No sound of movement, no trace of footsteps, simply gone. With legs slightly trembling, I boarded the bus, selecting a seat near the driver. Peering out the misted window as the bus departed, the shelter stood empty. Yet for a fleeting instant, a dark silhouette seemed to dissolve into the rain, like wisps of smoke carried away by the wind. In the days that ensued, whenever I waited at that stop on rainy nights, it felt altered. The street lamps' glow dimmed, and the rain's song held an eerie resonance, as if the air retained the memory of that mysterious presence. The stranger never reappeared, but on rainy evenings since, I've noticed certain raindrops falling askew, straying from their natural course without reason. Story 68. In the hush of the night, my footsteps whispered through the ancient wooden corridor. Each creak of the floorboards harmonized with the gentle patter of rain on the window panes. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and weathered paper that filled my senses. Standing before the door at the hallway's end, leading to a room untouched for months, I hesitated. The lock gleamed faintly in the soft light, beckoning me with a silent plea. Recalling how I meticulously secured it last, turning the key thrice and testing the handle, a sense of familiarity washed over me. But that night, a subtle shift hung in the air. The space around the door felt cooler, a film of dust coating the brass handle in intricate patterns that captivated me. Moving closer, I studied the concentric circles etched by unseen hands in the settled dust. The door's surface emitted a gentle warmth under my palm, a puzzling sensation for a room devoid of warmth. Pressing my ear against the wood, I strained to catch any sound. Amidst the profound silence, a faint rhythm, akin to slumbering breaths, teased my senses. Retrieving the key from my robe, its unexpected warmth surprised me. With deliberate care, I inserted it into the lock, attempting to turn it without a sound. The key slid in smoothly, yet resistance met my attempt to twist it, as if the lock had been tampered with from within. My heart quickened, not out of fear, but a blend of curiosity and expectation, akin to the brink of revelation. Turning the key in the opposite direction, it yielded with a delicate click. Upon swinging the door open, a waft of warm, fragrant air, reminiscent of vanilla tea, enveloped me. Moonbeams filtered through gossamer curtains, casting a silver sheen over the room. Familiar yet transformed, the books on the shelves arranged in new patterns. The armchair shifted towards the window, an unremembered porcelain cup on the table. Approaching the mahogany desk, my fingers traced vanished words in the unevenly dispersed dust. Beside the inkwell lay a yellowed sheet bearing a sentence penned in a handwriting resembling mine, yet foreign to my memory. Time flows differently here. As I read those words, my breath synchronized with the curtain's gentle sway, though no breeze stirred. The room's silence pulsed with an unseen vitality, harboring whispers too faint for mortal ears. Sinking into the velvet armchair, I glimpsed the room's reflection in the window, capturing a fleeting blur behind me. Yet when I turned, only the moon's dance with shadows greeted me. Shutting my eyes briefly, I reopened them to a subtly altered room, where objects had shifted imperceptibly. The cup now warm, wisps of steam rising, I rose from the chair, bearing the weight of enigma. Moving towards the door, my footsteps made no sound upon the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I cast a final glance back. The room exhaled softly, akin to a slumbering entity. Gently closing the door, I turned the key, its click a lullaby in the hall's stillness. Since that night, a hint of vanilla tea lingers by the door, pages rustling in the breeze of invisible hands. The room remains veiled in secrecy, a realm of mysteries best left undisturbed, asleep in its silent vigil. Story 69. The gentle flicker of candlelight painted shadows on the walls of my bedroom, setting the stage for another tranquil evening spent in solitude. Raindrops tapped a soft melody on the window panes, a gentle lullaby that synchronized perfectly with the rhythm of my breath. Surrounded by the comforting embrace of aged wooden furniture and the familiar scent of leather-bound books, I found solace in the quiet of the night. Yet, on this particular evening, an unusual sense of intrigue hung in the air. Seated at my antique writing desk, a peculiar sound drew my attention. A faint, rhythmic scratching emanating from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as the house's settling whispers, I couldn't shake the feeling of purpose behind the pattern of the noise. As I leaned in closer, the scratching grew more defined, almost as if it was trying to communicate with me. Tracing the source of the sound, my fingers stumbled upon a section of the wallpaper that felt strangely warmer than the rest. With cautious curiosity, I peeled back a piece of the aged paper, revealing a hidden world beneath. Etched into the plaster were intricate markings, not random scratches, but deliberate symbols that seemed to tell a story of their own. In the flickering candlelight, the symbols danced before my eyes, each stroke holding a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Retrieving my notebook, I painstakingly transcribed the symbols, each one forming part of a larger enigma, a sequence of 12 symbols repeating in intricate sequences, like a cryptic code begging to be cracked. Lost in a trance, I found myself immersed in the symbols, their meanings shifting with each passing moment. Sometimes they resembled ancient runes, while other times they morphed into celestial patterns, as if guiding me through the cosmos. The ambient sound of rain outside created a serene backdrop to my exploration, the world around me fading into the background as I delved deeper into the mystery. With each piece of wallpaper I peeled away, more symbols emerged, each one pulsating with a faint energy that seemed to resonate with the rain's soothing cadence. The room itself seemed alive, the symbols casting shifting shadows that danced across the walls, as if whispering secrets known only to them. As the midnight hour approached, a gentle hum replaced the scratching sound, filling the room with an ethereal harmony that tugged at my senses. Exhausted yet captivated, I continued to document the symbols, their allure growing stronger with each passing moment. It was as though the wall itself was revealing its hidden truths to me, one symbol at a time. Finally succumbing to weariness, I retired to bed, the rain's gentle song still serenading the night. In the hazy realm between wakefulness and sleep, whispers seemed to echo from the walls, cryptic messages from a realm beyond our own, speaking of forgotten tales and ancient truths. With the morning light came a different perspective. The symbols now bathed in a softer glow, patient and enigmatic. Running my fingers over them one last time, I realized that some mysteries are not meant to be deciphered, but rather embraced in their enigmatic beauty. To this day, on quiet nights filled with the patter of rain, I catch glimpses of that familiar scratching sound, a reminder of the hidden world within my walls. Though the message remains a mystery, I have come to cherish the unknown, understanding that some secrets are meant to be felt rather than understood. Behind the veil of a painting, the symbols lie dormant, a silent reminder that even the most ordinary of walls hold secrets waiting to be uncovered, beckoning to those willing to listen to their mysterious whispers. Story 70. The gentle cadence of rain against my window had become a familiar companion during my late-night writing sessions. Each droplet traced shimmering paths down the glass, weaving an ever-changing tapestry of liquid light. The cozy glow of my desk lamp enveloped me in a soft amber halo, while the rest of the room slumbered in velvety darkness. I found solace in studying the raindrops, unraveling hidden stories within their intricate trails. But on this particular night, a peculiar shift in their dance caught my attention. The water cascaded in curious patterns, as if guided by an invisible hand. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of fatigue, the rain's hushed melody nearly coaxing me into the realm betwixt wakefulness and slumber. Yet the anomalies persisted, growing more defined with each passing moment. Certain areas of the glass remained dry, forming an enigmatic silhouette that seemed to take shape before my very eyes. Intrigued, I leaned in closer, the reflection revealing not just the rain but also the dimly lit expanse of my room. A subtle peculiarity in my mirrored image captured my gaze. A slight delay in its movements, as if echoing my actions with a ghostly lag. The rain's whisper swelled, filling the room with its delicate symphony. Mesmerized, I witnessed my reflection's hand reach out to touch the glass, a motion I had not initiated. The gesture flowed with a graceful fluidity, akin to a dance choreographed beyond my ken. A gentle warmth enveloped me, a sharp contrast to the chill near the window. The features of my reflection began to shift, evolving into a visage both recognizable and otherworldly. The eyes that met mine held a wisdom unfathomed, a timeless knowing that transcended mortal bounds. Motionless, I beheld the metamorphosis unfold, the face morphing into an entity beyond gender or age, existing outside the constraints of time. The rain wove intricate patterns around this ethereal form, defying gravity in mesmerizing spirals of silver. A flicker from my desk lamp momentarily dimmed the room, ushering in a fleeting darkness. In that ephemeral shadow, a presence brushed against me, tender as a mother's caress. As the light steadied, my reflection reverted to its mimicry of my movements, yet the rain persisted in its celestial dance, a testament to the extraordinary visitation. I sat transfixed by the window, hours slipping away as I pondered the enigma I had encountered. The lingering presence felt akin to a cherished melody, neither ominous nor obtrusive. With the approaching dawn, the rain ebbed, leaving behind only mundane streaks on the window pane. Since that night, I found myself drawn to that window during rainstorms, abandoning pen and paper on my desk. In rare moments when the rainfall mirrors the perfect reflection, I glimpse that other self observing me through the looking glass. We share an unspoken understanding, my reflection and I, aware that certain mysteries are not meant to be unraveled but experienced. The rain continues its eternal descent, each droplet carrying the promise of another ephemeral encounter. In those fleeting instants of observation and being observed, I ponder if in some distant realm, a parallel self gazes through their own rain-kissed window, yearning to catch a glimpse of my world through the liquid veil of silver threads.